Oh, sorry, I don't mean to start out the stream with a cough. I apologize right off the bat. I don't know how long I can stream or talk today with you, but I've missed you so much, friends, and I feel terrible missing the past couple of days when California still had such dry weather. I have been absolutely sick as a dog. If you saw my stream on Halloween, where I had to abruptly end my Halloween story time because I became aware of the Highland Fire in Southern California, I was starting to sniffle, and I was just really hoping it was allergies, but it wasn't. I'm going to let people trickle in. Hey, Chris, you're the original gangster. You win the prize for being on top of things and being here first. Missed you too. How you been? So yeah, my apology here is my throat's going to get all weird. I didn't just have a throat and speaking problem. I cannot believe the incredible amount of time I've been sleeping. I've been asleep for most of the time since now, which is 8:30 p.m. Pacific on the 4th, since I logged off mid-afternoon on Halloween the 31st. Hey, Smitty. Hey, Vanessa. How you doing? Kathy's Stop Getting Sick challenge has failed. Yeah, you know what? No, knock on wood, I feel very fortunate. My mother and C-Probe also came down sick. We were all together about a week prior to Halloween. My mom she sounds like she's inhaled gravel every time she speaks. C-Probe is sleeping around the clock and he's got fevers and chills. I have the most mild symptoms of them both. It may be we have three different things, maybe. But the tremendous fatigue. I mean, I was going to wake up and welcome everybody coming. Hey, Desi. Hey. I'm about to. Oh yeah, I should tweet that I'm live. Let me do that. Should do that. The funny thing is with YouTube Studio, it doesn't give you a link, like a share link. I have to go to my own page to get a share link. Isn't that odd? Excuse me. See what I mean? I'm gonna try my best. We got some fire news. We got roundups. We got a new fire a new vegetation fire in Tuolumne County near Sonora called the Kewin Fire, Kewin. So we're gonna look at that in a second too. Let me tweet that on live. Just to get people gathered around. And we do have some news, such as flash flood warning issued for Northwest California and Southwest Oregon, where the Anvil Fire was. The uh, the North Complex. You know, remember that? Like little town of Gassy. That area may be in for a rough ride. So we're gonna get to some important news. So let me go to my own channel and get my own video link. Fire was. It played for a second, and that's what that sound just was. This is so weird to see myself. Okay, remember to hit the like button, guys. Four of you already have. You guys are pro. You guys are pro. Okay, so if I hit the Twitter button, I'll just say I'm live. Okay, post. That should be good enough. Wow, and on Twitter, fire dirt devil thing, quasi tornado cyclone thing. Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys this. Look at that. Whoa, whoa. So it's a vortex if it does not move. I mean, pretty much all little. You guys can see that, right? Pretty much all twirlies are technically a vortex. It just describes a shape. But if it does have, if it moves and has wind speeds of over 74 or 78 miles an hour, then it's considered what an EF1 tornado. I'm not sure that that's enough movement to constitute a tornado. It doesn't have enough wind speed. I mean, those plants would be shredded. I think it's slightly moving. I would call this a fire devil. Hey, welcome everybody. Hey, Jack. What's up? Haven't seen you in a bit. So I do apologize if I may have to abandon the stream. Hey, Strange Reverend, how you doing? Um, yeah, go ahead and make you did already. You did make the PayPal link. Oh my God, thank you. Remember, we are donation based. I don't want to put ads on here. I want to stay ad free. So if anybody can spare a dime on PayPal, that's the best way to support the stream. Super chat, super thanks. Really? Yeah. Oh God, that was extremely loud. I'm gonna have to turn that off. I can't adjust the Bluetooth volume up or down on my phone. I'm hearing this is a special headset. Thank goodness. And thank you guys for donation money, because this is how I afforded this headset. This is headset number 2 when the old one died. This one's very special, where I can be attached through connected through Bluetooth to my phone, and hopefully hear the notifications for watch duty, and then also be attached via a radio signal to the computer and be talking to you guys at the same time. So I hope I'm not violating some copyright thing, but I'm going to claim fair use on this AccuWeather post here. I'm going to call it a fire devil. Now, dirt devils are when a vortex is running around in dirt, maybe moving fast, maybe moving slow, but the wind speeds are not tornadic, like tornado-esque. So when one of these whirly bobs goes into flaming vegetation, you see that it pulls up the fire really, the flames really high up into it. Now, when we were looking at the Dixie Fire 2021, and we had those incredible FLIR landscape cameras that were live movie pictures, not just still images like the alert wildfire, we found out that the center of the pyrocumulus clouds, like things that look like a nuclear bomb cloud, the flames, and it's hard to tell when the flames end, but where the heat begins, go up in a column that's around 3,500 feet high or higher. In the mega old growth fires like the Dixie Fire, that's why the mushroom-shaped clouds reach high up into the atmosphere. There's so much heat being generated by what's burning that the heat moving up, because heat rises, hot air rises, moves up with such a tremendous force, it creates this crazy vacuum effect at the ground, which sucks in more rich oxygenated air into the fire, which fuels the burning like a furnace, like a kiln or something, and then that perpetuates a cycle, and suddenly the amount of heat and smoke and flaming debris that gets thrown up into the air goes thousands of feet high, because there's nowhere else for it to go. It'll only go up, and it's a self-perpetuating cycle. The more it goes up, the more fresh air comes in from the bottom. So that's a really good, excuse me, I had my throat. That is a really good teaching example of what happens in the worst situations. This happens inside of cities. If enough buildings are going up at one time, think of it like a giant fuel source, just like an old growth forest is, like with the Dixie Fire. And during firebombing, like World War II, that's sometimes these are stationary, and they'll have tornado force winds. They'll have 120-mile-an-hour winds or greater. But and sometimes they'll spawn smaller ones, smaller actual tornadoes. Like in Paradise, the more that's burning, the more these are going to spawn, these twisting devils, which can turn into actual fire tornadoes. A lot of people don't understand the destruction of Paradise was from many tornadoes that happened. So, in certain spots around town at various times. Like the unusual power line OK right here, right next to it. Another one's twisted and crumpled. Everybody knows tornadoes leave these little tight paths of destruction. So the more people film it, the less and less the conspiracy theorists can support their notions of what's happening, because it's clearly not a laser. Now, meteorologists have said, and the ones who come in on the channel have said, these twisting air currents happen all the time, these vortexes. We can only see them, though, when they pick up dust or debris or flames, smoke. But this is a great time for this person filming to get the hell out of there. One of the biggest dangers, like Will Robinson, get the hell out, flee, fly, you fools, is when you see the formation of vortexes. It's now being taught for wildland firefighters as you start seeing them, no matter how small, even if they're just tiny ones on the ground in the bark dust and stuff that are like a foot tall. It means the air is getting really unstable, wind is changing and shifting, and when the tiny ones form, bigger ones follow. And that's the big warning that you have that an actual fire tornado may occur. The only time I think it's ever been filmed running over a crew is at Janesville before the Dixie Fire in the 80s. It's filmed on a VHS tape, and it's hard to watch. But fire engine tries to run down the highway, and the crew is trying to jump in, and some of them make it into the truck, and some of them are holding onto the truck, and they're picked up and tossed like rag dolls to, dozens of feet away, maybe even 200 feet away. Some of them were in critical condition. It's one of the most insane videos you'll ever see, and I'm not going to go over it right now. But thanks guys for being here. Okay, so we got 16 persons. Let's go over the news. I should get to the important news in case my voice fails. But first of all, I mean, the apologies to everybody with the Highland Fire. I thought I'd be back on Halloween because I adjourned after not sleeping for more than 24 hours with the intention of taking a nap. The Halloween, I was going to get up and around 10 p.m. at least do some sort of a Halloween spooky tale and monitor the Highland Fire again. And I woke up 6 or 7 hours later at 11, and I just said, "Oh, I'll just nap for one more hour." And I woke up at 5:30 in the morning, and I thought, "Whoa, I've been sleeping a long time. Haven't I been asleep since like 3 in the afternoon?" Closed my eyes again, and then it was 5:30 at night. I slept for like 17 or 18 hours. Realized I was absolutely sick as a dog, and I was still tremendously tired. I got up, I used the bathroom, I get a snack. Well, brought snacks to my bed, ate a few, fell back asleep, and it's been pretty much like that for the last couple of days. Like yesterday was the first day I felt like I was sort of sick and not like I can't get out of bed. So the tremendous fatigue, I definitely came down with something that's not normal for me. Was tremendously nauseous. So I barely ate anything. I survived on rolled gold pretzels. And I've been able to keep heavier solid food down. So today I just had some nuggets, some homemade chicken nuggets and fries, and I'm very happy I was able to keep that down. So I'm celebrating victory. Yeah, Strange Reverend. Hey, brah, how are you doing? Good evening. Yeah, hey guys. What burned acres just went way up, Smitty? Let me see. Vanessa says that I don't think it has to have movement or momentum to be classified as an F0. I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not like a tornado expert, but I was definitely sick. It wasn't just like, oh, I'm tired. So let's get to the important news. Like I said, before there's a possibility I may lose my voice. I wanted to go live about 6 today, and I was speaking with my mom around from 4 to 5, and my voice started to fail. So she goes, "Why don't you just rest it for a few hours?" Good advice, Mom. Had to check on her. Hey, Z Pro, how you doing? Let's go to the very important flash flood news first. This is concerning. We're going to check on the Kewin fire in Tuolumne County. It's a vegetation fire that broke out like 20 minutes ago. So let me timestamp this. We're 15 minutes in the video already. Okay, the flash flood warning, courtesy of Coin 6 News here, is, oh, that's not it. It's the wrong Coin 6 article. Here it is. There it is, sorry. Flash flood warning issued for parts of western and southern Oregon. You can clearly see that this is Douglas County and, oh gosh, what is that other county? Northwest California. The one by Crescent City, guys. You know, Gasky area. It's not Humboldt. Humboldt's right below it. So we'll figure that out in a second. National Weather Service, southwest corner of Oregon, northwest corner of California. It's in effect from Friday night until Saturday afternoon. So, yeah, still going. That doesn't mean that that's when it ends. You can have flooding tomorrow because where it rains, it can take a while to trickle down. What can happen is the natural dam phenomenon. So right now, you might breathe a sigh of relief and go, "Oh yeah, whew, that didn't affect us." Well, things like logs and debris from, especially after a fire, that there's not much topsoil or living trees in these sections to hold the soil together anymore. These logs will slide down. They'll make a natural dam. Water will back up behind it, and at some point it'll breach. So if it's suspiciously low, the water in a creek or river right next to you, be very wary of that a natural dam may have formed. That can breach at any time. So it's good to check up on those things. I'm glad we're getting rain, but we don't need all that much at once. So the Oregon Department of Geology and Mineral Industry says a heavy rain could cause landslides in areas of steep terrain, and that is not going to expire now or tomorrow. That is going to be a risk where landslides can kind of slowly develop over time, and if the ground stays moist, the weakening from this heavy rainfall can start as sort of a crack. Kind of like, think of it as a windshield crack. It will just grow. They don't knit themselves back together. So it might just be like a rock chip or something that just spiderweb cracks and takes out the whole windshield. So if you are living at the base of a steep cliff, end of a canyon, beware of that stuff. So boulders and logs, debris, and also debris flows are different, a different animal, but just stuff that washes down. Debris flows move faster than a person can run. Man, we saw some crazy wildfire debris flows last year. They looked like a mud flood, looked like a lava overtaking buildings. Southern California, Mariposa, I think, but it was mud, and the mud just rose and rose and rose like a flood, like 6 feet tall and then 9 feet tall, and went to the rafters of some buildings. It was crazy. So when you see those things, you can't outrun them. It's like get to higher ground, not downstream, but left to right. What do they call that? It's like a rip current. It takes you out to sea, swim parallel to shore, but not perpendicularly. So travel with extreme cautions. Assume roads are not safe, and for God's sake, don't just drive into high water. You don't know if there's just water on the road or if there's a giant hole in the road that is already developed and it's going to swallow your car. So let's see. Look back here. Portland Pizzeria named among top 50 in the world. I find that hard to believe. Who did they say was the best pizza in Portland? Ken's Artisan Pizza. 11th, number 11 in the best pizza places of the world? No way. Ken's Artisan Pizza. Highlighting the restaurant's use of seasonal ingredients like fennel, braised oxtail, the formative role the joint has played in Portland's pizza scene. I don't know that I've ever heard of that. Let's see, Ken's Artisan Pizza. Should we take the challenge? Sounds like I need to order from there soon. All right. I am a fan of pizza. All right, I'm gonna pull that away though. And I'm not giving them free advertisement until they pay me. Right, that's right. I gotta get a business acumen going here. Del Norte County, that's right, Smitty. Thank you. Del Norte County has the flash flood water. Just because it expires because the rain has stopped doesn't mean that those dams can't break or that mountains can't go away. Hey, November 6th Golf, Mike Lima. How you doing? Good to see you. Russ says, I've been eating Starburst all day. I'm handing out trick-or-treat candy that nobody wanted the Starburst. That's sad. I like yellow ones. Reds, of course, good. Hey, yeah, Elon Musk says nature. Nature, the most savage beast of all. Sea of Wrenches? Yeah, well, usually my mods respond first to the call of being live. Let's go to the other important news. 850 people were evacuated in eastern Spain. Now, Spain and Portugal has got some crazy similar situations parallels to Santa Ana winds and Diablo winds of California. It's also one of the most challenging places on Earth to fight a wildfire. I think the top worst places, in no particular order, are California, Australia, and perhaps Tasmania should be included. Iberian Peninsula, Greece. Gosh, I don't know what the fifth would be actually after that. Probably Chile, because Chile and Argentina. Yeah, because of the mountains interfering with things, and well, Australia just always being number one in the top 5 for every kind of danger imaginable. But what these places have in common is high winds, either from the ocean or from the mountain ranges that are seasonal. So we have saying a wildfire embedded by storm winds in eastern Spain has burned almost 5,000 acres of land and forced the evacuation of over 850 people from 4 different towns. Now, there's a channel called the Raven's Eye, I absolutely promote on YouTube, and he did a disaster that he was part of. He's a disaster show channel, and he was in Portugal, this British man, when some seriously deadly wildfires rolled through there and trapped people in their cars. It was very paradise-like. And I forget which year that happened, but I'm going to make a response video to it because it's so similar. The weeds that were burning and fueling the fires, not just the winds. They had invasive weeds just like California and Oregon does, fueling those fires like Scotch broom and gorse. And he was lucky to have survived. So in the future, I'll do a reaction video to that. It's definitely something good to check out. So this is what's currently going on, 75-mile-an-hour winds. And it's by the eastern town of how the heck do you say that? Montehevelo, I would say. Montitixelo. Montehevelo. Monticello. It's by Valencia. The regional government of Valencia. Let's just say that. So we can pray for them there. Now, also in the news, let's go back up here. We were busy covering ours in the Highland Fire, which got some good containment. We're about to get to that and do an update. Now, one in Australia took more than 50 homes, so that's news to me. I didn't know It was taking out neighborhoods. We should check up on this a little bit later, but it's at 50 acres almost in eastern Australia. It's not really. Oh, here it is. It specifies the Queensland state, the town of Tara, and it's been just raging for more than a week. So they're having over 100-degree temperatures, or 37 Celsius, because it's Australia's summer. It's getting hotter and hotter every day towards Christmas. Usually, that's when a lot of America's firefighters go to help Australia. It's our off season, it's their main season. But I need to remind everybody we are in the Santa Ana Diablo wind season, California's worst fire season. It doesn't end until the heavy rains of November and the snows begin. Remember, Paradise was lost on the 8th of November. So I was just on Twitter and somebody said, hey, this year we didn't have any mega fires, did we? Any over a certain acreage? I said, whoa, shut up. We can't declare victory yet. Wait for the rains and the heavy snows. That's the only thing that's going to protect California. After that, it doesn't matter too much. Too much, I say, if the Santa Anas and the Diablo winds blow. I mean, it will if you have an individual structure fire. It'll just be absolutely horrendous. Or even a fire that takes out a block. But because of the wet season arriving, that's usually when all the vegetation gets moist enough and that you can't have the town erasers. But until that occurs, El Nino sometimes delays that. We are in absolutely critical fire danger. That's why I feel pretty guilty not being available this week, but I'm back now. So just stay vigilant and don't think it's over till the snows and the heavy rains come. But it's going to get moist. We're going to check the weather here a little bit. This has emerged. It was on Halloween. Didn't see it, but body cam video shows police saving residents from the Maui wildfire and keeping people out of the fire zone. I've suspected from the beginning that the media was just crucifying the police for no reason. I feel very proud now that I've defended them. People don't understand what it's like to be in a wildfire. The police lost their communications with each other. They had no idea that the fire could be erasing homes 3 blocks away because they would not be able to see it through the smoke. I think they did the right thing, which is prevent people from driving into fire zones and prevent people from driving over live power lines. There's nothing else to do there. Now, I put all the blame on the power company because if power company Hawaii Electric had just turned off the power, they could have, most people could have escaped really quickly driving over the down power lines, but they didn't. It's not the fault of the cops. I have a feeling there's a lot of untold heroism there. I can't really show this, but I'm going to link this. This is Associated Press. It's not the job of the police to handle a firestorm and actually know what the hell to do. That's not part of police training, I don't think. How to handle your town burning down as if it's World War II, the entire town. I think they likely did the best they could. So, Russ says, oh yeah, I've been eating Starburst. There's plenty of kids that are all right, Strange Reverend too. I mean, it's a double-edged sword hearing about everything that happens. Oh, that's historical news. They found a bunch of ancient coins off Sardinia. Isn't that cool? Sorry, that's not supposed to be on a fire screen. Oopsie. Okay. So also what had happened was a wildfire got near Oahu, but I had no idea. Thank goodness it's moved away from towns. And I had no idea because it's kind of a couple days old news, as yesterday's news, because watch duty is not in Hawaii. Oh boy, does it need to be, but I don't blame the makers of watch duty. They're trying to expand. They were just a California affair. there doesn't seem to be a camera system set up in Hawaii, and boy, do they need it. They really need it. But this is a nice stroke of luck that the wildfire is moving away from the towns. So great. Now let's see here. The rest of the it did kill some native koa and oia trees. I don't know how to say that. The bad thing about that, and the lesson learned, is the more fires that happen in Hawaii and many places like California, the more often times that the invasives take over, and it's a perpetuating cycle. The invasives promote invasive weeds and plants, promote fire because they thrive in it. They are the first to grow back right after a fire. So they'll promote fire, something burns down, and then they'll grow back and they'll squelch and deprive of light and overgrow and kill the native plants. And they promote a worse fire, then that fire happens and the cycle gets worse and worse. But now that more awareness is about the incredible danger of a lot of the United States faces, not just Hawaii, incredible danger of fire promoting invasive species like these weeds. Now that awareness is coming thanks to Lahaina and the guinea grass, which promoted the Lahaina disaster. At least now, after a fire, they can monitor it and perhaps make sure more natives grow back first. Yeah, it's the only positive thing after a big fire is that you can see the invasives start to sprout. You can just yank them out easily by the roots. So we can only hope that that's what occurs. So let's go back to Associated Press. Yeah, here's more coverage of what was going on in Oahu, and I can't show all the videos. Here is a link in chat. Oh, Strange Reverend says I just meant about the candy. Oh, silly me. Okay. Strange Reverend said the kids just are not all right these days. And I said, oh, I'm like defending youth, you know. There's so many that are doing good things out there. He said, no, I mean that they're not selecting Starburst out of my candy dish at Halloween. Oh. Oh. Okay. All right there. So we're going to go look the Starburst joke. I'm writing it down. The rest of the fire news, I have not gotten an answer. Those are cameras. I've not gotten a straight answer about. Yeah, we're gonna look at more at Hawaii Electric in a second. I've not gotten a straight answer. Let's see, not that one. Heck, where did I put it? Now this news article: the pay bump for wildland firefighters is set to expire and up to half quit. We need to follow up on this. Congress needs to do something, and it's in chaos. But they just had at least some voting on. The war is going on right now, so at least voting is happening again. Not having a speaker was letting critical things like this lapse. So we need to figure out if this is going to be renewed. It was a short-term measure passed last year to give federal firefighters a big boost in their pay. That was great. It did help in recruitment. But if it expires, cannot blame anybody for wanting to bail out. You can't just expect our heroes like, hey, can you make more sacrifices, like a pay cut of 50% and oh yeah, the customary damage to your health. Can you just eat that? So the pay bump was an additional $20K a year or 50% of their base salary, whichever was smaller. Because firefighters should not be on food stamps, for God's sake. They're working incredible hours. Things like overtime doesn't apply to them. They just have to get it done. If they have to have a 72-hour shift, they have to have a 72-hour shift. The grueling conditions are unimaginable. So I am proud of these two Oregon senators, Jeff Merkley and Wyden, urging Congress to make the raise permanent. But we're going to have to follow up on this And it was Colorado congressmen that introduced bipartisan legislation to make the pay raises permanent. So there's a lot of support on each side of the aisle. But the state employees and the local employees and the volunteer firefighters in the rural counties must say, what are we, chopped liver? Like, they need to include the people on the front lines, the volunteer firehouses in some of the, well, least populated, like mountain, especially mountain and foothills counties. They can't just be expected to work for free. They need good gear. Quick response with trucks that actually function is critical. We saw the result of the crazy fire that went nuts in Washington early in the year, where it was just hay on fire, and they kept getting the hay fields on fire. Oh, which one was that? Not the Tunnel 5, east of that. But we kept hearing on the radio, yeah, we caught the fire at this intersection. And then their water truck broke down, and then the fire jumped the intersection, and it just kept doing that for an incredible 12 hours in a row. And then they would start to get a handle on the fire as soon as that one water truck was fixed, but then it would break down again. So we lost a lot of buildings. It threatened all of the wind farms. We lost some historic, one-room schoolhouses, I believe. And this incredible amount of damage could have been prevented by, having a couple spare water trucks. So there's a lot we could do by urging our congressmen to actually supply and pay well our firefighters. We have a huge, one of the big problems is a huge staff shortage and equipment shortage. We need a lot more planes. We need a lot more firefighters, and a lot more trucks and stuff, everything. Let's go back to the other news. So we're gonna look at this. Yeah, this is Australia. I forgot something. What's the description of my own video? I'm sure I forgot. When I forget, hey Abu, how are you doing? The artist formerly known as Derek. How's England? Did you come through that big England storm okay? Okay. Emotional organization. I don't know what you mean, man. What's the cool cat? I like the cool cat emoticon. Hey, my voice is holding up. This is a good sign. Oh right, crap. The ongoing fire that I totally forgot. Spaced out on. So this one's called the Qin. That began just as I was trying to go live. So did it become a factor? Forward progress stop. That's awesome. So that was a fire in Tuolumne County, up by Sonora, by east of Telegraph Hill. This is in meters, 1,000 meters. So yeah, up in the mountains. That's pretty bad. I was pretty upset that they recycled the names. The Quarry Fire was already going, and it's at 13,000 acres, when they also named that fire on Halloween the Quarry Fire. It was Quarry Road. And that just turned out to be a bunch of logs on fire, a bunch of eucalyptus logs. God knows why they caught fire. Somebody's head is going to roll for that one. You're supposed to keep log piles wet. I'm not even sure that was a lumber mill, though. So Abbott says England are arch rivals fled out in the south. Oh, sorry. That's right, you're in Scotland. My bad. I was just testing you to make sure you were from, just, wanted to know if you knew your own nationality or not. Nah, I'm sorry, that's terrible. I've got the Scottish blood in me too. I mean, my last name's Davidson clan. Okay, but I've got some English blood too, so I'm conflicted. All right. The other fires. Let's take a sweep here. Yeah, let's update the Highland. All right, let's timestamp that at 0:30, 0:40. All right. Now I tried my best on Halloween to remember when I had to. I found out something, guys. On Halloween, I tried my best to go back to the broadcast. Remember how it was like spooky story time, and then I became aware of the Highland Fire. So I switched gears, renamed the stream, and redid the thumbnail to make sure people could find the stream. And I was really torn. Should I just make a new broadcast or not? I think making a new broadcast was probably the better idea, because once you change the title of a stream, it the beginning disappeared. The very first 45 minutes disappear. It says that the tape is 5 hours and 32 minutes, and 4 hours and 48 minutes or something is the only thing that it becomes. Like, you can't go to the actual beginning. So that is, I've recorded it in my archive, so I could re-upload the beginning, but I think the chat and everything's completely gone. You would think that YouTube would divide it into two sections, but didn't. So weird. Okay, the last update on the Highland Fire was 2 hours ago for Watch Duty, and we'll look at the official release document for the 4th. The fire remains at 2,487 acres. We now have a lovely 80% containment as per CAL FIRE. Now, I'm sure a little bit later they're going to fly over it again with a Fearless or Fire Eyes, as I like to call it, and get us a nice tight perimeter. But it's very interesting, the pattern that we see here. It's like the bug antenna pattern, where if this is the body of the beetle, these are the two outstretched antennas or pincer mouths or whatever you want to call that. And they got it stopped at the golf course, because this is where the golf course is. Let me make sure I'm not talking out of my. No, that's not where the golf course is. The golf course is right down there. So they got it stopped at the Death Trap neighborhood. Aha, okay. That's lucky. They did. This neighborhood is extremely fortunate to be standing, and I'm glad everybody got out, because if you can see the death trap nature of it. There's only one paved road out, and every single one of these multiple dwellings is supposed to go out south on the one road. And what happens if there's one car accident on that road, or one person with a flat tire, or fire crosses it? Look how close they got to crossing, cutting off everybody from evacuation. Well, you have these like crappy roads that most people's, if these are indeed roads, that it looks like actually a riverbed. That's not a road. It's like a dry riverbed, actually. Yeah, not that many cars can drive on that. Like, maybe some people with dirt bikes cross that and get up onto these other roads. But we have a lot of learning to do. These counties just can't approve this. Look at the only other established dirt roadway out to the east here that I can see that is wide enough for like decent traffic. We would have gone straight into where the fire was. So they stopped it there, but it began. It was wind driven and went straight due west over to Raddock. That was at 3:30 in the morning when I went live again, and they went, oh, okay, it's moving. And they really struggled to hold it at 79 here in Sage Road. So that was a good, difficult task that they had. But fires tend to make these narrow, arrow-like, I don't know if you can see my pencil here, thin paths of travel when the winds are really high. And Santa Anas are no joke. Those are pretty mild Santa Anas. Otherwise, I'm sure we'd see multiple erased towns and neighborhoods here. So if you guys, I need to go back and timestamp it. what was incredible, we saw Chris Allen Way. There's this incredible helicopter footage of this particular farm right here. Right here, the fire swept over on Chris Allen Way. They fought hard to say, "You shall not pass" at Chris Allen Way on my Halloween broadcast. And we were listening live. I'm going to highlight this and make it its own video. We were listening live and hearing the pilots talk to the ground crews and try to say, over there, the fire's moving over here. And one by one, these buildings started catching fire. And some adjacent trailer over here, these trailer, I don't know if it's a trailer park or it's just a rural property with a lot of trailers on it. But many of these RVs and motorhomes started catching fire, and the ground crews would go over there. And I was like, "Oh, that one's on fire! Hurry, hurry! Just the wheel is on fire! Hurry, get over to it! Guys, look over to your left!" Because we were watching it from above with a news helicopter on Channel 4. But then we could hear the firefighters chattering on the ground, and that was riveting. That was some highlight of the stream for the year, that's for sure. They saved all this. I don't think they lost much at all. Maybe a couple of buildings damaged. They did stop it at Chris Allen Way. That was pretty amazing. So let's see. I believe there's no more evacuations orders because the morning of the 4th, which is this morning, it's now 9:15 p.m. It had a minimal overnight growth the night of the 3rd. We're just lucky that the winds have calmed down the last couple of days. This could be a very different story. This could be a huge expanding thing with new towns being evacuated and the wilderness being threatened to the east. And luck. Firefighters, all they need is the lucky weather to do their thing, and they're pretty dang competent in California. You know, when the agencies work together. The firefighters worked through the evening to cool the hot spots. This last night. Steep and rugged terrain remains a challenge. The weather will be warm and dry through Saturday, and we're about to check the weather because it's about to change. Firefighters will continue building a containment line around the perimeter today while they cool the smoldering material. Now, this is one of those few times when they don't just want to contain and let burn. Since it's still Santa Ana wind season, they want it out. This is like, let's put it out. Because if you look at the Oakland firestorm, the big lesson was most of the Oakland Hills burned down. That insane, deadly fire of the 80s. And that was October 18th, I want to say. Can't remember the year. Was that 1991? Anyway, that was embers. There was a small fire in the Oakland Hills. Firefighters thought they had it out completely. They left, and then Diablo winds, which is basically the same thing as the Santa Ana winds in the north, struck Oakland and fired up the embers. And that was a terrible, terrible mistake. So you don't want to have any bush on fire, any little thing, any little stump. Nothing should read on infrared camera. They're going to fly over every square inch of this entire region and make sure everything with heat is going to be out. Otherwise, it's come back to life. A stump can smolder for weeks under the right conditions. So that's likely what they're doing. To have 80% containment, though, really nice. But they've got a prolonged mop-up and thing to do there because there's some of these areas just rocks and hills. So it's hiking, and they get out their shovels and sift through the dirt and take the stumps out, squirt them, and extinguish with a lot of dirt shovels and rakes until it is completely cold, and then they'll stick their hands in it. Stick their hands in the dirt, make sure the ash is cold. That's pretty painstaking, but that'll be their next task. And what is this mulch pine fire thing? 4 hours ago, yeah, it's a mulch pile burning. And it had a little plume on my cameras earlier. I looked over at it, and I was about thinking, should I go live around 4:30? But then they announced it was a mulch pile. So not the biggest threat in the world. Now we had this interesting canyon fire that was mysterious. We've got a 50% containment on it. I want to check the cams and see if we can see it. Oh, SP, how you doing? Good to see you again. Yeah, where you been, bro? Been. You guys, put in the chat which fire you want me to cover or any interesting piece of news. This was puzzling because it was on Camp Pendleton with military base. And so you got a double whammy here. You've got the ocean winds plus the Santa Anas, which come from they came from the Las Vegas region of the desert. That's what was blowing on Halloween. And that's hot, dry stuff. So that was blowing towards the coast, and the fire was just upwind and in the canyon from, you can see the base here. You can see so many, I'm not sure what this is, barracks or commissaries. Meaning, I don't know if this is residential and or where the training happens and or classes or all the above. Commissaries are like the grocery stores for the base. I don't know, but you could see that this fire is up in the canyon, and so it could be pushed directly down there. So we did have a couple of views. Here's an HP Ren. We can check this one now. They have amazing nighttime color and vision. We have a nice 50% containment as of 5. Oh, that was 2 days ago. Sorry, I didn't see that said 2 days ago. Why has it not been updated? Camp Pendleton has their own fire department, and this being a military base, it's got a huge amount of land. Like they drop bombs on part of the land, and they have firing ranges. The huge chunk of the coast of California that's not really inhabited. It's pretty rare. And so they gave very minimal details about it, but we kept seeing it on the cams. So let's go see if it's on the cams right now. It's still visible. We'll check the alert ones first. So you got Oxnard, Bravo, Ventura. Wait a second, where did I go? Where did I go? Camp Pendleton, right there. Occasionally they're looking in the correct. No, none of them are looking in the correct. None of the buffaloes are. San Clemente. South. Appears to be looking in this correct direction. But at such a zoomed in distance, we may not be able to see a thing. So there's, let's see, yeah, here's where the one road, okay, so it would be right up this canyon, and this one should be looking right at it. San Clemente South. Okay, let's do a time lapse, see what we got. The haze, there's a residual haze. Kind of see something drifting in off the left. But it seems to be right around here and behind the hills or just off camera to the left. And here you can see all the buildings that we were talking about where I'm not familiar with that. Smitty says it's barracks blocks, headquarters, base administration, yeah. Kind of like a mini town. Now we did see it go up to some mysterious radio towers that were not on any map that I could find, no topo map. And some people say that those are for observing, firing ranges. Like, I guess, look, that lovely sunset, like, either, I don't know if it's, like practice bombing runs or what, but, yeah, this is just traffic. This is just traffic here to the right. So we can no longer see it on these cams. But it's still out there doing something, and we have not had an update for a bit. Now, oh, yes, I'm so sorry. I did forget to read you this. This is our information sheet about the Highland Fire. But those military base fires, they happen every year on Camp Pendleton, and we don't get a lot of information about them. So at the time that this was printed out today, we had a 70% containment on the Highland, and they've upped it on Watch Duty to 80. It's something around 2,500 acres. 2 firefighter injuries, 0 civilian. Now, I don't know what happened to the second firefighter. That day we were listening to it, the morning of Halloween, or mid-afternoon. You know what I mean. Actually, no. Wait. Yeah, I think I started covering it. Hang on a second. I started covering it the day before. Yeah, it was the day before Halloween. Because I was up all night trying to go to sleep, and at 3:30, that's when it exploded again. 3:30 a.m. and I went live again at 4 a.m. Yeah, I had like a 16-hour coverage. And that was brutal without the sleep. Okay. So, yeah, throughout the evening of the 30th, when I covered it to the midday on Halloween, we had over the radio a firefighter whose legs were burned. And at some point, they said somebody's face was burned, and I didn't know if that was the same firefighter. So I don't know the nature exactly of the 2 injuries. You can just, pray for our heroes. They are taking extreme risks. The fire threatened more than 85 structures. Saddens me. 13 destroyed, with a further 7 damaged. That's the report of today. Still don't know the cause. JD says, long time. Hey, welcome. How are you doing? Yeah, Christopher, you're right. It was the night before Halloween. All these days have been a blur, where I've mostly been fitfully dreaming and sleeping. Because that's when I got sick. I need to get some water. So let me do that. I just can't tell you guys how much worse this could have been. I remember as a kid turning on the nightly news and such, and it's like large amounts of the neighborhoods near Pasadena were erased today with, 55, 75 homes lost. And what the Santa Anas can do is, it brings brings hell to earth, basically. Okay, we got our water bottle here. My decaf should go over this way. I'll sip on it later if I need the sugar boost. Okay. I'm incredibly rested, though. I'm fresh. We'll look at the news weather next to see if the Highland Fire has good wet weather coming in. I know California is more likely to get wet weather than southern, but we're going to look at overall El Nino and what that means. Spoiler alert, El Nino, and this is called strong El Nino, and apparently that matters, usually means a wetter and cooler Southern California and, Arizona and New Mexico. It's the way the jet stream works. I'll get some graphics in a second. So this might be a flash flooding kind of. Okay, why is my chair moving? Stop. Yeah, I got these super chair wheels, guys. I should have gotten the ones with the brakes on them. They're amazing. You can replace your office chair wheels with like clear plastic ones, the rubbery stuff. But boy, if your floor is uneven, the chair will travel. Thunderbuddy 257 says you're amazing. No, you are. No, you are. You guys, I can't do this without you guys, my kind supporters. Where are you at, Thunderbuddy? That's a cool name. So go back to the Highland Fire. And Northern California might have a totally different experience, and Oregon and Washington are going to have a very different experience due to El Nino as forecast. It usually means a hotter and drier. Well, hearts, yeah. think a lot is horse. Hearts, man. Spam the hearts. Minneapolis. Okay. Welcome. How'd you find us? So, the rest of this report that was current earlier today said the fire was minimal over last night. Steep and rugged terrain is a challenge. Weather will be warm and dry through Saturday. Firefighters will continue building containment line and then cooling the smoldering material. Blah blah blah. That's going to mean tree stumps and such. Um, the total personnel in the Highland Fire was 837. It's a crazy response. They had 72 engines, 11 water tenders, which means a water truck. It says 0 helicopters are assigned. I guess this means for today. 17 hand crews, that's people with rakes and shovels, going out there sticking their fingers in the dirt, making sure everything's cool. 11 dozers, 2 other. I wonder what 2 other means. So the firefighting air tankers are flying fire suppression missions as weather conditions allow. The other 2 may be drones. We know that there are military drones going on because that morning at 4:30 in the morning, after the flare-up of the west side by Radek at 3:30 in the morning, they immediately launched an airplane, and I listened to it and went live as soon as I could, and they were trying to assess the situation, and they said, we can't enter the area until the drone is gone. Can you alert the military? And I went, what? There's a military drone, because the military drone did not show up on flight radar. Let's check it real quick to see if there's a mapping plane. So I've got a filter on no aircraft above 14,000 or so. Should show up here. There's Temecula, which helps us find Ahuanga. I have been saying this so wrong. I feel like an idiot. Definitely like Ahuanga. Like, you don't really pronounce G's here. I guess it's Native American. It could be Spanish/Native American. I don't see a mapping plane, but they usually take off after 10:30 or 11 anyway. Oh, hey, Chris. JD says, what? Please feel better. Oh, yeah, I am. How have you been, JD? Go Calago. I live 2 blocks from the east boundary of Camp Pendleton at Fallbrook. Pendleton has a lot of fires, and we're used to it. That's going to be unsettling. In a way, though, it's comforting because it means the fuel is constantly worn down so that it's not as fierce as it could be, right? This area of California is meant to burn. It's tumbling tumbleweed stuff. It's rocky, dry stuff. Preventing it from being on fire every year is part of the big problem. If they gridded the landscape with some good fire access roads, or maybe made it like a series of triangles, it doesn't have to be like a square, like a chessboard necessarily, they could do a lot of quick control burns, and really we could say goodbye to a lot of these potential town erasers. But you know, it has expense, and there'd be a lot of planning there. But it can happen. I think they do have a pretty good firefighting team at Camp Pendleton. They seem to do good work, as mysterious as it is. So we don't see a firefighting aircraft. Okay. Now, what was I going to do next? The weather. And then we'll look at how El Nino in general is going to affect California and Oregon. So, okay, at 1:04, let's go to the weather for the Highland and for Southern California. Highland and SoCal. Because there was supposed to be some stuff that was coming in off the coast. We are right now in an atmospheric river. Hang on, my radar. There you go. There we go. we are in an atmospheric river here in Oregon and Washington. This big Pineapple Express came in. Now, that's one of those fun slang terms of meteorologists. They've been using it since like the 60s at least, because whenever there's a high pressure thing around Hawaii, which is right there, high pressure, whenever you see a big H on the screen for weather, is a shield that bounces storms off of it. So whenever there's high pressure around Hawaii, I don't know if there's currently, but I think so, because there's no, I mean, it doesn't say high, but there's no storms on it. That will sometimes bounce, especially the bad storms that form here, which are tropical storms and remnant cyclones. They sometimes hit Hawaii and go boing, and then get flung at either Northern California, sometimes Southern California. And but usually it hits Portland and Seattle at the Pacific Northwest. Sometimes it'll miss us and go to Vancouver, Washington, or something. Which, my God, they could use a lot of rain, but in a bad way. Vancouver and Western Canada shouldn't get too much rain at once, so they'll just have massive slides from those crazy fires that they had earlier. So this atmospheric river is leaving, as far as my neck of the woods is concerned, is leaving, and here's parts of its remnants going past. But it was almost constant rain since Halloween, and pretty hard driving rain, and thus the flash flood warnings for southwestern Oregon and northwest California. Now we've got a little break in it, and then more is lined up. So there's some talk about some of it and some of the rain hitting Northern California, which it looks like it just happened, and some of it's leaving Northern California. This spot right here is probably rejoicing because this is basically a desert corner of California. Isn't that Mono County? Let me check that. Northern Siskiyou, Northwest Modoc. Okay. So they've got a wind advisory, 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but thank God it's wet. Now there was a fire earlier today in Shasta County, but it was small and stayed small. Just thank God it's wet is all I gotta say. So let's look at actual forecasts, like from National Weather Service, and see if Southern California is gonna get any wet moisture. Because what these Santa Anas just did is took a hot, dry hair dryer and just dried out all the vegetation of Southern California. So the vegetation right now is more dry than it was the day that the Highland Fire started on the 30th. So that's what wind does. So we know that the winds are supposed to come from the ocean, which tend to be the moist stuff. And that was supposed to have taken place, let's see, yesterday. Let's see if it really did, or Thursday night. Let's check that out. So I'm gonna get off the radar. And I did have the National Weather Service. Where was it? It's in my group. And we'll go back and look at Hawaii and how Hawaii Electric is. I don't like it. No, that's September. That's old news. Where's my new news? Okay, there's the Highland. I may have lost it. Oh, here's today's view of where the Highland Fire was. Remember how it started here and went? Look how nice that is. Can't even see a fire. This is current. This is right now. Still looking north. And if you guys didn't see my previous videos I shared with people, this was the outbreak of the Highland Fire from this same view. Watch right here. See? Right there. As soon as I stitch these together, I'll put this on my channel and on Twitter. It's just some high definition, oh my God, kind of footage. You see the first hour of the Highland Fire, they said it was moderate rate of spread, and I saw that, and so I didn't know all hell was breaking loose an hour later when I was outside. That's why I didn't cover it live. But then, what a difference an hour makes. It just went due west and to the northwest along with the wind. And this is just a taster. That's mild Santa Ana conditions. So it's a much a very welcome change. Here's how it was that night after 3 a.m. when here was the east side by Chris Allen Way where they did that crazy, next day firefighting to protect those structures that we watched live. And here was the west end of the fire that reached out for radec at the intersection here and tried to jump the highway. So that's why I didn't get any damn sleep. So okay, looking back up there, flash droughts suck. Yeah, reflective sun. How you doing? Hey, Spinny, how you doing? JD says, weren't we just talking about the fire next to my house, basically last Grass Valley? What? Grass Valley? That's funny. You mean I was just talking. What do you mean just talking about? The Highland Fire is, God, what county is that? Down in Southern California. Let me show you where it is. There was a small fire that we just looked at Tuolumne County. The Highland is down here by Temecula. The Santa Ana's. I thought, I just want to be clear because we have people tuning in from all over the country somehow. Now, I didn't know there was any fire near Grass Valley. Excuse me, Grass Valley. The Hawkeye, 2.5 acre. Wait, no, Grass Valley's way up here. I don't see one. Did you have one today? I did not hear about one. It's been wet, right? You've had some wet weather. Now I'm getting confused. No, I'm gonna open up a new. Oh, was I smart and did I tuck it under the weather tab? If I did, I'm gonna be kicking myself here. Oh, they had predictive services today. Weather briefing. That might be cool to watch, but I want to get to the point, the meat and potatoes about. It's Medford. Okay, we'll just go to Wanga, California, and see if Southern California is going to get some moisture. Because if they don't, that's concerning. They had humidity of 8% the last couple of days, and 10. Right now, it's a totally moist 33. No, that's not moist. I'm making a joke. So this is concerning. Look at the forecast. Mostly clear, sunny. Mostly clear at night, then sunny on Monday. Mostly clear at night. Tuesday, fog, then mostly sunny. Partly cloudy, sunny. Highs almost 70 degrees, even into Tuesday, Wednesday. Tomorrow's high is 83. The vegetation is critical. It's critically dry. They need some serious dew. They need some serious, maybe some actual rain. So it's still sketchy in Southern California. So I'm taking a week off next week as well. Looks like to be here at my station. Now we don't have any high wind forecast. I don't think, except Monday, winds could gust as high as 20 to some. Now I don't trust forecasts too many days out in the future, but that wind event dried out the moisture. It's not getting wet. This patchy fog, I don't know that that's gonna do enough to make the area breathe a sigh of relief. It's still vulnerable. I was hoping. Now we'll look at the forecast discussion. This is where they talk about stuff. There's another warm day expected on Sunday with highs topping out 5 to 10 degrees above normal, away from the immediate coastline. Patchy low clouds and fog will be possible at beaches overnight into Sunday morning, with more widespread fog and low clouds Sunday night into Monday. A cooling trend indicates on Monday from the coast through the mountains and reaches the deserts on Tuesday as a strong trough approaches. Oh, by the way, stick around, guys. I'm going to highlight a very deadly TikTok trend, like as a safety message. I mean, yeah, we're in the boring weather forecast, but you'll want to hear about the deadly hobby that's being promoted through TikTok and YouTube. Right, and remind me about this. So there's a cooling trend initiates on Monday from the coast through the mountains and reaches the deserts on Tuesday as a strong trough approaches the west coast. Gusty winds in the mountains and deserts will occur early next week, peaking in intensity Monday afternoon and again Tuesday. Cool temps then persist through the rest of the week. So discussion for extreme southwestern California, including Orange and San Diego counties, western Riverside, which is where we are here with the Highland Fire, and southwestern San Bernardino counties. Thin high clouds continue to stream overhead this evening. A small patch of low clouds or fog has developed across the coastal northern San Diego County. You still with us, Sea Probe? I forgot to ask how you were doing. I'm sorry. He's still sick. The main forecast challenge this evening remains the formation of fog on the immediate coast. Dew point, blah, 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 remains at the coast, so fog will not form until the temperatures are able to fall a bit more, mainly into the mid-upper 50s. If fog does occur, it would likely occur after midnight. So they're not even sure if fog, which would be lovely for spritzing the vegetation and getting it some moisture, they're not even sure it's going to happen. So, like I said, we've got highs of 83 and 85 further inland, like Ahuanga, or I'm saying that wrong, I'm sorry, where the Highland Fire is. So, people should be on alert, especially with 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It may not be the Santa Anas, but Santa Anas just took a hairdryer to all the vegetation. So, I'm not seeing a specific fire warning, but common sense just dictates, yeah, there's no rain yet. There's some wind. You can have fire danger. Look at the humidity, 33% at night. It's supposed to be higher at night during the day. So it'll probably be teens or 20s during the day. But like I said, we're in California's most dangerous fire season, October and November, before the rains come. But here's what we had to look forward to as far as El Nino, and then I'll get to the very dangerous, in fact, it's killing people left and right, hobby that TikTok has been encouraging people to do. Okay, so let's look at the timestamp 117. We'll look at El Nino. And I'm not going to go into a big spiel. There's some graphics. They'll just explain El Nino pretty much. And it's a wild card. El Nino is more predictable than La Nina. We had La Nina the past 3 years. That's why we had crazy weather past 3 years. Now, let's see, where did I even put the El Nino stuff? What? Okay, that's just random news. Okay, and we'll go back to Hawaii Electric after that. That should have been closed. Yeah, Hawaii Electric. It might be quicker to just actually just open up a new tab. I've got tab overload. I've got to get rid of some, like the Tyee and the Lookout Fire. Thank God Oregon's wildfire season is over at least. So these aren't the best. They aren't the best graphics. Oh, there they are. Okay. So it'll change. I think we're in strong El Nino. We got to verify that. So this says it all. Let me see if I can make this bigger. And you get a typically hotter and drier Pacific Northwest, including Canada going into Vancouver. But you get the extended Pacific jet stream thing. It's even saying amplified storm track. That says it all. See if you can get bigger. Can't get bigger, no. And you get dry Ohio Valley and Mississippi Valley and such. And you see the polar jet stream arrow? You get your nor'easter. I think the year of the perfect storm that just wrecked so many sailors It was basically like a cold hurricane at sea. That was El Nino too, I believe. It was El Nino when we lost Paradise. And I think it was El Nino the year of the Oakland firestorm. So El Nino can do like three basic things to California. Oh, Larry, thanks so much for your kind donation. Thank you for keeping us going. You're like super supporter level right now. I think you are number one, actually, with Chris's $100 donation on the Halloween being an awesome number two. Very, very appreciated. To get three possible outcomes as far as fire concerning California with El Nino. So El Nino is the Pacific Ocean being hotter. La Nina is when it's colder, like basically from Baja California to New Zealand. That's the main place where it matters. It's the storm generating place. That's how it affects the jet stream, blah, blah, blah. Don't ask me how. But when that section over here gets hotter, storms are fueled by hot water, like tropical storms, right? So you get these changes, and some of this tropical stuff get ejected from different way to say it, ejected from the ocean and like splashed all over the Southwest. So you can get flash floods and the mudslides of LA that sometimes happen. And remember that song, "It never rains in California, but girl, don't they warn ya? It pours, man, it pours." That's what that's about. Like LA doesn't have normal rain. It's got mudslide, torrential rain, and not much else in between. So that's when you see on the news the rich people's homes like falling down mountainsides and really bad stuff that you don't want to see coming out of Colombia. Don't ask me how. Yeah, I'm not a meteorologist. I don't pretend to be that. You only need to understand this. Yeah. Oh God, Reflect the Sun mentions with sea surface temps skyrocketing above baseline, we could see super El Nino. Is that the latest news? Because I've been in bed for 4 days. Wait, Northborough? What's happening? Do I follow Ben Davidson? Wait, who's that? I'm sure there's no relation. Uh, yeah, it's okay. We could curse a little bit after 10 p.m. JD, but let's try to not quite curse yet. Is that a weather guy? Um, yeah, thanks, Larry, for being on top. Reflect the Sun's hotter and drier, amazing 121 degrees in BC. That was during La Nina. Okay, so like I said, El Nino is more predictable than La Nina, but they're both a bit of a wild card. But La Nina is a super wild card. La Nina is usually colder and wetter Pacific Northwest. So last year we had a pretty bad snowpack, like a pretty deep, unusual, and lengthy snowpack in Portland that shut down the city. Just doesn't snow here enough for them to like actually de-ice anything. It's just cheaper to shut down the city for a couple of days and not have school than buy snowplows that are used like once every 5 years. So the that's typical La Nina winter. So being the opposite, you'd think, oh well, El Nino, then we'll have a warm and dry Pacific Northwest. Sure, but here's where they both have something in common: extremes. No matter what's happening, they've got extremes. So even though the word typical, like you see where it says warm and dry here, or well, it doesn't say dry, but it is warm and dry for the Pacific Northwest. That's like overall. It doesn't mean you can't have a couple insanely bad, freezing, like 10-degree temperature snowstorms roll in, like two, with the rest of the time it being unusually warm and dry during the winter. You see what I'm saying? Like you expect this as a generality with some weeks of extreme. So you could have That's what I'm talking about, scenario 1. An Indian summer for California. Like when Paradise burned down, November 8th was unusually hot and dry. It was acting like it was still August in a way. There was a delay in the rains of November / snow. Basically, the Sierras don't get much rain. It usually just goes to snow season instantly, either late October or early to mid-November. So it's November 4th. Remember, Paradise happened November 8th. That means I'm delighted by this. Delighted. Everybody should be delighted for Northern California to see this. Moisture! Moisture! And a bunch of it just left. Whew. So at least the next couple of days, even though there's some wind here, moisture! Yay! Okay, so the likeliness of having something like a repeat Bear Fire or Paradise Fire in Butte County or something like that is in Shasta County, like is lessened thanks to that moisture right now. We're not out of the woods yet. We should not be celebrating victory and saying, "Oh, there weren't that many bad fires," until the heavy snowpack comes, the big rains. JD says I'm in Nevada City, not from there. Yeah, and Nevada City, this affects Nevada City as well. So here's the first scenario for California. We get an Indian summer and then extremely heavy snow and flood year. That can happen in El Nino. A lot of the bad flood years were El Nino winters. So you get the double whammy of extremes. You can have extremely bad fires transition into extremely bad floods during November. Like to a flooding, well, it takes a while to build up the snowpack, and the floods usually happen in the melt in May, but you know what I'm saying. So that is a scenario. You get the worst of both worlds. But seeing the moisture of today, that's a really good sign that we won't. Just fingers crossed. November's not over. Other scenario out of 3 is an Indian summer and a very, very dry winter. See how there's sort of like this little in-between slot, in between where it says warm and dry and wet. It should say cold. Warmer, drier, wetter, colder. That's where the Sierras are. That's like Tahoe right there. So that's because that's a big question mark. It's extremely hard to predict right there in this little gray spot what that'll particularly do, and that's the heart of the Sierras. The peaks, the tallest mountains. I think Echo Summit's the tallest. Not Echo Summit. Kit Carson Pass is the tallest. At 8,500, like the tallest road in California, like highway. Felt like it anyway when I was driving through it in a blizzard. So that's the second scenario. First scenario is worst of both worlds. Indian summer plus a flooding, heavy snowpack in winter, harsh winter, and when it melts, a flood in the spring. Second scenario, just a drier than normal situation all the way around throughout the late autumn and into winter, and California's in drought. Third scenario, just straight up floods and heavy snowpack and lots more moisture. So, hold on to your butts. El Nino delivers extremes. You should not expect anything normal. If we have super El Nino, God knows what that even means. So there's different charts that say what happens during a normal El Nino, a light El Nino, a heavy one. So let's find one. This is the opposite. This one is the La Nina stuff. So this is what happened the last 3 years. And part of why we've had some pretty bad. This is just winter. Remember, it's just winter. We've had some pretty severe weather as well. So this is the basics. This is probably the graphics for the medium. Let me find the ones for what does heavy El Nino winter do for California. I'm sure. Whoops. Yeah, I'm not a robot. I'm sure what I was just looking at, maybe not, might show up. Maybe not. So Let's just see which one has the appropriate graphic.
This winter is going to be marked.
Whoa, shut up. Sorry. Whoa, that freaked me out. I did not mean to have it autoplay. I hate autoplaying. Blah, 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 blah. Precipitation anomaly in El Nino years since 1950. Whatever. Now, I like to look at it instead of a weird graphic like this. Just look at the flood years, like the 96, 97, because it went over December into January. Like, was that El Nino? Yep. And the 2018 to 2019, was that El Nino? Yep. And that was the year we lost paradise, November 2018. So I remember trying to get there soon after the fire had moved away from the town up into the mountains. It was still raging. It was very late November. And I drove down there, and the day my uncle could take us up in his pickup truck, made as far as Cherokee near Orville, and we were turned back because torrential mudslides were happening, and torrential rain was happening at Paradise, and that really helped put out the Paradise fire once it moved up into the mountains. So 2018 was a double whammy year. You got that bad fire season, and then you got the bad winter as well. Thankfully, not terrible flooding, but that's when the reservoirs filled back up, and they looked terrible for years. In fact, 1 or 2 years prior was the dam spillway disaster. Yeah, Orville Dam spillway disaster. So I want these graphics, though, the ones that are in a chart. So this is not the one I wanted. I'm frustrated. I have so many tabs open. One of them is the graphic, but it's easier to just find it. The graphic, that's not the graphic. Okay, there's the graphic. I thought it was the National Weather Service, but I can't remember. You know, it could have been on coin. Yeah, so like here, it says typical. We're not in typical, we're in severe and in strong. Okay. So, okay, here's a nice graphic. Past El Nino events have historically favored near normal or wet winter months, but past conditions don't guarantee a future outcome. Right. So for the Sierras, wet years dominate, like flood years, heavy snowpack, lots of rain, are the historic El Ninos from 1950 to through 2022. So throw a dart on the wall. You got like a 50% chance to hit the wet years, right? Quarter chance for near normal and quarter chance it's extra dry. Southern California, like by this Highland Fire, it almost always means a wet year. It's, like I said, it's way more predictable down there. But the Sierras are in that gray spot where you got a coin toss of stuff. So when, though, is the wet going to hit Southern California? And when it does, it might be quite torrential. So even though we're still in a dry vegetation and fire danger situation, that could change in an instant, like a week from now, a couple weeks from now. I'm not familiar with when the rains are supposed to hit Southern California because I'm not familiar with that part of the state. Never really studied that, and I'm not sure how much rain and when arrives. If you guys know, please tell me if you're that local. Now, Northern California is very similar to what we see with the Sierras, and Central has a pretty dominating wet year situation. So that's a nice graphic right there. Now, I still haven't found the really good one. So let's look for just a second more. In my mind here. Wow, that's a huge ad. Yeah, there's way too many ads here. Well, mostly this is ads. Man, NBCLA is mostly ads. You know, it could have been coin. So I'm just going to check coin real quick. Wait, is that coin? That's coin. Yeah, coin on coin's weather. that could have been where I got the article. So we've got minor flooding around where I'm at, but we've dodged a bullet. We've had a couple of hours, even though it's been torrentially raining with those atmospheric rivers. It's pretty much Halloween. We've had pauses of like 4 to 5 hours of dryness, and that's prevented like my local area from flooding. Pretty lucky right here. So I think it's just sorry, I'm still sick and discombobulated. Next, I'm going to tell you about the deadly hobby that is killing people left and right. That sparked a debate. It's a fire unsafe thing. It sparked a debate again about whether or not YouTube should allow these videos and TikTok, because it's just like how to kill yourself while making art. You know, the people who have started this trend need to realize they have blood on their hands. I mean, you could tell people how to build a bomb. It's not ethical to do so. Even if it's a small thing, it's for recreation. Just don't. There's things you don't do. You don't tell people to do stuff like this. So let's go El Nino. The article. Guess it wasn't coin. All right. Well, I'm sure the little perfect graphic thing. Come right back. What I'm not looking for. I think you guys get the general idea. Okay, let's switch gears to the deadly hobby. So let me go to 01 hour 36. And thank you guys for still being with me here. The deadly hobby. Now there's a shout out I need to do. Some of the people on YouTube that I really respect. Go to YouTube now. I've been getting the word out because this needs they need to do something about this. Oh, there's me. Wow. So gosh, which one was the when I was watching the it's called the Fractal art wood burning. Now you know about fractals. They're what Fibonacci sequence based or something like that. And I remember in the 1990s, all the kids had these like binders with fractal art. But the funny thing about lightning strikes and electricity in the way, like say lightning, I don't want to support the channels that explain how to do it because I think they have blood on their hands. If you've ever seen lightning strike the ground, it makes a peculiar pattern. Lightning ground pattern. They're usually pretty gorgeous. Not like wallpaper, like this. This is where lightning struck a golf course. Let's see if I can get this image bigger. That's what it looks like if it spreads out, like this must have been wet when it happened. So lightning strike victims get scars on their bodies that look like that. It looks like mossy branches of trees and fern patterns and the like. Very kind of like in geology, you see the same patterns in, isn't it called moss agate? It's mathematicians and such can explain to you. That's what it looks like. Oh, looking back, JD says, right up my alley. Well, not mine where I live. He just started raining in Nevada City. Good. Congratulations. The cosmos may have suggestive mathematics. Well, you know what? Zeus tried to assassinate me twice. One of my craziest streams was 2020 when lightning struck either my house or next to my car outside. I had just been out there. That unfortunately got deleted by YouTube because the stream went over 12 hours. But I have some footage from my cell phone. That was insane. Now I was just talking and said, guys, I got my donuts from the car and lightning didn't strike me. And then boom, lightning hit the building. There's this flash of light in my, like a nuclear bomb flash. I felt it through my feet. It shook the building. I started screaming in a microphone and there was a deafening thunderclap that woke up most of the people in 5 counties around Portland. It was a crazy storm that ended the 2020 fires near Portland. And just as my heart rate calmed down, it set off every car alarm for miles. Just as my heart rate calmed down, I said, well, lightning doesn't strike twice, right, in one spot. I know it does, but I just said that. And then boom, it happened again. I screamed into the microphone again. And everybody like was deaf. Like people like Cogito were there. Yeah, I'll explain now what this art is about. So this is a natural electricity pattern, like from you see it in lightning strikes. Now, wood burning, if you don't know what that art is just taking a piece of wood and taking like a hot iron and applying, like a soldering iron, and applying it to a wood. I love doing that in shop class. Like if you go to soldering iron wood burning, and in England they say soldering. You know, I don't think you're supposed to pronounce the L. It's quite dangerous. I'm surprised they put that in my hand as a 14-year-old. But you can use tracing paper, or you can just draw with a pencil onto a piece of wood, and then you hand take your soldering iron, and it will burn without igniting the wood. So this is the safer way to do it. But if your hand slips, or if you drop the soldering iron, it'll come towards your body. I remember one time I almost dropped it in my lap because it's got a cord, so it doesn't just fall flat on your on your desk. It'll try to the cord will try to pull the iron off of your desk onto the floor because you're usually plugged into the wall towards the floor. So I learned to put on a big welder's apron in case that ever happened again. I was really glad I did. And it's difficult to make stuff look this good. It's very skilled, and so that's why they sell these tips for it. It's dangerous by nature, and now there's a much safer alternative. And I don't know why people are doing the dangerous thing. I'm not talking about soldering. Some people are trying to mimic lightning with electricity, and are trying to electrify their wood to make the fractal patterns with extremely high voltage. And this is killing people left and right. And yet YouTube won't put a danger warning on it, won't take down any of the videos that do not have the safety information that people need to know. That's the big problem, is making it look easy, like anybody could or should do it. The amount of voltage that is being done with the fractal art, you're using microwave transformers. The amount of voltage is 2 to 3 times the amount of voltage that the electric chair uses in some cases. And what they're showing in the fractal art videos, you see these, they're like jumper cables actually. They take a transformer out of a high wattage microwave, usually the old ones. There's 2 different types of transformers in microwaves these days. The ones with the giant brick looking cube, that's extremely heavy. I'm most familiar with, since I sometimes scrap metal microwaves. But I got to tell you, opening up a microwave is one of the most dangerous things you can do in the world of scrap metal, as if there's a little thing that's like a battery inside of a microwave. And it's called a capacitor, but you should treat it with all the respect of a hand grenade, because it keeps a deadly charge in it. And so when people are trying to retrieve, they think, oh, where can I get a microwave transformer? Well, find a microwave at the trash dump and open it up yourself. And so they can just electrocute themselves and die immediately doing that. Because if you just touch wrong with your fingers or a tool, the microwave capacitor, you're dead before you know it. Especially if both hands were next to the thing. Because what happens if you use both hands to touch a microwave's charged capacitor, the electricity will go through one of your hands, across your heart, and down your other arm, out your other fingertips. And you don't want electricity across your heart. So I have a policy when I take apart a microwave to put one hand behind my back, and I still use a safety pole. So if you've got a microwave transformer. There's got to be a quick image to show people what these look like. That's a magnetron. That's not a transformer. The transformer looks like this. Now I filled up buckets of these when I was scrapping microwaves for the environment. Wow, it even rotates. I took them straight to the scrapyard, even though you can sell these for like $200, I guess. Wow, that's probably because of the fractal art. It's probably not microwave repair because you can usually buy a microwave for $200. I refuse to sell these online like Craigslist because I don't want to be responsible for somebody dying. This is extremely high voltage, wattage basically. That wattage is what's going to kill you. Now, these are heavy, even though they're about the size of this, like fitting the palm of your hand. It's like they're like 8 or 9 pounds. Like that's a bunch of steel plates kind of welded together, and then the coils of copper in the center. Now, like if you fill a bucket with them, I can't lift the bucket. Like I have to take them out one by one, put the bucket in my car, go to the scrapyard. But I don't want to be responsible for somebody's death. There's people on YouTube also who use these to basically make those Nikola Tesla looking, arcs of electricity on antennas, like extremely high voltage. And you do that to try, what is that called? A Tesla coil, actually? You could walk by and it could arc and zap you in the head. Like, I mean, if you really don't know what you're doing with electricity, you should not do anything high voltage. It's crazy. So if we look at a capacitor, microwave capacitor, see an image of one next to, yeah. JD says the capacitor in an old TV set is not dangerous after an hour. It depends. That depends. Hey, Spinny, have a good night. This is what they typically look like. These you should treat this with like a hand grenade. The oh, here's two of them hooked up with their wires. That's a good graphic. So you got the positive and the negative at the end of the capacitor, but that shiny this shiny aluminum looking thing, it's pretty lightweight. Think of it as a battery. Capacitors are basically batteries, but they don't store electricity very long. But are you things? Wait a second. Wait, is there a debate going on in chat that I'm not aware of? What does not depend on? I want to make sure that I'm coming across correctly, because I think you just misunderstood me, JD. But go ahead and type out what you're saying. The capacitor in an old TV set is not dangerous after an hour. I don't know about that. If whenever I got a TV to scrap, just be on the safe side. I didn't touch it for about a week. So what capacitors are, they're like batteries, but they hold charges for a lot less amount of time, like a couple hours, couple of days, maybe a week. And people's opinions vary. My dad's an electrician by trade, but I'm not. So in order to be safe, you need to let the microwave sit that you've retrieved. And a lot of them have a bleeding resistor on them, but don't trust your life to it. Now, the next thing you should do is approach with a safety pole, and you should have pliers at the end of your safety pole, something that can't conduct electricity. So I would have a PVC pipe, and I would take electrical tape, and I would take a set of pliers and set each one of the little beaks of the plier, like a needle nose, would go and touch positive and the negative. And I also had a alligator clip with a copper wire, and I clipped that to ground, so the discharge would go of any residual charge from this capacitor, which could be very high voltage, could go straight to the earth. So that's very, even if you leave a microwave for a week, some people would say, oh, it's got to be gone after a week. Well, I'd rather not trust my life to that assumption. I'm just one of those safety nets. And yeah, I've seen a lot of YouTube videos where like people running off to scrap a microwave, they go to unhook these wires because these are attached to each other. And there's a lot more wires in a microwave. And they just reach in there and they touch their fingers into each of these cups. And they're dangerously close to their fingers touching the positive and the negative. And that can just, boom, electrocute you, stop your heart with one giant jolt. It's always good to do it in public to have somebody near you. This is how dangerous this stuff is. So when I advise people on getting into scrapping, until you really know what you're doing, until you have your safety explained to you by an actual electrician. And I know 2 electricians in my life who explained that to me. They need to supervise you the first couple times you do it and tell you if you're doing anything wrong and explain everything the inside out. Like don't trust your life to what I'm saying. Don't think you could take some pliers and electrical tape and wrap them around a pole, and please don't confuse me with an electrician and think that you'll be safe. Like, microwave designs vary. Some of them you take apart and they don't look like this on the inside anymore, and they have exposed mechanisms because this is an old style. The heavier the microwave, the older style it is. The newer ones are even more dangerous to stick your hands around. But I report these videos when I see dangerous scrapping. Like for microwaves, I never thought I would see fractal art with these materials. But this is what is, it's even worse. This is what's going on now. This particular one, at least there's a warning label. Don't try it at home, but really, this is taking nails, hooking up battery, uh, hooking up battery. Uh, Sometimes they use car batteries. Sometimes they use the microwave transformer. But these are nails, and then these jumper cables, positive and the negative, are being touched to the same amount of wood, sending a charge. And so the pattern is etched with electricity and fire. Now, sure, that looks cool, but you know what the safe alternative is? Get a fractal pattern out of a computer, because computers can generate them, and then get what's called a laser engraver. They sell them now, and you can have the same effect. It's just lasers that will, you can make your own wooden cell phone holders, cell phone cases. And as long as you took precautions with your eyes and followed all the safety measures, your laser engraver can do the same art without. What people are doing is they're putting their hands this close to certain death. If you touch this with your hands and your hands slip off the insulated, see the red rubber insulator, and touch the metal, oh God, you could instantly die. So this is what a lot of people have been doing, instantly dying. In some cases, this is horrible. It's not instant. It's a very long electrocution with severe burns. Yeah, ACB says somebody just. Wait. Is there. What's going on? Is there some sort of a debate in the chat? And who said that microwaves nuke your food? I'm not sure anybody said that, unless I missed something in chat. I don't see anybody's messages being deleted. Oh, ACB saying electromagnetic fields. Well, they're shielding ACB though in a microwave door. That's why the glass isn't clear. I once had a boyfriend that was terrified of when I used his microwave in his kitchen. Like whatever he was heating up in the microwave was about done, and so I hit the button. Oh, JD, you gotta be appropriate. Okay, God, I swear to God, whenever there's something going on in chat, Watch Duty decides to butt in. Okay, JD, did I say anything wrong? And when? Because I don't know if you're mad at me or you're mad at chat or what just happened in chat. But no using the R word in that way. Trout Fire, Hat Creek. Okay, let's see if that's a new one. Shasta County, updated 1 minute ago. 4-acre fire. Yeah, Shasta just got some wetting rain, I believe, Shasta County. So there's a little bit. I don't think we need to switch over and cover that. 4 acres. It's like I've had backyards bigger than that. I don't know if anybody just claimed to be an electrician. I'm so confused by what just happened in chat. I'm just going to proceed here. So the problem with this art is you would think that if you hook this up, don't attempt this in any way. And this has started the debate because now the death toll is racking up. It's not only a death by electrocution, it's a burn, severe burns that happen because if you either hook up the car battery, hell, that's not gonna, there's no GFI involved, which is the thing like people used to drop a toaster in the bathtub and it would kill people. And so GFIs were invented, GFI outlets to prevent that. Or if they dropped a hair dryer in the bathtub, that'll save your life. Now, car battery, of course, has no GFI, so that will just fry you. The using the microwaves, the transformer, even if you're powering it somehow through the house, it's not going to ever trip the GFI, no matter what's happening to you. And I'll let electricians explain why. So this one survivor who was like, please tell my story to the public, and she put her burn, what was left of her hand, I'll say it that way, on the internet to be photographed. I'm not going to show it, it's gruesome. She somehow survived operating the device alone. It's the kind that you can't let go of what you're holding. So when electricity is passing through the human body or anything, it's hot, right? So you not only get the shock, you get the burn. The longer it goes on, the worse the burns get, but they're internally, you could be burning your bone as well as your nerves, as well as your flesh of your hand, boiling off your blood. So even if you are revived, even if it stopped your heart, even if you go to the hospital, sometimes they can't save, especially the digits and fingers and stuff closest to where the most juice is flowing, I should say. So her hand that slipped off one of these, I believe it slipped off one of these jumper cables and made contact with the metal part. She has a palm left with a lot of skin grafts on it, and she has a little nub where a thumb should be, pretty much as what's left of her hand. So, like I said, I'm not going to show that graphic thing, but she must have been electrically charged for unknown amount of time, and who knows how she managed to survive and wake up. She was thrown 10 to 20 feet away from her starting position somehow, and it's unclear what her setup was like, but I think at least 6 people have died. I don't know which countries. So Fractal wood burning, called the Lichtenberg method, is today's most dangerous and deadly trend. But there are many, many viral videos that don't explain the dangers and just make it look cool like this. I don't want to promote those videos you say don't try this at home, just get a laser engraver. This is not at all worth risking your life. But unfortunately, youth have been trying it out. And I wanted to, yeah, I don't know, Stranger Evan, what's going on? I don't know, JD, what I do not understand. Whoops, I didn't mean to click on that. I don't understand what you're angry about. So, I can't help you with it. Anyway, just go on to Amazon and get a laser engraver if you want to do cool wood burning projects without the risk of burns due to a soldering iron, which is the traditional way. The other non-traditional way that was a little bit safer is to use a branding iron, like a blacksmith. You know how they used to brand cattle and horses? I think they occasionally still do. Mostly as a tattoo these days, though. You could put a hot iron in a fire and then put that pattern and just burn it all at once, boom, into wood, which is a little bit safer than sitting there and penciling over the hours with the soldering iron in your hand. But there have been some heroes on YouTube like Big Clive, and the Fractal burning. If you want to know more about this, yeah, his video is "This Will Kill You." There's the capacitor over here to the left. Here's the transformer. I'm gonna link it. I'm gonna link it here. Okay. You really are not coherent, JD. I really don't understand what your beef is. I don't know, like you're upset that you're saying that people microwaves nuke food. That's what the slang is when you say that it's heating up food. To nuke your dinner means to microwave it. And if you're really upset about that terminology, I don't know what to say. If you think anybody's implying that food is irradiated by a microwave, I don't know why. I don't know why. Everything I've said is true. If you put your fingers, put your fingers in these little black slots here in a capacitor and it's charged, you're going to have you're going to get your socks blown off. They can hold a lethal charge. Of scrapping, I've made hundreds of scrapping videos. They have not seen the light of day because Firestream has taken a much bigger precedent than my hobby of saving the world, through metal recycling. People have died doing that. There are three big killers in scrapping that a newbie should not ever deal with until they know a lot more about electricity. And so they used to be called the Deadly Duo, and that was televisions like the glass, tube televisions. The big red cable in the back goes to the flyback transformer, and you need to discharge that before taking apart a television. Today's flash screens can have quite a shocking zap, but not usually enough to kill you. But the flyback transformer, yeah, that can do it. Of the old vacuum tube TVs, the Deadly Duo, the TV is one. The second one was microwaves. Older microwaves, heavier, have this style of transformer inside. Now, I call it the Deadly Trio because the other way that scrappers are being killed is through the high wattage power supplies of computers. But that is only dangerous if you take the protective box cover off with screwdrivers and stuff. So it's perfectly safe to touch as long as you cut the power to a computer and you don't take the box apart. But people doing it for art projects, like there's a teenager who killed himself with a 1,000-watt computer power supply. Like I said, that's what the box is for. Just don't do anything with screwdrivers. You're going to be okay. Now this, I have if you don't believe me, this is Big Clive, one of the most respected electricians of the internet with over 1 million subscribers, not just views, subscribers. He explains how the fractal stuff will kill you. And this is where I got my information today. So he reads about the lady's tale. And like I said, I'm not going to show her hand. He doesn't. I don't think he does. So he explains how she came to, she says, what I ended up doing, the victim, I followed the links until I found a guy somewhere on the internet that showed me how to take a microwave transformer out of an old microwave. Yeah, see, these people have blood on their hands. And make my own wood fracking machine with battery cables and everything. Yeah, so inspired by social media, image sharing sites, and online tutorials. So apparently it took off in 2020 when people were inside and had nothing to do, but it continues still. So he goes through all of his explaining how you die, explaining how you die throughout the process and how GFIs are not going to save you because they're not going to detect anything weird. And I don't know, I don't understand all this, but he makes it easy to understand. This is not worth dying for, this stupid little pattern. So the debate is, should YouTube allow how-to videos that basically tell people to get their bare fingers in, mere millimeters away from as much voltage as the electric chair? So going back up there, yeah, I don't know, stranger Evan. I give people second chances, but it's some of the language being used in chat. Like I don't like it the R word, for example, being applied to a person. I'll say this such and such is retarded because I mean it in the dictionary term. Not living up to potential, failing to, that kind of thing. But when you call people retarded, that's or the bigger R word, that's getting cruel, So I don't use the R word applied to people. So ACB says they use liquid nitrogen now for branding. Oh, for like branding cattle and stuff with a warning label like everything else. I don't see how that's any safer or any better. I mean, does it not hurt or something? But I would hate to be a cowboy and try to brand something and freeze my finger off into a solid block. If your finger is hit by liquid nitrogen, if you tap it, doesn't it shatter, or is that just Hollywood? Like, I don't want anything to do with it. So that is my safety thing. Big Clive and others still trying to get the word out. This is been viewed 5.4 million times. Came out a year ago. But it's still relevant because it's still killing. Now, the thing I have to criticize YouTube about is YouTube went nuts, along with Twitter and the other things before Twitter became X, with trying to get a handle on COVID, quote, misinformation. And so it would, and Russia's, quote, misinformation about Ukraine by labeling these things and saying, oh, this source comes from Russia Today, which is made by the government of Russia. Remember those labels on these YouTube videos? To like tell people and make them aware that this might be propaganda. It's funny because they did that for BBC too. This news agency is funded by, the British government, and it's almost like a propaganda warning on BBC. It was funny. But when you have absolutely deadly high voltage craft artisan how-to videos, where's the labeling? Where's the button to report something like anybody following this advice could be instantly killed, or their house could burn down in the process? Yeah. So I have a whole playlist called The Hall of Shame, and when I make my channel about scrapping and scrapping safely, saving the world through metal recycling, I will definitely go through the Hall of Shame and show the worst offenders. I mean, there's other reasons you don't want to fully take apart a microwave. The other bad things I've seen is people taking apart magnetrons and spilling beryllium dust all over their homes with children in it. Beryllium is like asbestos, but it's not as kind. Asbestos will give you 30 years to live. Beryllium dust will not. And berylliosis is like a unfolding health crisis and occupational hazard. So don't put microwaves in the trash compactor of the apartment complex people. The people running the trash compactor could suffer beryllium dust inhalation. They say they're phasing it out of microwaves and that new magnetrons don't have it, but I don't know. The magnetron looks like this. I have a whole bucket full of them. It looks like that. Well, many of them look like that. So don't take them apart for the magnets. I've seen so many YouTube videos that say, oh, there's magnets in here. Okay, buy some at the store. They're like 65 cents. Don't open that. Just don't. Just don't. Like I said, deadly duo, microwaves, glass, vacuum tube TVs. You want to add the deadly trio, high wattage, computer power supplies. Other than that, scrapping is generally not that hazardous. As long as you don't, tool use can be hazardous, right? So that is the big safety message. And Google fractal wood burning at your own peril. You may see some gruesome images. I do my best not to be exploitive that way. Okay. So what was the other thing I was going to cover? Yes, we're going to go back to Hawaii. So I am still wanting to know about the worst mass death incident in recent fire history. The biggest death toll was Paradise at 85 plus. The torrential rains of late November 2018 and early December washed away some of the remains, so we won't know the full death toll. Authorities like Butte County assume 85 is about right because they compared missing persons lists to the amount of remains found, etc. And so the terrible thing about that, though, is a lot of people maybe were just visiting, right? So I'm just going to say 85 plus for Paradise. That's where my brother almost lost his life. He lost his house and he drove through the flames with screaming kids in the back and his wife and barely made it. So that was, and the Cascade Fire a year before is why I do what I do now. We lost a family friend to wildfire just south of Butte County in the Bangor-Loma Rica area. And Stan was a attorney. He would have sued the crap out of PG&E. It was all PG&E fires, power company fires. And I thought that California had the most. I thought California might be unique. I mean, sure, there could be neglected power line maintenance for decades in other states, but I didn't think that we would see PG&E style power companies erasing towns and killing and causing mass death events. However, we have seen it. We saw it here in Hawaii. It seems so long ago, but just a few months ago with Hawaii Electric, almost certainly at fault. I have to say almost because trial hasn't happened yet. So here's the headline that astounded me. And we've also seen it in Oregon where there was a trial and Pacific Power, I believe, or Pacific Core, I think one's a subsidiary of the other, was found guilty of causing the Beachy Creek fire to be much worse than it was, and there was almost a mass death event at Detroit Lake. I mean, people did die in the Beachy Creek, but 70 people almost died at Detroit Lake. They just escaped with an inch of their lives. So we saw it in Northern California too, with the McKinney fire, perhaps. And then when we saw it with Hawaii, this seems to be a disturbing trend where there needs to be a lot more oversight of power companies, because they're the number one cause of the big billion-dollar disasters, the big town erasers, and the mass death fires. Before this in history, we had, regular wildfires killing the regular way. But California's deadliest fire had I think 35. And it was like the 1920s or 30s as the highest death toll. Like, we haven't seen high death tolls like this really since the 1800s and early 20th century. So this astounds me. Utility regulators are still waiting. Take a hard look at Hawaii Electric. Sorry, what? Like it's November? When did that happen? July? Is that August or July? Like they should have been there the next day? What the hell? So this worries me a lot, that I'm concerned that evidence may have been destroyed or covered up, because that is what happened, and a jury found them guilty with the Beach Creek fire, 2020 in Oregon. That the local power company was covering up their involvement in making that fire worse by knowing full well their lines are going down and starting fires, and yet not turning off the power. They had really stupid excuses like, oh, we couldn't get a hold of a manager to get approval to turn off the power. Like, dear God. Stupid excuses. And so the jury lost all sympathy for the company when they found out that they had been around hiding evidence. I can't remember if that's Pacific Power or Pacific Corp, but anyway, the one Warren Buffett is involved with. And let's see here. Brett Boywitz says, how about this one? Can anyone also say those pesky smart meters? That's the other faulty equipment. I haven't heard about them doing anything bad. Can you tell me about that? ACB says there's been a media blackout about Hawaii for months. Yeah, I'm upset. I'm quite upset. Now, there's plenty of time to cover up a lot of evidence. And these are the conspiracies hiding in plain sight. When people are like, oh, aliens and space lasers and governments, no, it's your good old-fashioned politicians taking, and I'm not talking about Hawaii here, but for California, it's politicians taking the monies from the power company and then failing to hold them accountable, and writing laws that, like for example, that Newsom signed, that limits their liability, and they don't have to pay the victims as much, and the taxpayer ends up footing the bill, and the victims get screwed. Like that's what happened with Newsom in California. And blaming global warming instead of neglected maintenance. Well, global warming doesn't cause fires. It just makes them worse. This is why you can't have people stupid with fires in an era of global warming. It's the worst time to have it, including corporations. So you have your people who don't want to be punished for their, well, involvement. Like, where are if power companies do wrong, where are the inspectors? That's part of government, right? So you have this uncomfortable mix of both of the responsible parties here wanting to cover each other's asses. Chapter 10, yeah, I'll use the word asses. So and then you have law enforcement and such, and prosecutors who are extremely frustrated, because this is where the government is supposed to protect people. The elected officials are supposed to protect people. The inspectors are supposed to protect people. So who signs off on letting maintenance fail? And why are these power companies not held accountable when they know their lines are failing and starting fires and trapping people, and yet they just keep it energized? It's the good old greed thing, where a lot of them want to keep, these power companies want to keep power on even during storms because they can't bill anybody for power days not delivered. It's as simple as that. And if people lose the food in their fridges, they're supposed to be reimbursed from their fridge not being cool, and they don't want to pay for that. And many other factors. But neglected maintenance has been a major, major one. It's a big, big problem with PG&E. Like, they didn't maintain power lines. They're 96 years old, and they never really, if they had been inspected, if they had been inspected in 96 years, nobody said, you got to fix this. Like, that's what's nuts. So what I was hoping, after the many different crimes of PG&E, the many different towns they erased, the many dozens of people they've killed, that the other states would clean up their act and look at their own power companies and never let this happen again. But we saw it happen again, and don't want to see it happen again. But we've even seen video that just straight up video of their power lines starting some of the fires, like home video, like absolutely non-debatable. So it says that other the PUC here. Let's just read the article. Public Utilities Commission has been conspicuously passive since the August fires that killed at least 99 people, destroyed most of Lahaina, including its power distribution system, and spawned dozens of lawsuits blaming Hawaii Electric for starting the fires. Other government agencies have not hesitated. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. I didn't realize they had explosives tacked on the back. Is investigating the cause. Now, I do admit that there could have been multiple ignition sources, but it's pretty dang clear as day when you look at some of the satellite photos that the power substation basically was the ignition source. Flames that took out Lahaina with the mass death situation kind of started there. It's really super obvious. Like 4-year-olds can figure it out kind of stuff. But I have to say, alleged, because this is all still up in the air. No convictions and trials and stuff yet, which is another worry that why is this taking so long? The Hawaii Attorney General Ann Lopez has brought in the nonprofit Fire Safety Research Institute to assess how state and county agencies prepared for and responded to the Maui wildfires. Even Congress has gotten involved with several committees calling on Hawaii Electric and the PUC and the state to explain their actions in regard to the fires and the aftermath. But Hawaii regulators have shown no sign that they will take a hard look at the utility that they're supposed to regulate. Here it is. Why? Why wouldn't they? Could it be that they're complicit too? That's the only thing I can think of is, well, if your negligence has helped cause a mass death situation, then yeah, you'd drag your feet too to incriminate yourself, or you'd want to cover up evidence and give yourself enough time to do it. Why don't regulators regulate? What's happening? So here's a quote. I think it's highly unusual that the PUC, Public Utility Commission of Hawaii here, will not investigate this, says Henry Curtis, Executive Director of the organization Life of the Land, who frequently intervenes in utility proceedings before the PUC. It just seems totally out of character, the entire history of the commission. By focusing on the utility, the scope of the PUC investigation would differ from those of ATF and the AG. He noted. It neither addresses how a utility causes a fire or what a utility might do to prevent it. To address what the utility should be doing is solely the Kuleana, I don't know how to say that, of the Public Utilities Commission. Does that mean jurisdiction? I don't know what that word means. Let's see. Or responsibility? It's a Hawaiian word, roughly, yeah, responsibility. Okay. It's the responsibility of the PUC. That's the thing. I don't believe these personally, that these big town erasing, mass death causing fires from power companies, and especially rickety lines, poor maintenance, poor inspection, other violations, obvious fire hazard violations. I don't think that they can just get away with things unless something is happening with the inspectors. The inspectors are either not showing up, or they're not doing their job, or they're being bribed. Something is happening. I mean, if you have a rickety power line that you've never maintained in like 96 years, how do you hide that it has damage? Like in the case of Paradise, you can't hide that. Somebody didn't look at it. Somebody who looked at it was incompetent, or somebody who looked at it lied because, well, they might get paid to, or they were pressured. Either way, it's corruption. Oh my God, let me look back. This chat. I'm sorry, mods, we may have to monitor chat a little bit higher. What happened? I try not to have people tear apart each other in chat. What nonsense? I don't know what you're talking about. How do you explain that power companies that don't maintain their lines for like 40 plus years in a row, or in case 60 to 80, in the case of PG&E, how do you explain how their equipment is supposed to be inspected regularly and yet passes when it's falling apart? How does that occur? That is my question. So, I don't know. You've got to be civil when you are explaining your point of view. So, yeah, Smitty, I don't know. I would just say take a breather, JD. Just take a breather. My friend is dead. Okay, he's never coming back. People are dead. A lot of elderly people are dead because of a failure to regulate. I'm sure capitalist companies. They got one profit. They got profit as their motive. They got one motive. They've got one job. Now, in order to, they need to make profit, right? It's kind of their nature to try to get away with what they can in order to keep their company alive. If we want them to safely deliver power, you've got to put rules on them. Safety regulations are written in blood. The rules are there to make sure that the public is safe. And when the rules are not enforced, or they're not even existent, we've got a problem. We have to change that. So it's become very obvious. If you ever read the Paradise Fire reports, you know anything about that happened, PG&E pled guilty to manslaughter. Okay, guilty to manslaughter. 85 counts. They're a felony company. This is not made up. It's true. Okay, the equipment that failed was 96 years old, and that's a head scratcher. It was high tension power lines, the really big metal towers in the Feather River Canyon. That's what failed. Okay, not like a telephone pole on the corner of the street. They're supposed to be replaced about every 25 years. They can be given a longer life if they're inspected, and they're supposed to last 35 years. So what is a 96-year-old one doing on the landscape? When they looked at the piece of equipment that failed, nobody alive today knew how to manufacture it because it's from the 1800s. How does that pass inspection? It took 96 years for this little arm hook thing on that high tension power pole to sway in the wind, left, right, left, right, left, right, and wear itself down to a nub so that it failed 2018 and nearly killed my brother. So how did that pass inspection? You got just a couple of options there. Wasn't inspected ever. In this case, we got to change that. Inspectors corrupt and or pressured to give it a rubber stamp. Or a couple other, not too many other options there. So let's go on and continue here. With new regulations, we could stop this. This is the bright, that's the bright spot here. We are not doomed to have these repeat and repeat because global warming's terrible, like the lazy media is explaining. If we actually hold these companies to accountable, put in some new laws where if you're going to have a power company, yes, profit can be your number two. Your number two, goal. But number one has to be safety of the public. You have to deliver power safely or it gets yanked away from you. You no longer have the responsibility. It's a privilege, not a right, to be a power company, a monopoly. You have to be safe. You have to do everything you can to keep the public safe, deliver power safely, otherwise yank. Somebody else will be put in charge. Regulators have to do their job. Something is wrong. Is it corruption? Yeah, capital C. Please explain why the regulator, the Public Utility Commission, will just drag their feet. Because they want to hide something. These are pretty logical conclusions. It keeps happening again and again. No, it's not space aliens and lasers. Bright side is, we notice this, we can fix it. New laws. And different bodies will oversee and make sure the corruption isn't still happening. And this will just end. It'll just end. It's not historical. This is a new phenomenon, and we can end it. We got to identify where it's going wrong, and the people can press for change, and we can get it. Right now, there's no law. Like right now, the president and Congress could say that whistleblower protection, for example, like the Dixie Fire didn't need to happen. The PG&E employee thought a fire was happening. There was different stuff he detected on the line, surges. Now his instinct was just hit the button, cut the power. That would have prevented the entire Dixie Fire, which is a $1 billion disaster. It erased multiple towns, destroyed 56% of the Plymouth National Forest, went across 5 California counties. California's largest single start wildfire ever. Took up 35% of the entire nation's firefighters to fight it, and it still wasn't enough. It was rain that ended the Dixie Fire, humanly impossible to put out and contain. That could have been avoided if the whistleblower was allowed and protected by federal law to cut the power on his own accord without needing to call anybody. But PG&E's policy was to fire workers who didn't visually confirm a fire before cutting the power. So he had to get in his pickup, drive like half an hour up into the canyon, see that the fire was going, and he tried to then call his coworkers to turn off the power. He saw a tree getting electrocuted and was leaning on the lines, but he didn't have cell phone service up there, so he had to try to fight the fire himself. So a couple of nice laws like whistleblower protection and a mandate that safety is the first priority for power companies. And hey, a little bit of support federally too. Like if a company takes a loss because they tried to protect the public, yeah, the feds should help them out. We should reward safety. Reward it. Reward safe actions by corporations. Right now it's backwards. Right now, the safer a corporation is, the more money they lose. We can change it. We can change it. We're not going to change it if we don't identify the problem. So let's continue to read the article. So neither addresses how a utility causes a fire or what a utility might do to prevent one. To address what the utility should be doing is solely the responsibility of the PUC, but they're just silent. They should be out there making recommendations. They should be reporting to the public, this is me talking now, about what went wrong It's been since August. They should have a really good idea by now. The three-person commission consists of Colin Yost, a lawyer and former solar company executive, Naomi Hawaii, I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher that name, a lawyer and former Honolulu City Council aide, and Neodolf, everybody has a hard name, Assumption, a career government planner in charge of leading the commission as its chair. Yost, who previously received the Oregon Department of Justice's Outstanding Service Award. Oh, for leading the state of Oregon's investigation and prosecution into the Western energy companies, including Enron. Oh boy. Declined to comment when asked whether the commission planned to investigate the Maui fires. So let's see. Yost said it was important for the commission to speak with one voice and referred questions to PUC spokesman David Richmond. He said the commission wants to make sure all info is available before it begins the inquiry. So their story is that we don't want to give any information to the public piecemeal. It should all be gathered at once with one definitive report. That's their explanation. However, Reagan once said something that I really love as a quote. Now, I'm not the biggest Reagan fan. It's kind of a mixed bag of things. We won't get into politics, but I loved his quotes. Trust but verify. We can go ahead and trust that this one of these people, this Yost person, seems particularly trustworthy if he investigated and went after Enron. Hopefully. Enron was a whole different conspiracy. That is a whole topic for another day. It's probably relevant. Probably part of the reason why I think PG&E was owned by Enron at the time. So much line maintenance in California just was running to the ground. That was an unsustainable pyramid scheme-esque kind of corporation. And also threw a lot of money at politicians. But I digress. In some cases, the law requires the commission, the Public Utility Commission, which is supposed to oversee the power companies, to investigate accidents involving utilities. Now, the commission's stated mission is to serve the public by ensuring essential utility services are delivered to consumers in safe, reliable, economical, and environmentally sound manner. That sounds great. The energy company should serve the public, should ensure essential utility services are delivered, so make power in a safe, reliable, and economical and environmentally sound manner. That sounds awesome. Hell yeah. To that end, the PUC law gives the commission broad investigative authority, including the power to examine into the condition of each public utility and the manner in which it is operated with reference to the safety or accommodation of the public. The statute requires the commission to investigate the cause of any accident which results in loss of life. Now, here's the thing. If a power company wants to bribe anybody, it's them, or blackmail, or anything else, it's them, because they're the ones that would investigate them. So my idea is this. There should be some different body that accompanies them to trust their findings but verify. Like federal investigators, people not local, people somewhere else in the United States who would watch them every step of the way, assist them every step of the way, but be a completely separate body, making sure, let's say the cops policing the cops, let's put it that way. So to that end, I already read that one. Why the commission won't investigate now, after a major disaster that led to nearly 100 deaths, perplexes observers like Curtis, and me too. Probably most people. They've had this power for 110 years. They've investigated deaths on ferries and railroads. They've just done this forever, so it seems totally bizarre. Yeah, something smells fishy here. Richmond, the PUC spokesman, insists the commission will act when it's appropriate. It's November, so August? I don't remember what day in August this occurred. August, September, October. It's been 3 months. Now, in the United States, when we looked at the McKinney fire, which I unfortunately didn't see as suspicious, there was lightning everywhere. So when the McKinney fire broke out, which was deadly, Northern California, I assumed it was lightning. But it turns out the power lines probably went down too, and we're still energized. And I feel like a fool because the writing was on the wall about that. The police appropriately investigated it as a crime scene. The whole area of the fire was a crime scene. And when I read that, I went, oh, crap. Of course, it could be lightning plus power lines down. In a severe lightning storm, yeah. There can be more than one ignition source, just like the Beach Creek. However, I was a little bit naive. Even me, I was a little bit naive when the McKinney fire broke out. So it's just being a good investigator to assume foul play is involved and then look for it, look for any evidence. And even if it's just negligence, even if it's just accidental, like, manslaughter has a little bit of an accidental feel to it than murder, which is definitely intentional. Like manslaughter can occur when two guys are just fist fighting and some guy hits his head, it falls on the ground, right? It's totally different than Jack the Ripper. But manslaughter is still a crime, right? So they should be a good investigator will assume a crime has committed and later think, oh, it's totally accidental if there's no evidence of the crime. But you've got to look for the evidence. You've got to look for it. And if this is month 3 and they're not really looking for anything, somebody else needs to. This is highly suspicious and frustrating. Now, I don't want to throw around accusations. Could be there a different reason, like never attribute to malice what could be incompetence. Isn't that the way the phrase goes? Or maybe they don't know what to do. Maybe they're completely overwhelmed. Maybe they've never experienced anything like this and just kind of don't know what to do. Maybe they're just being too complacent. But one thing is clear, their job is to investigate this like hounds, and they're being extremely passive. There's been enough time every day that goes by, more evidence could disappear, either through intentional acts like covering up things, even if it was just an accident in the first place. You might want to cut. There's incentive to cover that up. Or if there's really serious negligence involved, like charges against the power company could be negligent homicide. Negligent homicide is being ridiculously stupid and causing deaths. That could be one of the charges against Hawaii Electric, definitely. That would be really dang serious. So there's an incentive to cover it up if it was purely accidental, or even if it was an act of supreme stupidity, to make the charges be a lot less serious. Or for there not to be enough evidence for criminal charges. That's what we saw in Oregon with the Beach Creek fire. And that's what the jury found. It's either Pacific Power or Pacific Corps. I can't remember which one. They're kind of peas in a pod. They found that they did act to cover up evidence. That was just 2020. That is a done deal trial. And because they were convicted, they've got a lot of payout to the victims, to the state. There's a lot of money here. We've seen we've seen really corrupt situations, like if you watch airline disaster shows where even just plane crashes, passenger jets, McDonnell Douglas totally covered up, lost their entire reputation, and kind of basically failed as a company when they manufactured passenger airplane doors that were faulty and kept, well, exploding off of the airplane under pressurization and causing planes to crash. They covered that up and tried to fix it on the down low over time rather than explain to the public, okay, ground all the MDs, all the McDonnell Douglas planes, ground them and fix them. That would have been the ethical thing to do. And they even fooled investigators. It was the determined efforts of a family of one of the victims that finally found evidence, brought it to light, and then McDonnell Douglas got caught. Conspiracies over a lot less money have happened before, made by corporations. We just had one happen in 2020 with the Beach Creek fire with a different power company. These do happen. So this is interesting. Now, this article goes on. Agency is focused on renewable energy mandate. I don't know how this is relevant. Keep reading. I haven't read this before. Blah, 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 blah. Vegetation management was becoming an issue, but not specifically related to wildfires. Yeah, nowhere does the document mention wildfire mitigation. Now, this is very important. You can't have vegetation growing up underneath the power lines. It's extremely flammable or thick or near your utilities. Now, that's part of what caused Paradise Fire to be so bad. Yeah, Abu, I know you're in Scotland. This must sound like total madness to you. Yeah, it is, pretty much. The amount of corruption in here is really bad. I never knew it was this bad. I would not have stopped my life to do this unless my brother nearly died. That friend didn't die. I almost lost my second brother as well. The one who just died of cancer. He almost died in Grass Valley of wildfires. So I almost lost two brothers to wildfires. And if my dad had still lived where he formerly lived, he could have been taken out by the wildfire that killed our family friend. Like, it's everywhere in the West. Like, this is a big deal. There's very few Californians now who haven't been affected by wildfires and haven't lost somebody or known somebody who hasn't lost everything. And this is a serious deal. And to ignore it is criminal on the part of us citizens. We really can stop it, but we have to know what's happening and push for change. So this disaster at Lahaina has to be investigated thoroughly. And it does not look like that's happening. This should concern everybody. The questions of why, they need to be asked. I do fear now, looking at all this, that it might be one of those, well, we'll never know because the new theories about this or that equipment starting it or this or that happening. Oh gosh, well, we scrapped all that stuff during the cleanup. Gosh, it's just not there anymore. Gosh, we'll just never know. That's not going to be good. This stuff will repeat unless we know exactly why it happened in the first place. So, let's see here. The PUC has been around for more than a century, but it's only the last few years the agency has begun to discuss wildfires as a major risk. While the Commission seems much more familiar with problems caused by hurricanes and earthquakes, wildfire mitigation hasn't been on the board's radar until recent years. A decade ago, the major issues were the cost of electricity and how to transition to more renewable sources, solar, etc., said Hermina Morita, who served as the Commission chair from 2011 to 2015. The Commission articulated its vision for the utility in 2014 document. That's watch duty. Commission's inclinations of the future of Hawaii's electric utilities. I'm sure that's a fascinating read. Oh, sometimes I want a good Anne Rice novel. Sometimes, I want a good Tom Clancy. And sometimes I just want to sit down with an awesome commission's inclinations on the future of Hawaii's electric utilities. Man, that's a page turner. Oh, yeah, I'm sure about 10 people have ever read that. Okay, we have a vegetation fire, watch duty says, in Solano County. 2 acres, burning uphill at a moderate rate of spread. All right, so let's actually pause and take a look at that. It is just northwest of Fairfield, Suisun City, the Bay Area. So southwest of Vacaville. Let's check it out, see if there's any cams, and we'll come back to this article. I know it's depressing. It's angering, but it is relevant. We have to read about it. So it's in my news section. Okay. So let's look at the cam. I'm going to go up to Solano County. I don't know if this fire will be anything important. Okay, we got an update on it. Refresh the page. Okay. Everybody in the Bay Area is Wildfire aware. Santa Rosa in the Bay Area have got hit. Vacaville lost a chunk of its town. I don't know if we ever heard about what was the cause of what took out a lot of Vacaville. It's Vallejo, excuse me. There's Fairfield. So that might be looking directly at the Pena Adobe, Susan Valley cam. That looks like a fire on Pena Adobe. Let's take a look. Susan Valley, let's do a 15-minute time lapse. It's out of focus. Okay, that does not seem to be it. Oh, it just rotated. Hang on. Yeah, okay. It just rotated to see the fire. All right, there we go. Vegetation fire 3101 Cherry Valley Circle in Fairfield, Solano County by Vacaville in Suisun City. It looks like Suisun, but it's like Suison, but it's called Suisun City. Abu says, need to get those power lines underground. Exactly. Oh my God. We're partying like it's 1899, Abu, and we can't. We can't anymore. Now, Brett Boyd says, oh, I forgot the other one. Solar power is also causing fires sometimes. And here's the kicker. Firefighters can't touch them, and they also catch on fire. It's all about the dumb grid. Oh, yeah, if it's energized, I could see that. What my big concern is, Brett, and I haven't really heard that before. My big concern, Brett, is California's mandate to make all the cars electric, not hybrids, but all of them electric by like basically less than 10 years. But you can't put water on a lithium battery fire, otherwise it makes it worse. It's basically like spraying the area with, there's a live view of the fire. Let's look and see if another camera has another view. We're waiting for an update to see if this is serious or not. Let's see if we have a secondary view. Yeah, from Pena Adobe, looks like we do. Let's do a 15-minute time lapse. Pena Adobe? Pena Adobe? I don't know. Yeah, within the last 5 minutes, it pivoted over. So that's our time lapse situation. Now, it's hard to gauge the wind here. Because it's so overblown. Usually you just look at the smoke column and see if it's laying flat to the ground. If it's rising, that's not much to go on. And if only the dang camera would calibrate down. It's too bright. It needs to darken a little bit for us to understand. See what the hell's happening. So here's the two cams looking at it. So where they intersect is where the fire location is. So that would appear to be it's possibly by a neighborhood. It's possibly in this canyon where they're next to neighborhoods. We cannot tell at all from the cameras themselves. And we'll look at. I don't think there's a big enough heat signature to see that from El Topo yet. God, this is so bright. Okay, that's a little bit better. So it may be burning at the top of this hill, but that is quite close to a lot of residences. So let's see what the wind speed is right now at Fairfield, California. So we'll go to weather. Right back at that image in a second. Fairfield. Go. 80% humidity, that's good. Really good. Wind speed is from the southwest at 14 miles an hour. But that's high. That's high humidity. In fact, there's a chance of showers tonight. I don't think this has much of an opportunity to get bad. But we hope, right? 30% chance of showers, mostly cloudy with steady temps around 58. Okay, that means we got another update. Okay. So it is approximately 3 to 4 acres in grass, but access is limited, requesting a second alarm to Solano County per incident command. Maybe we should turn on Solano County's broadcastify. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, broadcastify. Welcome back. Thank you for kind donations. This is why I have a subscription to Broadcastify. Let's go to the major listen feed here. Listen. Choose your state. Choose California. Sonoma, Solano. Okay. Always get it confused with Sonoma. And Sonora doesn't make it easy. All right. California Highway Patrol. Got Vacaville and Suisun City Police Fire units. That's got to be it. 99 people listening. 101 people listening. Yeah. So let me see if there's special instructions. No. Okay, so it doesn't look like we need to set up the secondary player. I'll start it low.
Copy.
Okay. It's on. Go back to our camp.
Fixing to wrap up the grass fire. Switching attack.
They haven't even named. There's no name for it. It's called the grass fire. So I think it's just peeking out behind that hill. We would have several neighborhoods at risk. If the wind's out of the southwest, it would try to be pushed to the northeast. But that's if it's constant. If it's erratic, it might go anywhere it wanted to. And fires can always climb, even if it's totally against the wind. So this Suisun Valley cam is the one pointing to the north. The one pointing to the north. To the northeast. So supposedly the fire would be traveling away from this cam.
Good. I'm going to make you my division whiskey. You're going to be my right flank. I may be able to do a trunk line up this hill to utilize for both divisions.
Okay.
3101, Cherry Valley Circle. To rear of RPS resident on the hill, flame scene size of 8-car Cherry Valley Command TAC 1 dead dispatcher, map page 227.
Confirmed 1 lost or stolen plate. It's a duplicate plate was issued. Should be on a 2010 Ford sports van.
We seem to have
10-4, it's a white sports van. Can you confirm if it's the rear or the front?
we've got police, not just fire traffic.
Responding to Craig.
So calling a second alarm. So that means that it's not just one firehouse responding.
Vacaville City Battalion 871, Wildfire 3101, Cherry Valley Circle. To rear of RPS resident on the hill, flame scene size of 8-car Cherry Valley Command TAC 1 dead dispatcher, map page 227.
Flame scene the size of a car? Is that what you said?
Fairfield,
Yeah.
75 responding to 37 for coverage.
Yeah, Brett,
Hi, copy.
I think lithium batteries are just a complete mistake. They just need to get new battery technology. The graphene ones, anything else, lithium is not safe. It never will be safe. And the thermal
You'll have to tie
runaway.
in with him, but I think you guys are probably going to use one trunk line up the hill that 40 almost has in place now.
Okay, copy. What's the best access? We're basically at Cherry Valley Court, 3100 block.
I'm on Cherry Valley Court.
Okay, so some crews are still trying to figure out how to get to it.
540, increase the pressure by 10.
Besides, lithium is not sustainable. There's so many special places on Earth, like the Nazca lines, that could be obliterated in our quest for lithium. Like, there's not enough lithium on Earth to make all the batteries that are in demand. It's an environmental disaster. A lot of wildfires are caused by vehicles. Many.
1510 Alamo Drive, apartment number 25 for the San Joaquin Medical Examiner's Office for next of kin. Details went out.
Here's the amount of neighborhoods threatened right here. So they don't really have access to top of the hill.
Time to be 93 minutes.
610.
This is power lines here. Over here to the left.
And then behind us assigned to us.
They should have right-of-way access roads.
Command Division Charlie, are we putting in 2 lines or 1?
Sounds like they're getting ready to put in a second line behind you.
Copy. We're out of hose at the end of ours. We need a unit with hose up here to keep moving.
Copy. 341's coming up the hill after you guys. Support you guys.
It's hard to make out.
37 were available.
Engine 37.
Really hard to make out what's going on. Yeah, Brett, I'll be behind the whole hybrid or electric car thing. When battery,
Engine 37 on fire main.
when the batteries
Engine 37.
be put out with,
37.
when they can put out the fires with water.
Hey, Chief, we're clearing a medical. Do you want us to stay available in 37th District or attach ourselves to the fire?
No, let's attach you guys to the fire and then she can backfill station coverage for us, please.
Copy. Break. Fairfield engine 37. Show engine 537 en route shortly here to the fire.
I copy. And backfill 75 was en route for station coverage.
Oh, this is headache-inducing stuff. Right now, rural fire departments are absolutely screwed because if a electric vehicle
Engine 35 responding to an attack.
is on fire,
Engine 5.
they need dry chem, but they don't have it.
One responding to the Cherry Valley incident.
971.
Right now, it's being called Cherry Valley Incident. That might be its final fire name. I wouldn't be surprised if they just call it the Cherry Fire after Cherry Road. That's probably one of their main access roads. Fires usually get named after the road that is the most direct way to get to it. That's why Highland Fire is called.
47. I will not be en route to Station 35. I'll be en route to Station 47.
Damn it. Firefighters are drowned out in the background. So let's see. What was our weather? Fairfield and Travis Air Force Base, 80% humidity. The fire will kind of struggle against that kind of humidity. It's nighttime. But we're on hills with dry grass, so. And the buildings, neighborhoods are very close by. So there's pretty high threat to these. Oh, exactly, Brett. Right. I've seen some horrible firefighting response videos to neighborhoods. And there would be, like, say, a garage burning down. Or like a house. And there's fire in the garage. And the firefighters won't put any water, even though the garage door is open. Cars on fire, they won't put any water into the garage, just kind of inside the house.
I was off of that X-ray in Town Square, downtown.
You know, up under the roof, and people in the comments are like, "This fire department sucks. Why are they not? Why are they not putting water on that car? They're letting the luxury car burn
If I
down."
get a 2901 verbal.
That's because it's a Tesla and it's going to explode if you put water on it.
Copy. Confirm Charlie is engine 40, Captain.
Paper.
Ida Nora Adam. Initial J for Jolly. 11-9-2001-01. Local.
Right, smoke direction is going in two different directions.
So Doyle, I have you, 341 and 536 on Charlie right now.
Copy. We're still stuck at the end of hose.
It's a southwest wind. The camera is looking northeast, so mostly the smoke is going away from the camera, but it's drifting to the north slightly as well at some different points. So you've got a little bit of wind variation.
Go ahead.
So let's examine the neighborhood.
1026 unissued ID card shows an address of aisle 10, but we have local contact showing transient.
Northeast of the fire is Sanctuary Drive, Ridgewood Circle. So I would think they may call.
Try giving her a 21 first.
They may call for an evacuation of this particular neighborhood first, if that comes to it. So I would think that the fire would be right here, with cameras maybe right here.
Fairfield 75, we're dispatch tones for no proceeding traffic. Is there a call? Perfect.
Negative. It was just assigning station coverage.
Now it could be, it's peeking out from behind a hill, so it could be right here.
Here momentarily.
10-4.
Now let's take, I don't think there's enough of a fire to have a heat signature. We might as well look.
Just going 118. We'll be making contact at room 209.
10-4.
If we go to Fairfield, we got no satellite signature. I wouldn't expect that for a 4-acre grass fire. But they move fast, so that's what the threat to the neighborhood is about.
102.4.
Let's
Push into west now.
Copy.
Here's those power lines. Is this?
I want you to take a look at for me and see how far we are from impacting them.
impacting?
Go forward.
There may be evacuations any minute now. Then.
Engine 40, Division Whiskey, go ahead and charge that hose lay.
40 copies, water coming.
Good. Getting water on it. Okay. So let me go back to Cherry Valley
Lake 109, Tom 39, 415, B6.
Drive.
Go on.
415 at 900 Union Avenue. RP First of Danny is advising 3 of his neighbors are outside threatening DRP. Sounds like it's a 415 over parking spot.
Smitty, what is a 415 in cop language? Okay, here's Cherry Valley Drive. Okay, this is where fire is. Somewhere right here. Sorry, you can't really see this hand very much.
Okay.
I don't know which side of this wedge-shaped canyon. If there's trees or just a grassy hill.
Following that way around.
109.
Looks like a big grassy hill. Canyon thing. So they just said which would be impacted first. So that's like which neighborhood would be impacted first. So there may be an evacuation.
Engine 40, Division Whiskey, 10 to 15 pounds more on our hose lay.
Okay, let's play another.
Engine 40 copies.
Hey, if you just tuned in, we've got a fire in Solano County. Fairfield
Engine 40, Division Charlie.
on a hill. 2-alarm fire.
Go ahead.
We need the Division Charlie hose lay charged.
Looks like it climbed further up on the hill. Look.
That's coming off of 540. He's making a changeover right now.
Now, these little ropes of light down here,
Yeah, if you guys will just stand by until I get there, we'll go together.
that might be lens flare instead of fire, but it could be the fire just going up the hill in a line. The way that it's going up this hill.
Engine 47.
This might be a line of fire. Let's replay it.
You can secure the call on crane. Medical's canceled. This is a lift assist only.
Anyway, I think what they just said.
2340 hour systems clear for that call.
I think what they just said on the police channel is that somebody's fist fighting over a parking spot.
Go ahead.
Can you give me your own tone for personnel recall, please?
Affirm. And Engine 47, can you confirm that you're in referencing each lane?
Let's get the second camera.
47, we're in route to station 47 to pick up a third.
This is the opposite direction, looking southwest.
47, stand by for a general challenge. All the Alamo Creek Court in Alamo Drive for an extra training. Hurt only at about 8 old.
Both units.
Drone to instruct for mutual aid. All personnel recall station person.
See the secondary spot, which is Lemon Sonoma, where I'll go 3.
Copy code 3, Lemon and Sonoma.
What do I have for station coverage?
We have 2 Vacaville engines responding to station 41 and 37, and Sassoon en route to station 35.
Copy, thank you.
This may be our best view, and that's not saying much.
Sono 116, 97 on Grizzly Island.
116.
Yeah, Now, I don't know that we're looking at two distinct
10.
parts of a fire because it may be that out of focus. See the two lens flares?
Never.
But it's pretty possible that just because of the wind, that grass detached from the root that was on fire and blew to the other side of the hill. There could be two distinct spots of fire right now. It's just really hard to tell what the hell's going on because the camera's not
Can we go on and
calibrated.
just confirm it can be a voicemail, not a call out today?
Oh, we don't know.
No, we'll see how it pans out. That's it, probably at their convenience, Phil.
Never.
Huh. I really don't know what to make of the two ropes of bright lines down here. That could be fire creeping up the hill in a line, just burning grass. That's the way burning grass goes. It's like a solid line. And you can see it going uphill to the left, uphill to the right. But it's so out of focus, it could be lens flare and be like an optical illusion.
Cherry Valley Command, Battalion 71.
Go ahead.
Looks like I'm at the head of the fire here at the Longview Court. It's backing pretty slow down the hill towards this court here, but it's pushing pretty good, going towards. It looks like Sanctuary Drive's heading that way.
Bingo, I was right. Okay. That's probably where they'll evacuate right now.
Copy that.
It's headed over the hill to
I'm going to
the
go ahead and get
east.
this gate open here too on Longview.
Copy that.
All right. If there are more than 22 people watching, I'd say
Circle. Come in.
make your phone calls if you know anybody here, but I'm sure nobody knows anybody here.
Can I confirm what units I still have responding to this with my second alarm?
Hey, Emotional, what's up? I'm just hoping this neighborhood will be okay.
Still has engine 35 en route. Appears all other units around you.
The wind's blowing from the southwest.
Copy that. Let's go ahead and go to a third alarm. Vegetation, fire, central matrix. And
Oh.
staging area here. Give me a second.
That got serious.
Okay.
They just called third alarm.
Whiskey.
That's a 3 alarm.
Go ahead.
Wow. Okay.
Hey, Tony, you guys still coming up the right flank? Hey, Firm, I'm coming up the right flank now.
I don't know why there's no evacuations yet.
27489. Can we transmit to Vallejo that there's a lot of cars turning around going back northbound Sonoma? Paper.
Let's get a good graphical explainer. They said the fire's backing towards.
We're en route with Tree to Station 35.
Accomplishing that.
No, I'm not a robot. Thanks, Google.
On each flank here from the bottom.
A 3-alarm fire will bring triple the amount of
Stop, we're
firefighters.
looking for Division Mary, which is G71.
Break. 971. Come in.
Just gonna copy and paste this.
You copy that. I'm going to make you Division Mary. First unit assigned you is going to be 537. You're going to have for your area is going to be between that long view and over towards Sanctuary there. Right now I only have Cherry and Whiskey as my other divisions created, and they are left and right flank from the heel here.
I copy Division Mary. I got 537 working for me.
And I just created for a third alarm. I'm going to stage them at Hillborn and probably Hillborn and Ben Creek, something like that.
So,
Engine 40, Division Whiskey. 15 to 20 more pounds on our hose long.
Okay, let's see what it
Fairfield, Cherry
is.
Valley Command.
Cherry Valley Command.
Yeah, let's create that staging area at Penn Creek and Hillborn, please.
Penn Creek and
Copy,
Hillborn.
Penn
Okay.
Creek and Hillborn.
Cherry Valley Command, 35 and 535. We're at Oliver and Waterman. Where would you like us to head?
Penn Creek and Hillborn. So Hillborn's this major road down here. It looks like a
Division
2-lane
Whiskey.
highway.
15 to 20 more pounds on our hose line.
Guys, we got a third alarm fire. So that's big. A big call.
35, I'm going to have you go to work for Division Mary. He's currently on the end of Longview Drive.
I'm not finding
35
this.
and 535. Head into Longview to work for Division Mary.
Creek. Okay, maybe it's way over here.
Command, Division Whiskey.
Go ahead.
No idea.
Just an update. We've made it to the top of the hill with our hoseway. Trying to get a little bit more pressure on the hoseway and waiting for the crews to come up. We're out of hose right now.
Oh.
Copy. We don't have any more coming in from this side, so you're going to have to start shuffling people down the hill to get more hose. What, you have for a can report? Can you see the head of the fire from where you're at?
I cannot see the head of the fire. We've still got a couple hundred feet of flank towards the top of the hill.
Copy.
40, Division Charlie. We've lost water pressure.
Uh-oh.
Vallejo Engine 1, Wildland Fire, 3101, Cherry Valley Circle. To rear of RPS resident on the hill, flame scene size of 8-car Cherry Valley Command TAC 1 dead dispatcher, map page 227.
Okay, 3 alarm means a lot of response. Triple the response of something normal.
Hey, from the partial move to Marin and Critola. We're with Vallejo, we're pushing them south.
Copy, Marin and Critola.
We have 2 different camera views. Let's see if there's any others that might have pivoted.
Why?
This is Fairfield, which is northeast of Vallejo, Bay Area. Pretty close to Napa. The crow flies, but not in the
Confident
same.
that's clear. Expired 9:30 of 23 on a 04 Chevy pickup. Shows it's registered to a Juventino Gutierrez.
Whoa, look at that. Dang, guys, look.
21 associated addresses on Tyler Street.
Okay,
Stand by.
so those lines are fire, and the other cameras are messed up. They are borked.
So they can take their hose up there?
Copy.
Wow. Yeah, the wind is a lot fiercer than I thought. Okay.
Time for 7 change.
Don't know why they haven't called for evacuations yet. Yeah, SB Kathy, look at that. How you doing, SB Kathy?
Dixon Engine 1, Wildland Fire, 3101, Cherry Valley Circle. To rear of RPS resident on the hill, flame scene size of 8-car Cherry Valley Command TAC 1 dead dispatcher, map page 227.
I don't know, flames the size of a car or a park. I don't know.
Fairfield, Battalion 47, Fairfield Fire Bay.
That's enough light to hit the camera to fool it. It's in daytime mode.
Time for 7.
I'll be en route to your incident, switching to TAC 1 as part of the third.
Copy.
This is a camera link if anybody else wants it. So let's look at the other cams we might be able to look at.
Time for 7.
Go to 537.
The mess.
Yeah, I went down to Serenia. It looks like your access is going to be better from where you're at. Break. Cherry Valley Command. When you get an opportunity, you can send 2 more, either Type 3s or Type 5s to my division.
Those are big trucks.
I'm sorry, who was that making that request?
That was Division Mary making the request.
Copy. Yeah, you'll get my next 2 on you.
A lot of cameras in the area. Twin Sisters North is the color.
35 and 535. I've seen a Division Mary on Longview.
There you go.
What? I don't want the thumbnail. Okay. All right. Duplicate tab.
Can you code 121 dispatch?
The thumbnail. Come on now. Okay. Okay. So we have Susan Valley. The same one.
I'll take a case number for info.
Okay, it's the same one. Yeah, it's crested the hill. So why has the
Case numbers for info report in at 16071607.
Thanks.
why is the neighborhood not evacuated yet? That's pretty serious. Let's go to 30-minute time lapse.
Central Farm, 10-10. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, you too.
That grass is going to be dry. It's 80% humidity with a 30% chance of showers. You can see all the foggy mist over the top. We got a 3-alarm fire, guys.
Mary Command, are you going to have some opportunity to start anchoring and doing perimeter control from where you're at?
Sweet. Look here, guys. Right here.
Command Mary, 537 is trying to access the flank right now.
Watch him put it out right there. You got road access. Look, right here. See those lights? Those are the firefighters right there. They put it out at the base of the hill, but the rest of it's over the top. That's why they don't have road access. So, good to hear. Feeling better? Yeah, I am a little bit. I've been talking a long time. This is our
Different, so they're all at the rear of the hotel.
3.5, and I'm okay. How are you, SB Kathy?
Sorry, he said I.
They're all at the back of the hotel.
Copy.
Dang.
Since there's access to the flank is going to be pretty difficult, they're going to wait for it to back down. So I'm in engine 35 over to Sanctuary and Ridgewood. Put eyes over there where it's going.
It's
Copy.
going.
I'm going to go ahead and make them their own division, then I'm going to make them Division Hotel. And you said that was 535?
It was engine 35.
Okay. So the Ridgewood Drive areas where it's headed, it's going to the northeast, being pushed by the wind. So they just called it Division Hotel. So this is an elaborate response. Yeah.
Copy. Break. 35, command.
Go ahead to 35.
I'm going to make you guys Division Hotel. It's going to be that sanctuary section. So we do this division in the fire. I'll back for you with you and a division group supervisor as soon as I have one.
Copy. Rerouting to Sanctuary, where I'll be a Division Hotel.
You know, this is a city response. It's not
Command
wildland.
Division Charlie.
Good.
We're going to need one more unit with packs to jump up to the next side of the fire.
Where do you need them at?
Left flank, Division Charlie.
Copy. I don't have any more units coming over to this side in the near future, so if you need more hose, probably going to have to send people back down and up.
Well, I didn't think there'd be a midnight fire that got serious. But then again, you never know what's going to happen to a fire stream.
Engineer 341. I'm coming up with one pack right now. I'm not halfway up.
Let's see if there's a heat signature or space yet. I still don't think it's big enough yet. Yeah, we don't see one.
11260 Templar.
So the neighborhood that could be impacted is right here, Ridgewood Circle.
Hilton, I ran both of them out in the call. Can you just attach and clear with the 6, please?
10-4 April.
And Sanctuary Drive. Houses quite close to each other.
2-7, I copy before.
So far, no evacuation info. But the fire's headed right towards this
We
spot.
notified CAL FIRE per the matrix. Did you need them to respond as well?
Oh,
Yeah, it's firm if they have availability.
they're calling on state resources. Okay, so they just called for CAL FIRE, meaning
With
they
Tide
could.
47 on scene and area of staging. What's your wishes?
Hey, Greg, I'm going to make you my division hotel. It's going to be all Seminole. And right now, the only unit I have assigned to you is Engine 35.
Okay, they might get aircraft now from CAL FIRE or the Nighthawk. So what they call the heel of the fires, where
In 242, how many activations is that on the same door within the last 3 days?
the heel is the opposite of the head,
Engine 35.
and you can see them take care of it right here. They put it out.
Engine 40, Division Whiskey. You can give us 15 to 20 more pounds. That'd be great.
And here in the last frame, they're climbing the hill, like physically, probably dragging a hose to the top.
Copy, thank you. If you send me a code 11, I'll start that way.
10-4, Lake 105, can you code 11, lower for telemetry?
Yeah, copy.
They must have confidence the wind's not going to
Hey,
change.
Chief, I'm not sure what that next road is at the bottom of the hill over here to our right. I believe it's Longview and Mary. I don't know if people can hike in hose for us from there and meet us at the bottom of this hill. I think we're going to have enough hose to get to the bottom of the hill, but we'll need hose from there.
Copy. I think 537 is coming in on foot to try to find a way to anchor and continue on what you guys are working on.
Copy, yeah. If they meet us just with a bunch of hose, I think we can make it to the bottom of the hill, and then we can continue our hose lay from there.
Copy.
Cherry Valley Command Circle.
Right.
CAL FIRE's inquiring what kind of units you need.
Ground resources.
Okay, they said ground resources. That's a little sad. I was hoping to see some nighttime helicopter drops. It's a bit windy for that.
40, Division Whiskey. Copy. 15 to 20 more pounds on our line, if you can.
Copy.
We have a third alarm fire at Fairfield, California, the Bay Area. This is the city response. They've requested CAL FIRE to help, and they want ground units from CAL FIRE. And that's some pretty ferocious. Ferocious wind. It's forecast perhaps rain tonight, though. It's 88% humidity, and it's still roaring.
King Sam 033.
It's grass on a hill headed toward the neighborhood, which they have not evacuated yet.
Bolero.
Pretty surprised they've not evacuated Ridgeway Drive yet.
Fairfield Engine 381's responding mutual aid.
Copy.
Dixon Engine 81, Wildfire 3101, Cherry Valley Circle. To rear of RPS resident on the hill, flame scene size of 8-car Cherry Valley Command TAC 1 dead dispatcher, map page 227.
Now, when they say one dead dispatcher, do they mean dedicated? I really hope they mean dedicated, because that's one hell of a way to put it.
Hey, Chief, not sure if that's you down there with, I believe that's 537 down there, but I'm not sure if you guys copied the plan. We're coming down the hill with the hose lay. We were hoping you guys were going to be able to hike some hose in and meet us at the bottom of the hill and continue our hose lay.
I copy that. I just spoke with Captain off of 537. We're a little concerned about how much unburned fuel is in between their unit and the fire line. So I was going to talk to command and see if they can come back up to the hill and then bring you that hose.
Copy.
Cherry Valley Command, Division Mary.
Good.
It's backing pretty slow down this hill. It's going to take a while to get to us, and there is quite a bit of unburned fuel in between 537 and the fire line. I think they'd be better served to come back towards the hill and bring them Division Whiskey that hose that they need.
Copy that. If you want to reassign them, then we can assign 537 back to Whiskey, and they can come here to the heel of the fire and hike those in from here.
Copy, and I'll just stay here and keep watching this.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Did not think we'd have a 3-alarm fire in the Bay Area today at midnight, but
Division Whiskey Engine 40. I lost the hose line. It's going to be a second.
here we are. Still no evacuations.
Vallejo Engine 525, Wildland Fire 3101, Cherry Valley Circle. To rear of RPS resident on the hill, flame scene size of 8-car Cherry Valley Command TAC 1 dead dispatcher, map page 227.
See how disturbing it is when they say a dead dispatcher. I guess that means dedicated.
Perfect.
27678, Paul 2.
Copy.
Hey, Railfan, what's up? Yeah, we got a 3-alarm grass fire at the top of the hill in Fairfield.
The year of the vehicle is 96 and the registration's in 2024.
It's moving fast. It's 88% humidity. This
10-4, is it a Ford or a Toyota?
pretty
It's a
unreal.
Toyota pickup.
Hey, Larry, you're a trooper, man. Where are you watching from again, Larry?
Back with 27.
27.
I'm gonna need a snack.
Mr. Flores was verbally served. I'll be 1019 for the paperwork.
We're hearing some police chatter too. Apparently there was a fist fight erupting over a parking space earlier. We can't turn that off, but
Fairfield, Adam, and on 2.
see, when did this break out? Was
Do we know if fire's getting this thing under control?
$11:18.
Lincoln 1-3 was for the fire. We're 83.
Okay.
They're calling it a 3-acre fire. It's bigger than that now.
Copy, thank you. Where's their IP at?
Hey, bro, you guys are troopers. Yeah, SP Kathy, I know.
Cherry Valley Circle, right across the Pine Valley Drive for the command post.
Okay, thank you. Copy.
Captain 341, our hose is flat at this time.
They are having difficulties with pressure. Can't be a lot of hydrants around here, so
Good for
Copy.
the engines have to use a lot of pressure to pump it up the hills, and the longer the hose gets, the more pressure they need
10274.
to provide.
The vehicles have been pushed out of the city in clear level 4.
10-4.
It'd be marvelous.
7. Division Whiskey.
They had a single fire access road and a water tower, like, boom. This would have been a done deal. Wherever there's fire-prone spots, like, this, like grassy hills, right in the wind path.
31010.
Just put a road there ahead of time, especially if the power lines went down, like major power lines. You should just have.
Fire tactical channels from Solano, please, and let's go ahead and go to a fourth alarm vegetation fire from the central.
Holy crap!
Copy.
A fourth alarm. Hey, Tracy, how you doing? Good to see you. That's why you're in Abbotsford, British Columbia. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to keep this. SV Kathy says they must believe there's no immediate threat to the homes. Maybe it's mostly grass on fire, so maybe they just feel they can wet the homes down. But the other person said there's a lot of unburned vegetation, so I mean the view that we have from our satellites, who knows?
537, Division Whiskey.
Could be bushes by now, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
537.
they just called fourth alarm, guys.
I'm not sure if you're still down there with Division Mary. We're at the drainage where we were hoping to meet you guys. Are you guys still redirecting to the heel? Conditions are pretty good to walk up the drainage and meet us.
Wow.
We are still with Whiskey. We're going to see if we can connect with the hotel, or we may just walk up to the drainage to meet you guys if it's good.
I mean, yes, that must be their reasoning that the homes are not immediately threatened, but
Yeah, this drainage is good. If you guys can walk up and meet us with the hose, that'd be great.
okay, fourth
Copy that.
alarms.
We'll head up that drainage.
Fourth alarm fires are major affairs, and communities can go years without a fourth alarm fire, like a decade. They are the talk of the town for decades.
Solano revised, yeah, V-Fire 26 and 25 available.
Big trucks, heavy fire trucks.
Copy.
And Cherry Valley Command, Division Mary.
Go ahead, Mary.
I'm not sure if you copied the traffic between hotel and 537, but they have better eyes up there. They are going to hike the drainage and bring in the hose that they need from Division Mary.
Wow.
Copy.
It's almost 1
Whiskey
hour.
copies. They are going to hike the hose up. We also have 2 members hiking down the drainage to grab additional hose as well.
It's almost 1 hour
Division Mary
since the start. They already have a
Valley
lot
Command, Vallejo Engine 525.
525, Wyndham.
We're on approach, less than 10-minute ETA. Do you have a primary location for us?
Yeah, I'm instead of staging at Hillborn and Hillborn and Penn Creek, and I'll have an assignment for you by the time you guys get here.
525 copy, staging Hillborn and Penn Creek. I'll advise on arrival.
Well, watch duty is on it. They've just reported the fourth alarm.
535, Division Hotel.
Go ahead to 535.
Have you made it up to that plateau area yet?
Negative. We're looking for access off exit.
Command, Division Hotel.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I could probably use, until I get eyes on it from 535, I could probably use another 1 or 2 units. We did have some fire activity pick up here.
Copy. I'll give you 525.
And 373 just pulling up on Cherry Valley Circle. What are your wishes for?
$373. It's going to be Division Hotel off of Sanctuary Drive, working for BC 47.
That's where the fire's going. And you can see an
So
interesting.
that's Sanctuary Drive, Division Hotel. Confirming we're moving over to V-Fire 26.
I'm going to start working on that here in a few minutes. I haven't gotten there yet.
It's an interesting
Copy that.
lens effect. It's like bokeh.
Agent 40, Division Whiskey, if we can get another 15 pounds on our line.
Reflections of the fire above the fire.
Copy that.
It's kind of beautiful. It could be because the lens is dirty, or it's just play of light stuff, overwhelming bright reflections.
God, man, do you have a gate set for the Pink Creek Gate?
Yeah, you're saying. I think it's a vehicle. Yeah, Kathy, if you're talking about
on line with a Spanish-speaking male and a translator, 1146 Lewis Avenue. Suspect is 97, trying to get further information. Temp 242 so far, and then if they actually made contact threats for 187. 1146 Lewis Avenue, Plaza Gilchrist, or Glencoe.
I think that was a fire truck. It looked big and red the moment.
Confirming the suspect is 97.
See, here's the head.
So the citizen is talking over the translator. It's difficult to get the information.
Those actually could just be taillights instead of the flashing lights and sirens. I mean, it could be both, but
Copy. Let me know when our hose line's good again.
this frame is out of focus. I said it's definitely a vehicle. So
Command
yeah.
engine 525 is in staging.
Copy 525. I'm going to just do assign you Division Hotel. You're going to be working for BC 47 as Division Hotel, and he is on Sanctuary Drive right now.
Speak of the devil. It's bokeh effect.
Copy. Division Hotel off Sanctuary. We're en route.
It's when lights look like big round.
Command from Division Hotel. Just be advised, we're on Cherry Valley Circle. We're working our way over to Sanctuary Drive now.
Here's our
Southgate units. We're trying to confirm if the numbers are 1146 or 1140.
Unfortunately, police is chattering around too. At least we don't have the tone outs. Those drive me
Probably the best.
insane.
Where you guys are going is going to be the best for that progressive hose light. I think we're going to be able to hold it there if we can get a couple more units.
35 copies.
This Pena Adobe, that one's looking to the southwest. This view is looking to the southwest. The fire's heading to the north by northeast because it's a southwest wind. So this one,
Vertical 25.
Right.
it's off center, but you can see where
Myself at Town 39, 37.
you can see where the fire's going. No. They keep.
Hey, 1485 is just coming up Turnberry. You're going to tie in with them. I haven't had radio contact with them yet, but I'm going to assign them to you, so they're going to be part of Division Hotel. You should see them here in the next few seconds.
Copy. They just came into our street here. So I have engine 35, 535, and 1485, correct?
Hey, firm, I have Vacaville 337, or 373 rather, and Vallejo 525 coming your direction also.
Still units en route. Let's check the other cam. The one looking
Hey,
from.
great. We need to move you guys over to V-Fire 25. I'll move you guys first, then I'm going to start moving the rest of the incident.
Copy. V-Fire 25.
Hey, firm, 25.
35 copies, switching over.
Okay, so what the white lines were lens flares. Confirmed. Down here, they're just part. They look so much like a moving line of fire, but they're just lens flares. The actual fire is moving away. This is looking
Vision Hotel 525.
to the northeast, the way the fire's traveling. It's now firmly established on the hill
The last
above.
contact we had was February this year for 1061. Prior reports of 602 and 1059. I don't see officer safety.
My God, I don't care about somebody's priors. So it's now firmly on the hill right in front of the Sanctuary Drive neighborhood, which I'm sure they're wetting down the houses right now. And that's a really good road to stop it on. I just can't imagine it getting. See, here it is. It's gone. It's marched
Charlie
up
Command on Tac 1.
over this hill. I think it's now present here. It's been hard to tell if it was present here first, went down, went up. And I think from looking at the videos, this is where they caught it at the heel. This is where they went up the hill.
On engine 31 South Sea, switcher attack.
And they put it out right here, and it went up here. The other cam had a view. The color cam looked kind of from the north to the south, or the northwest to the southeast right here. And so we saw it on this ridgeline this way. I think it's now going down the hill towards the neighborhood. I don't think neighborhood defense is the problem. I think they'll have a problem trying to keep it off the next hill here, because it'll want to climb, and the pieces of burning grass will probably try to float over.
Engine 31.
You show us on stage, switcher attack.
You'd think they want this neighborhood evacuated, though, just for people to get the hell out of the way.
Come on, engine 1485. Engine Charlie.
1485.
Because people have got to be outside filming and stuff, you know. Polar says, doing good, thanks for asking.
11, Wildland Fire, 3101, Cherry Valley Circle. To rear of RPS resident on the hill, flame scene size of 8-car Cherry Valley Command TAC 1 dead dispatcher CP Cherry Valley CR stating Penn Creek and Hillhorn, map page 227.
I'll never get over her saying dead dispatcher. Just say dedicated.
Fire 2525. Can you confirm when you and 341 have made the switch, please?
Here's the full 1 hour.
Mary Command. Same traffic for you. Can you confirm for me when yourself and 537 have switched over to Fire 25, please?
Traffic.
Now the stuff floating in the air is refraction.
Same traffic. Can you confirm when we've switched over to Fire 25, please?
But this is all real.
Whiskey copies, Fire 25.
You see them at the heel of the fire, you know, where it began, and they march up the hill and they put this out. And they reported down on the radio.
Ambulance responding for a medical at 7466 Putman Road.
That's why I think on the map that it was there, at this where they put it out, the heel
8169042 Los Garcia.
is here. They had good road access.
Command this area 1.
Steep slope to be climbing up, but they did it. Now, point of origin would be right around here too. As it went up a hill.
have a passenger when ready.
So, nobody's explained why it might have started.
8324146. That's the target.
Looks like a nice neighborhood.
I spoke with the owners for the 415E, and it turned the unit down.
Look at that misty stuff in the air. It's 88% humidity,
Lots of career.
30% chance of showers. Is this nuts. The houses are on the, they're
Command
both.
contact.
Command Engine 381.
So here's the heel.
Go ahead.
It's going this way.
Engine 381's at Penn Creek and Hillborn. You have an assignment?
This is Ridgewood Circle.
381, I'm going to have you come to Cherry Valley, and if you come to the command post with those tax, I will have an assignment for you when you get here.
It's going to the northeast.
381 copies, Cherry Valley.
Pushed by southwest winds. And so this Ridgewood Circle and this Sanctuary Drive is the front line.
Division Hotel, Engine 373. We're just coming up on Ridgewood Circle. What are your wishes for?
Cherry Valley is where it originated, right down here.
Confirming 372.
It's gone.
Negative, it's 373.
So this will help orient you. We're looking.
373, confirming that you are going to be working for Division Hotel.
That's affirmative. Now they Fire 25.
Okay, we're going to move everybody over.
Okay. So shoot, which one was the color cam? Website.
1026 valid, out of Mackerel.
Twin Sisters North. Okay. North number 1.
982.
And we were watching it sideways in color. So that's why I was going from the right side of the screen to the left, because it was going from the south.
Show me in service and covering the city and route all future calls through me. Can you tell me what I have for station coverage?
Southwest to the northeast. So it was going.
Okay. Engine 75 is at 37. Engine 71 at 41. Engine 47 at 35.
Now this.
Copy, thank you.
Susan Valley cam is the fire moving directly away from it, the same exact direction. So you can see the neighborhoods.
Engine 537, Division Mary.
It started right here. It's gone over the hills, straight for Ridgewood and Sanctuary.
Go ahead.
I can't barely.
73 is responding to the simple medical on Putnam Drive.
I'm going to mute that a second. Their dispatch is just parroting what they're saying. So the fire started down here. Cherry Valley Drive was where they first responded to it. It's probably what's going to name. They're going to name the fire that. So it went up and over the hill. Sanctuary Drive is the front line, and Ridgewood is a circle and a chord, same thing. So this neighborhood has not been evacuated. They have not called for one, so that's surprising to me, but it's just a grass fire. I think the biggest problem they have is trying to keep the grass fire from climbing these hills. But I'm sure they're wetting down all these for structure defense. Now, so here's a view of it leaving the camera going the same direction as the wind. It's a southwest wind, so it's fire's going northeast. So that's the Susan Valley cam. The third cam that we have a good shot at it, which is probably our best shot right now. Oh, please don't zoom like that. Sorry, I didn't mean to make anybody car sick. Is this one, Pena Adobe, or Pena Adobe. I think it's Pena, but whatever. Don't even want to translate that. It might be a dirty word. So if we go to the 1 hour here, here's where the fire is coming towards the camera, but this look is off center. So this is our, is that 1 hour? That can't be it. Let's turn it on. Division Mary.
Mary, were you on TAC 1 still?
Division Hotel is where the fire's going.
Hey, Firm, I was just wondering if we're going to keep this as a command channel or if we're moving all units to the Fire 25.
I am going to keep this as a command channel, and I'm moving all of the divisions over to 25.
Ah.
I copy. 537, myself will be on Fire 25.
Copy, thank you. What's your can report? Do you have any resource needs?
Damn it.
Negative, as the wind's pretty much blowing it away from my division. It'd probably be better to send resources through Division Hotel to access it from the other side to get this flank.
Wow, okay.
Copy that. Hotel, are you still up on tack 1?
$11.95, westbound 80 in Mason.
Go on.
So I'm recommending
Edward David 246 Mercedes CLS AMG.
So they're recommending all
Going
units.
1195, westbound 80 at Mason.
Oh, for God's sake, they're recommending all units respond to hotel, which is the front lines, where they're trying to defend Sanctuary Drive and Ridgewood. So they're saying just get everybody to where the fire is headed right now. Now, that's a huge order. Like, they were trying to surround it. I'm still listening to dispatch. They're running plates and stuff with police. I hope we'll still be able to hear them talk to each other because they're switching some channels. They said that operations at least would stay on tactical 1, which may be what we're hearing. So they were really doing a good job of putting it out from the rear. Now, oftentimes you want to surround the fire, but if the wind is consistent and it's high like it is, they're just going to try to stop it the way it's going in the front and then cover on the side. So it sounds like what they're trying to do is an anchor and flank. Just get right in the front of it and then go wrap around the sides and get it that way. You could do it if the wind is constant and if it's strong, because if the wind's pushing it in one direction hard, it actually can't go out to the sides very well because the wind isn't going that way. I'm still talking police chatter right now. So it's either because they're that confident that that's the best plan, or they need all the help they can get to protect the neighborhood, and they're not explaining which one. Maybe it's both. So, yeah. So Twin Sisters North is dark. Dark now. Okay, let me turn it back on.
274.
Thanks for the subject, alright?
Copy, subject retained at midnight 30.
Subject to take. Who cares? I don't care about the police. Now, these ham radio operators, they've got several different channels mixed together.
1026, valid out of San Jose.
Drives me nuts.
I copy.
This day and age, you could separate it. Come on. Yeah, Polar, what's your assessment of this?
And you want to say what the registration suspension for?
It's pretty incredible to me what fire can do with a very humid situation and a very pretty chilly night. Let's see. I checked the weather. It's
Negative, just registration suspended.
80% humidity, 61%. It's overcast with 30% chance of showers. 61 degrees, 80% humidity. It was downright misty before the fire started. But if you got dry grass, wind just fuels fires, just pushes them around. So we've lost the view from the Twin Sisters North Camp. It was gone over the hill.
Man, Division 15. Fire back.
Go ahead, I got you better now.
I'll show you the 1 hour per minute.
Yeah, so 537 met up with us for right now. That's going to be the best access. It's up the drainage they came from. I believe it was Division Mary, where they came from.
Now this
Copy.
is the fire.
And I'm gonna go ahead and reroute then the Dixon unit over there and have them bring hose in from that direction.
Yeah, from any additional resources that are coming in to help with our hose lay, if they make access from there, that's going to be the best.
Got that. So yeah, if you can flag that or whatever, whatever their route's going to be.
I wonder what they're doing.
Man, Division Charlie, we still need help on our hoseway as well.
Charlie's in the back, like the heel, I think, and yeah, Polar says I think it's fast moving, and they're having a hard time finding it up that hill. Yeah, it's backing down. This is looking at the opposite direction now. See the it's offset.
If we have better comms on TAC 1, want to all to stay on TAC 1 for now.
So this is looking at the direction that the fire is going towards. So it's actually traveling down the hill now towards Sanctuary Drive and Fanwood Court and Ridgewood Circle. So I don't know what they're going to do. They just put hundreds of feet of hose up the hill in the back, like Charlie is over here somewhere. So they just said everybody go around a hotel, like that's a long drive, and are they supposed to pull the hose out or drop the hose and run to assist them over here? Like that would take them a long time. They just took an hour to pull hose all the way to the top of the hill, and they're supposed to leave now. Like I'd be like, oh, I hate my job. You know, like so this is watching the fire approach. It's going down the hill here. They must be confident they can stop it near the homes. Yeah, there's been no evacuation calls. I would have done that right away. Not that I'm an expert, but to just get the civilians out of the damn way.
Command attack.
Command Division Whiskey on TAC. Hey Chief, since we got better comms on TAC 1, you want me and all my resources to stay on TAC 1 for now?
No, I want your resources on V-Fire 25. I just don't have good comms with you over here because it's a line of sight. But we're going to put a dozer in play over there, and I want to make sure you guys are in contact, and he's going to be on V-Fire 25.
Okay, copy that.
Command Engine 381.
Radio problems.
381, there you are. Hey, I'm going to reassign you a little bit. Where are you at?
Cherry Valley and Pine Valley.
So I'm going to save you guys a little bit of a walk. I'm going to reassign you from there over to Division Mary, and you guys are going to take hose in to support the Division Whiskey hoseway the same way 537 did.
Okay, so you're not pulling everything around the side.
And your meeting location for him is going to be on Longview Drive.
Right there.
And he's going to be on V-Fire 25.
So Mary is down.
Radio copies. Longview Drive, V-Fire 25.
That'll save you guys a walk.
So they still want to protect this neighborhood down here, so they're not pulling.
Transport dozer 1445 and utility 1455 at scene.
That guy's cheerful.
Copy.
Okay. Yeah, low on water pressure.
524. We're about 5 minutes away from the area. Where would you like us?
524, I'm going to give you the same assignment I just gave to 381. It's going to be working for Division Mary. Your meeting location is going to be the end of Longview Drive, and he's going to be on V-Fire 25.
Yeah, you won't believe the strange revenue.
Longview, V-Fire 25.
We've got
Who is Division Mary?
a 4-alarm fire at Fairfield. A 4-alarm fire. Like, you know.
Car Cherry Valley Command TAC 1 dead dispatcher CP Cherry.
Towns can go a decade without a 4-alarm fire. So.
Can you show me 1148 to North Bay with 293's 1015?
10-4.
It's a grass fire in an uninhabited hill, which could be a park or something at Fairfield by Susan City.
Vallejo, engine 523. We're about 2 minutes out. Do you have an assignment for us?
Yeah, sir. On 523, you're going to be working for Division Mary on B Fire 25 with a meeting location of the end of Longview Drive.
Copy, same as engine 524.
So it's going to it's a southwest wind pushing it to the northeast, up and over hills, and they have not called for an evacuation of the threatened neighborhood, which is right.
Engine 523, Wildland Fire 310.
I was going to get talked over. So it's going from here to here. Here to here. The two black and white images are opposite each other, basically facing these directions, and the other colored one was looking from this direction. So the color one is, yeah, it's fourth alarm, and then they called CAL FIRE too. There's 4 times the amount of city units
189
that normally respond to any kind of fire. And then they called CAL FIRE.
We're moving towards 1800 block of Escott Parkway in front of the high school, Jesse Bethel.
Now, we have police dispatch too, which has been annoying. There's been fist fights over parking spots and stuff tonight. We still do not have.
Copy.
This tells you something.
They want us code 2 or 3.
Code 2.
We still don't have a heat detection from space with Cal Topo. Grass fires aren't that particularly hot. They just move really fast. So there's still no detection.
Go ahead.
But we think it's right here moving down towards this neighborhood, which they have not evacuated.
In with a hose line from hotel, the left flank, Division Charlie hotel side is contained.
Awesome.
Sweet.
Thank you. Good work, you guys.
This is hotel, right here, Ridgewood Circle, the left.
And Command Division Mary.
He's saying
Go ahead,
left. I don't know what left flank
Give
means,
me a
though.
rundown of the resources that you just recently resigned.
Is it north or what?
Yeah, that's a firm. I was just about to give you a call on this. It's going to be 381, 524, and 523. And that whiskey hose lady's asking for more hose, so the same route that 537 took to take hose in is our best access to them.
Copy that. I'll guide him in.
Copy. Break. Hotel, man, are you up on TAC 1?
Go to Division Hotel and TAC 1.
Hey, Greg, I'm giving you some CAL FIRE resources. You should be getting 1476 as well as transport 1445. Those are.
Copy. I believe I just did a face-to-face with 1445, and they're going to cut a couple gates or a couple fences and just start getting plugged in, try to cut this off.
Copy. Sounds great.
Okay, what I think they're talking about is hotel.
Also advise later on where those fences are for you to for us to contact people.
Yeah, perfect.
That might be what he says. It's contained on the left flank. This, I would think, is their left flank.
Command Vallejo Battalion 21.
Watch it disappear right there.
Battalion 21.
This is a hotel, I think.
What's
So
the command post location?
It's going to be on Cherry Valley Court.
Yeah.
Copy that.
Okay, hotel, left flank
Command conditions 311. We're 5 out. Give them assignment.
contained. 0412-ish. So they have a command.
311, let's go to staging for now. It's going to be the intersection of Penn Creek and Hillborn.
I could not find that intersection.
Penn Creek and Hillborn staging.
I can't find any road that says creek anything, but yeah. I hope those folks are getting out quickly. They haven't even called for an evacuation. That's the weird thing. I'd be spamming that in chat. They never even called for it. So,
Command Division Whiskey and TAC 1.
Go ahead.
I'm a little puzzled.
Chief, just an update from us. We've made it pretty much down to the bottom of the hill that ties into Sanctuary. Just met up with a couple crews from, I believe it's Division Hotel, the Vallejo crew and 373. They're continuing the hose lay from us and tying in the rest of the flank. So our flank is under control at this time.
Awesome. Good work, you guys.
Yes. Vallejo. Wow. Vallejo responded with mutual aid. Look how far away Vallejo is.
Also from Division Whiskey, I'm going to be switching back over to V-Fire 25. The dozer's working over here as well.
Copy that.
No word on how it started. A resident called and said, "The hills are alive with the smell of fire." Sorry, getting
Fractal fire up and you can show us on scene at staging.
I copy.
It's 80% humidity. It was 88 earlier. It's 65 degrees, and there's all this misty stuff on the top of the hills. What the hell was able to start a fire like this?
Last unit for command.
Cherry Valley Command, we have CAL FIRE air coming overhead. They're going to monitor and broadcast over V-Fire 25.
Dispatcher, Dispatcher, get a lozenge. My God. So here is the neighborhood where the fire started. Approximately here, climbed a hill. Decent, ritzy, golf course-esque kind of neighborhood in the Bay Area. So there's quite expensive homes. I don't see much in the way of any kind. Well, I mean, that could be a trail. It's grassland stuff. I don't know that this is a park or what. So I have no idea what could have possibly started the fire. This looks like people might be able to drive up here and have a party spot or something. Who knows how old this imagery is? Yeah, it does look like these are not roads, like paths. So it's what? It was a Saturday night. It's now Sunday.
Tucson will be with a vehicle on the north side of Vallejo.
Party crowd? I wouldn't expect a homeless encampment in the middle of the ritzy neighborhood. They have a way of evicting them.
2029 George, Queen X-ray 608.
Lincoln 103, Kirko.
It's not your typical under a bridge homeless encampment thing. So my theories are personal guesses are like party went on. Or arson. But
118 with Lincoln 119, Company 9 for an ALPR hit.
118.
Intentional or not would remain to be seen. Could just be somebody.
It's an ALPR hit. Main at 12 for a flock in on a 10851 vehicle for a silver Volvo XC90 SUV. The 28 6 Victor Ocean William 231 against 6 Victor Ocean William 231. Main getting onto Highway 12 westbound.
Copy.
Things like reckless arson is just being stupid with fire.
118, show me 97. I'm in the area.
Rather than malicious, you know. Look, it's almost under control in the as far as these cams show.
One I'll take primary and cancel 25.
As long as they keep it out of the hills.
Cover that. Thank you.
As long as bits of flaming grass don't cross the other hill. I think they're
5068 spot.
almost done with this.
Transport, Tom 78.
So we are covered.
Now, if it was car trouble or something, I mean, I think that would have been on the radio, but a civilian just said there's fire on the hill. And I don't know if they're saying size of a car or size of a park. Like, It's weird. It's like he's seeing the sides of a park. That's
Yellow
unusual.
7193103. Lost fisherman.
So,
Well, see some four copy.
I was hoping to see some nighttime helicopter drops, but not in this wind. They asked for ground resources from CAL FIRE, and pretty long time ago. It broke out about
1026 valid
11:15.
with the address as Department of Corrections.
Now, isn't it daylight savings time ends tonight? So at 2 o'clock, the clocks roll back to 1 o'clock, right?
2903.
I didn't expect to have a long stream.
One yellow 5088111. Break.
Oh, stupid police chatter.
Good.
Number 2, William 1539649. Break.
I'm going to go with my theory of party
Number
spot.
3, if I can get 27 info 2, please. Yellow 1612557.
Now there's power lines, but they're too far away.
Advise the property owner that we had to cut one of the cattle gates on the left flank, and there's cows nearby. We're going to keep them out of the hole, but it needs to be repaired.
There's cattle out here. Yeah, Vallejo used to be a vaquero territory, like Spanish mission rancheros and stuff. How the Bay Area has changed. Cattle ranching used to be a big part of it since the 1500s, 1600s maybe. I remember we went to as a kid growing up in California. Like it's like mandatory that you take a field trip to a Spanish mission, right? I can't remember which one we went to. I don't think it was.
Evacuation Map. Can you throw in one more of my name, DOB, please?
I don't think it was San Francisco's.
Yeah.
It's one of those reenactment of history things, because that's, white man settlement was first.
Last of Silva, Sam, Ida, Lincoln, Victor, Adam. First of Kimura, King Adam, Mary, Ocean, Robert Adam. 51906, X-ray.
Oh, shut up, police. Okay, I'm going to mute that until they talk about fire. For you guys, I'm still listening. This is beautiful. They're wrapping this up. It is a pretty quick, robust response. I mean, in no time they had let's do multiple divisions like it's a wildland fire, even though it was city response. And yeah, they're talking about suspects and license plate numbers. So we went as a kid to a Spanish mission, and pretty much they go from San Francisco down to San Diego, and well, of course there are others in Baja and stuff, but as far as the ones in the United States go, San Diego is the southernmost one. They're like a series of dots where there are missions to convert and enslave the Indians to the Spanish. They didn't know gold was in California. Like they thought California was a trash wasteland of only good for cattle ranching. It's like, this reminds us so much of Spain. Doesn't even have silver. Like Mexico and Central America had the gold, and they had laser beam eyes for the gold of Central America. The conquistadors. So it's mostly a Catholic, let's convert everybody kind of motivation for settling California. And they never really went north of San Francisco Bay. And so they're like big churches, church forts is what you call a California mission. And the first ones were in the 1500s, I believe. And the Spanish galleons circled the world once they figured out all that. So they went, they colonized the Philippines as well. So ships would leave Spain and go the opposite way around the world to the Philippines. And in the Philippines, they'd come towards California. And sometimes it was the opposite way, where they, like ships from Chile and that area would go up to California, then head over to the Philippines in a giant trade network where they were sucking mostly the precious metals out of the Americas and sending them back towards Spain in the big treasure ships, which, Sir Francis Drake followed them around in England, try to rob and steal from them. So here we are at the Spanish mission of my childhood. We go on a field trip and we go inside the recreation of the church. And everything looks pretty damn new. So I'm like raising my hand because I have ADD, and I was like, I just needed to know, wait, is this original? Or is this some sort of a reconstruction? Like, what happened to this place? Here, the people are droning on and on and on about the history of it, but I can't wait for the end of it to answer this question. I'm looking around at the stuff, so it's kind of impulsive. But she was nice and patient with me and said, it was like a mix of both, I guess. Unfortunately, the California history, like the earliest parts of it, a lot of times was just not preserved. Like, there's missing California missions where we haven't found the original location of all of them because they tended to just let them melt back in the earth. They were adobe structures, so that's not the hardiest. It doesn't withstand earthquakes very well and/or rain. If there's a leak in the roof, mud brick will just melt over time. You have to constantly put a glaze on it to protect it from moisture. Otherwise, you fail that for a couple of years and you got a melted building. And so you can see like the roof beams had raw wood beams sticking out of it. And on the floor, I was touching this. It was a dark red floor. And, splashed white walls, stucco and all that. Traditional Spanish red tile on the roof and a mission bell. It was all picturesque. But the floor, and all us kids were on the floor at the chapel, is deep red. And she explains the disgusting process of how a Spanish mission is created. Like, she's like, well, to make adobe, it's
The caller advisor's a vehicle that's been honking. I think it's about midway down Almond Street. Nothing else seen or heard in the area. Almond Street, Civic Center.
Anyway, they're just talking about a suspicious vehicle, unrelated to fire, though. Yeah, Polar says, looks like a 60 to 80 foot hill there by the houses. Yeah, this has been extremely active to be so humid and kind of damp. Look, it's disappearing now.
To Whiskey right now, with 1 inch in nozzles.
3 crews hiking up to Whiskey.
Copy that. I'm going to start releasing some stuff from staging unless anybody has some objections.
Cool. Okay, so before I go on with my story, so it looks like Whiskey is at this location.
311, are you up on Fairfield 1?
We can't see it.
Hey, thank you guys for coming out. I'm going to go ahead and release you guys back to your city. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Go Vallejo, mutual aid. So this hill is in the way of our view, but Division Whiskey is down here protecting this neighborhood at Longview Drive here. So that's the last place that's given them any kind of problems. But most of this hill has been on fire. That's what we've been witnessing. So we're still watching it from the cam.
And you show me back en route to stop location for my last call on follow-up.
Okay, I'm going to mute the cops again. Great. So maybe it was a Solano mission or something that I was at. I can't remember. There's like at least a dozen or two that dot California from San Francisco to San Diego. So the lady goes on, and I'm enamored with the floor. It's like slick. It's like tile, but it's not, and it's like it's glazed, but it's not. I had never seen anything like it. Like, we had a tile in our kitchen. I'm quite young, right? This is elementary school stuff. It's probably second to third grade field trip, right? And So she's explaining the disgusting process of making adobe. Police are still trying to figure out why the car is honking. She goes, first you take some mud. I'm like, okay, that's not too bad. Then you take some manure. But I'm like, the walls are made out of manure. And she's like, only a fourth of it is about manure, sometimes half in the mud mix. And then you add hay and straw. And I'm going, oh God. And I raised my hand. I was like, and people did this without gloves? And she thought that was a hilarious question. She's like, no, they did not have rubber gloves back then. I'm like, of course they weren't rubber, but I was thinking leather, at least. Oh God. So yeah, people are just, making their beep brick house, right? The song. And so I'm like, okay, I'm not touching the walls. And she goes, and then there's stucco, and she explains how stucco, the white stuff, is put on it. And she goes, and then there was a matter of paving the floor. And I'm going, oh, okay. She goes, so in order to get the floor waterproofed, because it's also mud brick, I mean, ew, I yanked my hands up, but I'm still sitting on it, right? She goes, they would lay down the adobe. Hang on, Division Hotel. Listen.
Yeah, Larry, would you like us to leave the 1-inch lines and the 1.5-inch lines in place overnight, just in case?
Yeah, anything that we can leave all the Fairfield stuff in place for sure. And anybody else that can leave stuff can. Otherwise, you can pull it out so that they can go home complete.
Copy. Sounds like our units are probably going to want to just leave it in place just so you have it here, but we'll flag the fences where it's at so your crews know where to go.
Copy that.
I forgot to write down when they dismissed Vallejo. So the fire's winding down quite a bit, but they're going to leave some hose in place just in case. The Fairfield stuff, the local units, Vallejo is taking their toys and going home. And
Fill out 9 fire shouldn't need any assistance. I'm at 8.
Pardon me.
telling my mission story right now. Okay, I think I can talk again. So let's leave it on live every 1 minute or so. We'll get a new view. But look, the fire's almost gone from this cam. This is the Vision Hotel area where the northeast part of the fire where it was trying to eat the neighborhood. So looks like they stopped it at the road. It's great.
Lincoln 79, good night.
Lincoln 79, good night.
So here I'm sitting on the floor.
Lincoln 77, good night. Lincoln 77, good night.
Good night. Lincoln 77. So here I'm sitting on the floor of the mission, and she explains, so first they laid down the adobe brick, and it's a little bit more compact than the stuff in the walls, blah, 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 because it needs to support people walking on it constantly, and blah, 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 blah. No, the adobe walls also
Moorhead is 1026, valid negative probation.
I'm muting the police. So some things were framed by wood in the walls, and that, especially around doorways. And so adobe in any kind of mud brick structure, like they just had a Naples quake again, with their building shaking to the ground. Whether or not a building survives a quake is depending on two things: construction of the building, the materials, and the craftsmanship, plus is it on solid ground or not? Is it on like bedrock? And then it'll probably not shake very much. And if it's on the wetlands or anything like that, it doesn't even matter how well it's constructed, it's going to shake to the ground. Because when the floor collapses under a building, the building collapses. So adobe in an earthquake does not hold up well. It's just mud brick stuff. So Adobe structures would collapse completely if on any kind of not bedrock, and the only thing that would be standing is a doorway. So there's the myth that getting in the doorway is a good idea during a quake. No, that's only in a freaking mud brick house, guys, where the only framing is at doorways of wood. You should just get the hell out of any building if you at all can during an earthquake. Doorways are not, in modern buildings, are not stronger than any other wall. In fact, they're a weak wall because they have a cutout in a wall. So don't sit inside of a building. You could just leave out that doorway and get the hell outside. Anyway, so she explains that the floor is this disgusting manure and mud brick called adobe. And they said, but to glaze it, they added some extra disgusting ingredients. Bull's blood. That's why it's red. It's literally blood from oxen and cows. And that's when the entire class, like, we all went, ah, and we squeaked and screamed like children, and we jumped up off the floor. I thought the tour guides and my teachers are just going to die laughing. And I just think about it now as an adult, like they did that on purpose. They had church pews in the mission hall. They made us sit on the floor because I bet they loved that freaking reaction of freaking out the kids. But seeing at least one Spanish mission is a pretty cool thing to do in California. And a new Spanish mission may have been discovered intact by a photographer of all people. See if I can even pull that up. New Spanish mission found. It's a pretty big deal. Yeah, around 2019-ish. So photographers, here's kind of what a lot of them look like. Smaller than I thought that they would be. They vary in their construction and stuff. That's not the one that I went to, and this is not what I'm talking about. The new one was found. They made, it's a pregnant woman needing a ride to the hospital. Yeah, a photographer was kind of looking to just photograph some of the oldest buildings of California. I can't believe this. I haven't found the news article. It flew under the radar. Not found it. New one assumed lost. Found again. Yeah, this may be it. I mean, it's recent. It's like in the last decade. I think this is it. I think it was a photographer. It says, this is the old adobe structure I discovered by accident in 2005 when I was doing a painting. Sorry, a painter, not a photographer. Santa Eulalia mission discovery. California's lost and last mission. I guess the last one ever created. It turned out to be part of the Lost California mission that historians have been seeking for decades. Scroll down and you can see the painting I did of it. It says Solano County. Solano County, wasn't that where this fire just was? Yeah, Solano County, so near where this fire just happened. And that must have been why it tingled in the back of my mind. Like, where have I been thinking about this before? So this is not the entirety of the mission. This may be just the last surviving structure, but it was overgrown by weeds underneath a giant oak tree. And that's kind of what it looks like. It looks like part of a barn or something. But that's phenomenal that, let's see, when was this mission founded? This was like 1700s, you know. That anything survives. So later that day, I called my friend Jerry Bowen from a historical society, asked him the history of the Adobe building. I always thought he knew everything. Plus, he had a book written in the 1930s by a historian who documented all the Adobe buildings in Solano County. He was always blabbing about it, so I figured he'd just look it up and tell me. To my surprise, he's like, I don't know what the hell it is. He had never heard of it before, and he got excited and goes, oh my God, you could have found the lost Cordelia mission. We had been looking for it for years. So he rushed over and took about 70 photos. He even found an old well beneath the Adobe building, so it could have been a well house. Now, evaporative cooling from wells and springs, sometimes if you build a building right over it, you can have a natural refrigerator. So this could have been like a refrigerator house for cheeses. So we even found an old well beneath the Adobe. My son Gregory almost climbed into it, thinking he was a root cellar, until somebody shone a flashlight down it, and it was extremely deep. Yeah, good thing you didn't let your kid go down there. So it began the discovery of the lost of the last California mission, the oldest known building of Solano County. Even Chief Solano lived in it, our county's namesake, and I somehow stumbled upon it. Isn't that cool? Then it came out in the paper that I found it, and I think the developers were trying to keep it quiet until I came along and painted it, and I spilled the beans. Yeah, evil developers. They probably would have they probably would have wrecking balled the thing. So I even went to a couple of Fairfield County Council meetings to speak in front of the City Council to request they do not tear it down for the new development being built at the time. I could feel the developers cringe and fear as I walked up to the podium. But, just so you know, the developer named Jose turned out to be really cool, and he wanted to save it too. Oh. And he's preserving it and building his business park all around it. He bought one of my paintings. Isn't this a cute story? So, Jose now calls it the Pony Express Business Park, because there used to be a stagecoach stop and Pony Express stop. Well, there are records in San Francisco at the Dolores mission, one of the last missions built in California that was 1824. I didn't know they went to 1824. Still listening to police chatter. Just 6 months after the Sonoma mission was built. Well, these would be Mexican, not Spanish. Anyway, Sonoma's claim to fame is that they are the last mission, but that wasn't until we finally found this one. The record said it was supposed to be in the Suisun area. So everybody looked in Suisun, but not Cordelia. Yeah, when you look in the wrong place, that's usually why you don't find things. They forget that in the 1700s and the 1800s that Suisun was the name of the whole marsh, where Cordelia is also. And all the Native Americans as well, thus it covered a large area. And it turns out the old original town of Cordelia developed around the old mission. When in 1868 the Transcontinental Railroad came through, the residents moved the buildings of Cordelia to the present location and changed the name to Bridgeport. But then they found out there's another California town called Bridgeport. Yeah, that's a ghost town. Yeah, I've been there many times. South Fork of the Feather, north of Warville, I believe, if I remember right, with a huge covered bridge. They changed it back to Cordelia, the original name. Cordelia was the wife of a sea captain, Robert Waterman, who sailed up Green Valley Creek. Thought he discovered Cordelia. But, oh my God, this guy's an idiot. I don't mean to call him a total idiot, but he goes, okay, the sea captain, Robert Waterman, sailed up the Green Valley Creek and thought he discovered Cordelia. It is known now, though, that when he discovered Cordelia, there were already people living there. Well, no kidding. Which we now know was due to the mission being there. Okay. So, never mind. I retract my statement. As a lot of people that don't understand that discovery is, it means scientific discovery. If people were living there already, it doesn't matter. If it's not mapped yet, still scientific discovery. But if there's a mission there already, likely it was already mapped. So I'd love to go here. This would be cool. What I really can't stand, it just gets my goat, is when people say Columbus didn't discover America. I'm like, okay, well, who else submitted it to peer review for this science? It's called scientific discovery, not finding. You map it first. You log your journey. You make accurate representations. You submit your discovery for peer review. Then you are the discoverer. So yes, Columbus discovered the Americas. Doesn't mean he was there first. Never meant that. People forget what discovery even means. Then they insult the Indians by saying the Indians discovered America. No, their traditions is that they were always there. They were created there. You don't discover where you're born. So the Indians aren't happy about that either. But that politically correct trend. Oh, this is an incredible building. Neat. So let's look back at the fire, see if it has moved. Is that a fog moving in? Hey. It could be smoke in front of the cam, but then again, we started out the time lapses with a misty kind of situation, which is why it's so strange that a 4-alarm fire got this serious so fast. But that's the power of wind. 88% humidity, 61 degrees. But wind is all you need to drive something fast. I bet it was almost dewy. Okay, so this is our 3-hour time lapse. SV Caddy says, I've been there. There's a little graveyard. Oh, really? Oh, wow. What was it like, SV? Is it like a park now? Because that it's been a long time since 2005. Is it in a business park, and is there like a plaque and stuff? Because I don't think they should have developed around it, because the mission would have been an expansive ranch sort of thing. So the archaeologists should have gotten at it before buildings created. So they may have just paved right over, well, graveyards and things. That's why it's so important to do ground survey and actually get pros in there. Now, I would love to study the DNA of the horse teeth of places like California, because we have extinct breeds of horse like the Spanish Bar. And the Mustangs of today could get some protection, especially like the Steens Mountain, if they have a lot more of the Spanish Bar blood in them. They would deserve the protection. Oh, Bridgeport. Oh, okay, not the mission. Okay. Yeah, did you see the super covered bridge? I think they just restored it. We almost lost it to a couple of fires over by French Corral. That made me bite my fingernails off last year. Well, 2021 is, I keep thinking 2021 was last year. Time flies when you're not having fun, when you're looking at fires all the time. Oh, yeah, it's amazing. I remember how I found the Bridgeport covered bridge. It's huge. We took our boat at the time, family boat on Lake Orville, I think it was. I think it's, wait, French Corral's not by Orville, is it by Albright? Still listening to see if the firefighters haven't said anything for a while. It's police running plates and stuff. Yeah, hang on, before I start being confused. Well, it's I don't need a new tab. Let's bring. We never got a heat detection. Like, as serious as that fire was, grass doesn't burn hot enough to trigger the satellites. Bridgeport, California. Now they, it's not it. Like Knight's Ferry. That's right. There's more than one. I'm talking about the Bridgeport with the huge covered bridge. That's it. Actually, that is it. Hang on. Wait. No, not it. Not what I'm talking about. That's Bridgeport, the town with the lake. I'm talking about way over here, Grass Valley, Orville, Bridgeport. Let's just look for French Corral. You can't go wrong with that. French. There, that Bridgeport. Yeah, that's not Orville. Excuse me, that's a U, but sorry. Feather is Orville. Englebright, yeah, is the dam on the U-boat. You'll never guess what the Englebright Dam is for. Okay, there's tone outside driving me insane. The Englebright Dam, it's not for flood control, not for generating power. It's a retainment dam for hydro mining. Like they banned it, like Timbuktu, Sucker Flat, Mooney Flat, and Smartsville. These were all based on hydro mining. But they washed so much of the silt down into the valley that made the U-boat and the Feather so shallow that you couldn't have riverboat traffic anymore. It made it flood. That they had that giant people versus mining companies lawsuit to end hydro mining. It was just wrecking the valley and destroying all the crops. And today's flood problems in the valley, a lot dates back to the hydro mining and silting up the rivers. And besides, it was destroying the mountains also. But they were finding, 55-pound gold nuggets, so they were like, who cares? Now, 1874 was that decision when they banned hydro mining, right around 1874. Except if you build a dam to retain the silt. Englebright is one such a dam. It blows my mind that I don't know if it still happens. Everybody's general ideas didn't that cease in the 1800s. But here's some of the it's not the mother lode, but it's the gold district just to the north, the Yuba district. There's tons of ghost towns: Smartsville, Timbuktu, Secret Flat, Mooney Flat. I think You Bet is around here somewhere, which is one of the funniest town names ever. Not all the Rough and Ready and You Bet. It's the roads to Grass Valley. Then there's a second road that goes to places where the towns didn't really survive. This is like old stagecoach roads, and Bridgeport was the bridge. Ferry / later a bridge is one of the most beautiful covered bridges you'll ever see. Oh, that's right, we need Google Maps for the old man. Hang on. Let me bring it up in Google Maps. I'll drag it over. It's a massive covered bridge. Now, Paradise had one called the Honey Run covered bridge. It got burned up in a fire. I don't know if they're going to rebuild it. You look up French Corral, which is a ghost town of California. And to get to French Corral, you go through Bridgeport, and they have some interpretive stuff now, like kids can. Yeah, here's a modern bridge. And yes, that looks like a small little river, doesn't it? Still where police chatter. See that elegant single span cover bridge, just huge. And I think they just concluded their restoration. Yeah. Yeah, my dad went there a couple of years ago, and I put the GoPro on the car, and everybody was waving at my car, and this is a huge spot for recreation and swimming. So you can't dive off this bridge; you'd break your neck because the Yuba is mostly waist deep the entire year. It's the nicer river compared to the feather, which is a raging monster. But, and maybe because they silted it up from hydromining. I mean, this is where they did a lot of the hydromining. But when the floods come, the Yuba can be a monster. It can just rip out bridge footings. So they have to be single spans. You can't have a footing. It'll just wash away in the raging flood years. So, but back here, Dad said that there used to be in the 60s, like original homestead with a gas station and stuff. And I found old pictures and it's gone. Really sad. But they've kind of restored the bridge keeper's farming area. It looks like to build this road, they paved right over the gas station, which was like right over here. And I can't remember which highway it's called. But this seems to be where kids do field trips, and they have a little area where you near this parking lot where they can pan for gold. There's a big fence and now you can walk across the bridge again. There was a big fence there, and they were fundraising, saying, "Please drop money in a thing," and it looked in bad shape. It was about 6 or 7 years ago. It's awesome to see it in good shape. This is March 2023. Yeah, sweet. So if you keep going up into the hills, you get to French Corral. And they had a massive fire at some point, but the Wells Fargo company knew how to build a fireproof building. Now in 2022, there was another fire at French Corral, so I bit my fingernails off thinking we'd lose. This is the last building at French Corral, the Wells Fargo Express. Look at this beauty. Now, to make it a pretty fireproof building, they have these iron doors. Like, those are serious doors. And they had their own sprinkler system for the building. So they had to for security because the stagecoach robbers and, well, robbers in general, this is the Wells Fargo Express. This is where the gold coming out of the region would be put on the, all the money, and rich people and stuff would be riding the stagecoach. So it's like a safe. The whole building is like a safe. So they had a tin roof structure. This has got to be somewhat newer, probably turn of the century. I don't think it would have been this wooden, original brick. But they had to barricade themselves in the case of robbery or attack. So all of their doors and windows would just shut. This massive iron, kind of explosion-proof iron doors. And if a fire came, they just barricaded themselves and wet down the building, and it went past. Any embers that went inside, well, they stepped on them, or they put a bucket of water on it, or had buckets of sand in there for fireproofing. And just kept defensive space and common sense. We can learn a lot from them. The rest of the town is gone. Like, time and wildfire destroyed it. But this would have been lots of buildings here. Major stagecoach road. Stagecoach robberies, blah, blah, blah. And it's just, this is one of the best preserved buildings of the California Gold Rush, especially the Yuba District. They had one of these at Timbuktu. And my mom was on the porch of the building, and there was a bench. It had been lovingly restored by the Pioneers, Daughters of America or something. It's still just talking about police chatter right now. Right, never mind.
I copy, thank you.
All right, some random fire unit just says we've been released for the fire, and she just said I copied, so they didn't even identify themselves. Hang on.
Wonderful.
Okay, I guess maybe they're not going to talk.
We'll one is 1610.
Okay, whatever. Strange References, I have videos from a couple years walking around Knights Ferry. That's a great ghost town. I walk across the covered ridge and look at the buildings. I haven't been there in ages, so I'd love to go there. In the picture books of California ghost towns like Knights Ferry, Bridgeport, French Corral, Shasta was in it before the fire, Shasta City. But the car fire just ripped through there. Car fire is something else. Way far north, away from this place. But I was happy to see that some buildings at least survived. Their museum burned down. Of course, the Paradise Gold Nugget Museum burned down, but some still survives. That's why we bite our fingernails off every time a new wildfire threatens what little we have left. We've lost more in buildings to fire in the last 10 years than we've lost in the entire 20th century, perhaps, of ghost towns. Dixie Fire took out like 3, 4 maybe. Like Plymouth County has almost nothing anymore. Anyway, going back to this story. So my mom was pregnant with me. They had an almost identical building like this at Timbuktu, which is just downstream. And my dad gets the camera out and usually tried to do a time thing so he could be in the same photos, but too many times he's not in the photos because he's the cameraman. He had an AE1, Canon AE1 camera. And so my mom's sprawling on the park bench, and that was the thing to do, is anybody who lived in Sutter, Yuba County, Butte County area would go to Timbuktu and get their picture on the park bench in front of the Wells Fargo building. I wonder if he snapped a picture, because that's when my mom went into labor with me. And yes, I was almost born in Timbuktu. Can't make this up. Like, I didn't know that my entire life. And a couple of years ago, well, maybe 8 years ago, I was asking Mom, have you ever been out to Timbuktu much? Because my parents used to, and my family used to ghost town way before it was cool. And just drive around visiting the historic places. Goes, oh, yeah. When the Wells Fargo building was standing, that's when I went into labor with you. I went, I'm sorry, what? I was almost born in a ghost town. It's on your channel. Sweet, Stranger Element. You got it uploaded? Oh, sweet. Okay. Maybe I can visit that real quick. Other YouTube channels have in live streams like Shaz. I've never found out how to do this. You can click on the people in chat and go to their channel. Even if they have never uploaded anything. Everybody has a channel. If you're logged into YouTube, you have a channel. Even if you never put anything on it. And so when I click on Shaz73's live streams, you can go to so-and-so's channel. Can you link yours? Yeah, Strange Reverend, because I've scoured the settings to try to enable that. It's never happened. Like, I can't find a setting. I'm Googling it and I can't find a setting. Shaz doesn't even know why it's on her. Yeah. Hang on. Fire attack 1. Let's listen. And let's check on the fire real quick. Fog is rolled in. I don't think that's fog. Come on, talk. They had a 30% chance of showers tonight. We may never know what the heck caused it, because it's a city fire. I don't know if it's going to be easy to look up.
Well, not intake.
I have my money on a party, though. Saturday night party.
Engineer 40 on tack 1.
It's our current view. Let's do a 15 minute. And rewinding, we're still monitoring the wrap up of the. Did it ever get a proper name? Yeah, they call it the Cherry Valley Fire in Fairfield. It is an aircraft.
Charlie, engine 40.
flying over it right now.
Go ahead, Division Joe.
Did you have traffic for me?
Negative.
Can we shut those lines down up there?
Negative. We're mopping up as we're coming down.
Copy.
Yeah. So 5 minutes ago, forward progress declared stop at 30,
We're all 98.4.
30 acres.
49.10
There's a airplane patrolling it right now. Okay, back to my story.
373.
So Timbuktu had a building just like this. Engine 73 has been released by Cherry Valley Command. We will advise when back in station. Sorry, I didn't unmute that. Okay, so here's a sad story about the Timbuktu building. I was like, what do you mean when I was born this building still existed? What do you mean it doesn't today? Because I'm looking at especially 1970s, which was the heyday of California ghost towning, was when a lot of the buildings still stood and just don't anymore. And unfortunately, we've been losing them left and right. Just sometimes to infuriating reasons. Things like the Forest Service deciding to just burn them down.
Sensitive areas for investigation.
Not that I know of. It started mid-slope, just above Cherry Valley Circle, so it was backing downhill when I arrived on scene.
Copy.
Really? So what I just asked was, is there any place you want the investigative team to focus on, basically? And he goes, not really. The fire started mid-slope on Cherry Valley Road, was backing down the hill when I arrived.
566 into 40, is that any better?
So, mid-slope. Backing down means going against the wind, just downhill. Because the wind was pushing it up and over it. There was that little flat land spot. At this point, I'm just struggling to figure out what could have started it. Fireworks or something. But at mid-slope.
536 into 40.
Mid-slope. I'll show you what I mean by the party spot. Look, it's like fog has rolled in. If you look at the map, oh, I wish it didn't zoom out like that. That makes me sick.
More as I'm 97 TJ, ending is 1.0.
Yeah, some of the cams are no longer even looking at it. Okay, here's the hill where the fire was. If you go into terrain, stop it. Okay, why is this messed up? Terrain. Oh, is that grayed out? Open topo is grayed out. All right. Right here, it looks like you could drive from this cul-de-sac right up to here, and this is like a little flat area where you could party or something. And so he said the fire started mid-slope. And
Clear with an A, nothing showing, and show us the route to the 415 east.
and I'm muting it. He said it was mid-slope, but backing down, which means back toward the street. Oh, you can't even see my cursor. I didn't realize that. For some reason on this area, you can't see my cursor. Okay, the armpit looking thing there is what I mean by a flat area that you could possibly access by that little road. But it's not secluded. Like, residents can look out their front door and see your party, report it. So I'm baffled. It's not like there was lightning in the area. There's no power lines there below ground here because it's a new neighborhood. If it was a vehicle fire, they would just say that. It's 88% humidity, even though it's high winds. That's pretty moist. So even if somebody was like running up there with a dirt bike in the middle of the night, I don't think their engine would start anything. So this is quite suspicious to me. If I'd like to know. Hey, there you go, Stranger Evan. You got the link. Okay. I want to explain what happened in Timbuktu real quick before we look at Stranger Evan's thing. That'd be cool. I will never do two things with my ghost towns. I mean, I wanted to do a ghost town Wild West history and abandoned places channel. That was my first goal. Fire tracking is just something that happened because duty calls. So how much of a slope up from the houses? It's pretty steep. I tried to put on topo, but that thing is blanked out, and I already moved count topo away from it, and I'm too lazy to put it back. It's pretty severe though. Like you would want to zigzag up it rather than hike direct. Still listening to police chatter. Okay. So if they talk any more about that fire, which I don't know that they will, I'll unmute it. So, like I said, Timbuktu had a lovingly restored Wells Fargo Express building that was almost identical in look to this. In the old 1970s ghost town boats have it intact, and there was a park bench in front and a big plaque that said restored in the 1920s by the Sons and Daughters of the West or something like that. So the community loved it. Some people still live where the ghost town of Timbuktu was. A great fire took it out at some point. Timbuktu was a big deal. It is one of Yuba County's biggest towns, and abandoned almost overnight once hydro mining was made illegal in 1874. And almost all of the buildings were wooden and burned up into fire, but the Wells Fargo Express survived. So in the 1920s, they lovingly restored it, blah, blah, blah. And then for some crackhead, idiot, jerk person to get ideas in his head in the 90s sometime, I think. I don't remember when. There's two things, and so accordingly, there are two things I will never do when talking about ghost towns. A, I will never mention the paranormal BS. Those are made up tales by hotels trying to get people to visit them for tourism, I just don't believe in ghosts. And so what you do is you attract the wrong kind of crowds to abandoned places, those who want to have seances and candles and stuff and open flame. And a lot of ghost towns get burned down by like teenagers trying to summon the dead to talk to and all BS. So I will never talk about any ghost stories regarding a ghost town. Ghost town means the town died, not a person. It has nothing to do with paranormal. But the second thing I'll never do is a treasure tale, because that just means that people destroy the damn town looking for treasure. And that's what happened at Timbuktu and the building that I wanted to go back. I wanted to recreate that photo. But now I'm born, right? And I'm grown up, and it's me and my family sitting on the bench where my mom went to labor with me. And I can't do that anymore because some jerk heard the rumors of the treasure tales of Timbuktu. No, there are no treasures in ghost towns because everybody's already looked at them. People go to the middle of nowhere to hide a treasure. They're still out there. Like, they never accounted for all the gold missing or stagecoach robberies and the money. But they're in caves and hollowed out trees and pits and stuff. Everybody's already metal detected ghost towns to death. There are no treasures in the towns. But that doesn't stop people from tearing out the walls and ceilings looking for the treasure that was rumored to be in the Wells Fargo Express building at Timbuktu. So this jerk person took a grappling hook and a chain and threw it onto the roof and tore the roof off first of the Wells Fargo Express building. And then he was like, "Oh man, the gold bars aren't in the roof. Oh yuck!" Then he picked his nose for a bit. Then he scratched his crack, and then he leaned over, exposing his plumber's crack, I'm sure. And he took the grappling hook from the ground and put it on the walls. And then he tore out the walls of the Wells Fargo Express building. And today there's just a roof sitting on a pile of bricks. He thought he was going to find gold. Yeah. Yeah. It's never been restored. Today the landowners have like a little fence around it. And it's absolutely sad. SB Kathy says, my bet was a party or a couple of people smoking. Yeah, maybe smokers. I mean, that still happens. Some people still smoke. You'd think everybody would switch to vaping so they don't like inhale tar, but a lot of people haven't. So, yeah, not that vaping's good for you. Nicotine I'm talking about. Nicotine's bad. It's just bad. It's a vasoconstrictor, and you know, if they put a warning label on nicotine products that say proven to cause impotence and erectile dysfunction, nobody would smoke. Like, they did the wrong thing trying to put lung cancer images on there. Like, everybody just goes, "Oh, that won't happen to me." But if you put, I mean, I think the most effective anti-smoking ad I ever saw was a cigarette that was limp and hanging over and drooping like this. It says smoking causes impotence, male impotence. Now that would make somebody quit. Yeah. So, I don't think Timbuktu, it's had different spellings. It's got a very fascinating story. I'm still listening. Smartsville still exists down here. They used to have Smartsville days, celebrations. These days, not so much. Oh my God, the Google car went down Timbuktu Road. Wow. Okay, there it is. It went in May this year. There it is, right there. That's all that's left. Now, if I was like King Solomon Justice, like judge, I'd be like, okay, sir, you are gonna put that entire thing back together. That is your sentence. I'm not gonna send you to prison where you just learn from other criminals on how to be a better criminal. Oh, no, 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 no. It's hard manual labor, and you're gonna put that building back together brick by brick. That is your sentence. I wish we had a justice system more like that. So, this entire avenue was full of the ghost town, the Gold Rush ghost town. I don't know when it burned. There's all these 1800s things of it. And then we'll get to your Knights Ferry thing in a second. I just want to show people Timbuktu, California, is historic photos. There should be a few that just come right up. So I was working on the first ghost town videos ever. Like, here's it. here's the road. Multiple hotels, multiple banks. Here's the building before, and there's a little bench. Not the exact same one my parents described. And the weird thing is this plaque is nowhere near it. Yeah, here's old photos. The 1859, man, they all had to stand still for like 2 minutes in 1859, like a minute and a half exposure. That's why you don't see any animals. They just wouldn't have stayed still. Somebody wrote an X down here as if something important happened there. But it had bakeries, several hotels, it had an opera house, like it had places of entertainment. Quite a lot happened here. Mark Twain may have gone there because he went to Marysville first. Anyway, too much to mention, but this is what it looked like, and you can see the flumes back here. Alert content protected. You're kidding me, right? So like I can't right-click save. This is so far out of copyright. It's probably been out of copyright a century. So you can see in the background that they hydromined the hill away. This is the Yuba River back there. So when they put in the modern highway system, the highways hide from view the absolute wanton destruction and sad state of the Yuba River back there where they mined it to death, and it's just wasteland. But they had elaborate flumes. This is where all the trees got chopped up. Fire attack. Let's go back to it.
Really?
Just be advised, you're losing your dedicated attack dispatcher. I'll be on fireman.
Copy that, thank you.
Okay, whatever. They're still chattering every so often. Now this was a growing town. It could have been like, county seat. There's the one building left made out of brick, the Wells Fargo office. Survived some sort of a fire that ripped through. I'm not sure when. But if you do go off the beaten path and you see the hydromining damage, it's ugly and shocking. So this might actually explain when the fire happened. But you could see the double iron doors, and they would have tin roofed the thing. I see what. And this was taken in 1929, so after the restoration, I bet there's a modern roof. Not so fireproof. But anyway, that sitting somewhere on there was my mom when she went into labor with me. So they got into the car and drove like a bat out of hell. Now this is the bridge that survives, if you can believe it. There is a second bridge. Yeah, that's the Wells Fargo building today. Not a bad photo log, this one. This is alexplornia.com. Looks semi-professional. Let's see. Anyway, let's go to Strange River's site right now. What's this? Oh, Standing Ruins. The theater and bakery ruins. I've never seen those photos before. Right before Paradise burned down, my goal was to film Timbuktu, and I'd gone there, and I think I drove around with the GoPro on the top of the car, the GoPro Hero 2. And I was going to interview people at the Gold Nugget Museum of Paradise. I was going to do Butte County and Yuba County as my first counties that showcase the ghost towns, and Plumas. And fires pretty much ripped through all of them. Like we are losing it fast at an alarming rate. So, with your kind donations due to stream, I will go and photograph and high quality video these places before they disappear. Now, the other bridge was still there in 07 or so. Last time I went through here, I think it might have been 07. It's not shown here, but it washed out, and they couldn't restore it, so they have a brand new one.
Subjects have white shirts and gray shorts. Still getting further information. 221 North First. That was.
It's a manhunt. One subject running towards the school, somebody's doing else. Yeah, here's some of the flumes. Support the hydromite. The fact that it's like all gone is incredible. But Smartsville, next door, even though it's a wooden affair town, it's mostly in town. So okay, let's go to Strange Reverend's site, his channel, his YouTube channel.
Possibly associated with a vehicle, and we're trying to get that description as well.
Oh, it was a mugging. Callers said that both males are in their 40s and wanted his money, and they're taking off on foot. Go, get him, police. Knights Ferry? Heck yeah. So Knights Ferry is one of the ghost towns in the covered bridge.
3, if you have
One
a
of the
cover,
main,
I'll take 15.
main original building survivors, right? I'm sure I visited as a kid, but this is down towards, where is this again? Strange Reverend? Show the mini tour video? Okay. Yeah. I do some historical commentary. Well, boy, I'm trying to monitor the radio still. I'm sorry. It's 12 minutes. Cool. I can almost smell the old wood, you know. Okay, he said engine 40, they're going to shut down Division
So from
Charlie's
the
line.
RP, but it says North First and EC Charles now.
So still doing mop up and cleanup. Okay, which part should I unmute right here? Okay, I unmuted it for myself, but here's the thing, I'm still playing Broadcast 5. I guess I could just shut it down. Because dispatch will talk over you. Alright, let's just shut it down. Okay. So you just said in the video, you have a cool voice, by the way, that a lot of it's original timbers. Okay. So let's adjust volume.
They can retain it for historical value. And you can see these posts and wires. That's because, like every bridge everywhere, you have people come up, kick the boards out, and try to jump off the bridge.
What?
And they put wires without crossing the line. I'm going to try to. That's outside one of the windows down there.
Now,
Here's
the Paradise Fire tried to take out another covered bridge in California. The Organ House covered bridge up by Oroville and Cherokee, it survived, thank God.
the other side, you can see some of the river.
I mean, Cherokee was surrounded by the Paradise Fire after a time. And, or is it the Bear? It was Paradise, actually. I think both of them surrounded Cherokee, actually. And the firefighters just made a stand. And Cherokee has got some surviving ghost town buildings, almost like a main street. And Organ House is no longer a town. Am I thinking Organ House, or am I just thinking Organ? I think it's Organ House. But it's covered bridges there.
But yeah, this bridge was built in 1863, and they're on the other.
That would be Civil War era.
Other side here is a bunch of old mills, broken down what's left of stone mills and stuff like that, for everything from getting gold separate from rock.
Yeah, so this is Stanislaus County near Tuolumne. Okay.
To grinding your bread, whatever the stones were needed for at that time.
Okay, I'm sorry, I gotta skip.
But that is the old jailhouse.
Whoa.
And that's some of the mill. Down there's the river. We'll come over here first. None of it, this is not open to the public. They actually do use it for a little bit of an office / storage space. Doors are closed so you can't even see in.
Oh, those children screaming are in the video. Okay. I was like, why would there be children at night? Oh, guys, it's 1:59 a.m. In 1 second, it's going to be 1 a.m. because of our stupid daylight savings time crap. Ah, let's see what the clock does. It says 1:59 a.m. 54, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now it's 1 instead of 2 a.m. Wow. Yay. Okay, I thought I would just point that out.
Oh, the mill house. Give you a second to try to read all that. But yeah, it's been around a while. But
You gone.
yeah.
Oh wow, there's a lot more buildings here than I thought would be around. Every time I wanted to go to Knight's Ferry, I would look at the map and I'd be, near Sutter County and be like, oh God, that's far away. That's really far away, but oh wow, this is elaborate. Dude. All right, worth the trip. Worth the trip. What year was this that you went? Wow. Boilers, intact hydro equipment, jerks, graffiti stuff, shoot to kill on sight, cut their hands off. Just kidding. Millstones. Yeah, the 1862 flood. So the 1862 flood, I want to figure out if that could possibly have been an El Nino. That was the worst flood that white man's witnessed to record on the West Coast. Even worse than the 1894, which was tremendously bad. The 1862 flood, I've lost track. Like, I have not been able to assemble how many towns and cities were destroyed by it in Oregon, Washington, and California. It was one of those extremely unusual weather years where they had heavy snowpack late into the year, like late May, almost to June, and then the Pineapple Express storms rain on it and melt it all at once. And so you have the... Actually, no, I shut my mouth. That was a Christmas storm. It must have been heavy snowpack in the mountains and rain at Christmas. Yeah, it went into January. Yeah, sorry, got my floods confused. So I actually don't know then the exact cause of it. But dozens of towns you've never heard of, like Jefferson, Washington, or Monroe, Washington, named after Jefferson. Jefferson's estate. No, Monticello, excuse me. Monticello was Jefferson's estate. Where Longview it kind of is today, that washed away. The Cascades and Fort Cascades washed away in the Columbia River. The majority of the Willamette River towns were either destroyed or absolutely devastated, like places that don't exist today, like New Orleans, over by Salem, Lincoln. There was a town called Lynn City on the other side of Oregon City, just completely washed away. Same thing happened with California too. So everything on any sort of major waterway was severely damaged and or just swept. So that's why a lot of the early California history is missing, the earliest settlements and things, because the waterways, the rivers were the big highways before the roads were created. and entire rivers change course and stuff. Strange Rivers is a short video with the thumbnail of me standing on a concrete wall just outside the bridge. Yeah. So like people at West Lynn today don't know that that neighborhood, which is high up for a reason, is named after the ghost town of Lynn City. So yeah, 1862 flood. Wow, millstones from Belgium. Wow, cool. I'm sorry, I don't mean to skip all this because hey, I want people to watch your channel. I know you're a ghost town or Strange River, or if I did, I forgot. I'm sort of remembering that now, but you know, long COVID has got me. Yeah, this is good filmography. When did you take this? You uploaded this a year ago. When did you film this? So this is Knight's Ferry.
Whatever, without crossing the.
And I should try to make a point of visiting all the remaining covered bridges. 62 is a bad year. So 1862, huge amounts of history is washed away in floods, entire towns. And then in 1962, the Columbus Day storm, which was like a broken up tropical storm / hurricane remnant that bounced off Hawaii and hit Oregon. The 1962 Columbus Day storm destroyed most of Oregon's covered bridges and most of the old barns of Oregon and lifted the roofs off of a lot of houses. And just like all the big gales, took everybody by surprise. The weathermen are very terrible at predicting those. So 1962, they may have had an excuse, but really they've been affecting Oregon and Washington since, well, the 1800s, kind of almost like clockwork every 12 to 15, maybe 20 years if it lapses too much. But 2007 was the last major one that really did a huge amount of damage, took out some towns like Jewell and such near in Vernonia. And I was fearful for my life. I ran out of my house because widowmakers are dropping on the house I was renting at the room I was renting at the time. That house, the neighbors also ran out into the street, and we saw giant trees bending like fishing poles, the giant Douglas firs. And the power's out, and nobody on the news warned us of anything of the sort. So you said that was filmed and loaded the same day. Oh, so it was just a year ago? Oh, well then, I thought this was shaky because it was like an old camera or something. Do hit the button for video stabilization. I'm kidding. You should get a DJI like I need to stabilize my walking videos. Because my pumpkin patch video did not come out so well. That's not a handy cam. That was a selfie stick, you know. Strange thing was just hand holding my Samsung with steady cam mode on. Did better than like traditional selfie stick, but the DJI Osmo or whatever that's called is probably just the ecosystem. The DJI I've got to move to. I've got a non-DJI drone, but they don't make batteries or anything for it anymore. And the software was banned from the Google Play Store because it was supposed to be spyware, essentially. So I have old cell phones that don't have any sensitive information on them to fly my drone. But if I could fundraise enough, I'll shoot all these places with drone and do walking tours live. You know, hint if anybody wants to super chat right now, or super thanks if you're watching this in the future, or better yet, hit the PayPal button with the pinned comment in the chat area. Then they wouldn't take 30% like the damn YouTube does. Oh, by the way, I'm not happy with YouTube. Like, I would leave it now if I could, because I got banned from commenting the other day. Yes, I got banned from commenting the other day. Now, strange thing was, I could still go live. I couldn't because I was sick. But I was sitting at my chair trying to figure out, am I well enough That's okay. I'm just teasing you, Strange. I know you have a good sense of humor. Otherwise, some people who are not as cool as you would take that as an insult and be like, I'm out of here. No, I know you're cool, so that's why I'm teasing you. It's a sign of my affection. Anyway, back to my story here. Couple of days while I was sick, like the second, I think, I sat here and I was well enough to get out of bed, but it didn't work very well. I went back to bed. I was at least trying to keep abreast of things as best I could with my cell phone, but the tremendous fatigue was incredible. I slept 13 and 14-hour days, and I sat up in my chair and thought, can I go live? Started looking for fire news and started seeing other news like cop news and stuff. And one thing I don't like as a creator is when people get together and do nasty things like try to shut down somebody's channel just because they don't like that channel or something. And when that cancel culture crap, I mean, that's appropriate for total jerks, people violating rules, but there was this channel that was trying to explore, some police brutality that was severe. Just, I don't even want to explain what that video shows. It had to be censored on YouTube heavily. And it's quite shocking. So when I saw the censored stuff, and I'll defend the police whenever I need to. I mean, most cops are good, but can't deny when the bad cops show up. Oh my God, what they could do, man. So this guy who lost a leg due to police brutality, he lost his leg. That's how rough they got with him, an elderly Hispanic man. It was heavily censored, the damage done to his body as they heavy tackled him. I don't want to describe the gruesome nature of the injury. So it's something I wanted to lean over and vomit, even to hear the sound of what happens when they tackle him. So here I am on YouTube, and these people in the chat started saying this video is fake, And what I did was verify it by just doing a general Google search as the channel tried to explain. And the channel, in my opinion, was doing a good job of just public awareness to a victim. And I usually don't watch any kind of police videos except car chases because it's just too heavy. It's too heavy. So anyway, it came up in my car chase feed and Wildfire news feed. But this is amazing. You did awesome with this, Reverend, by the way. Like, that's a postcard. That's a postcard. So people, I would say very juvenile people, immature people, said this is clickbait. It doesn't show what the title is, which is how the guy lost his leg. It's like, duh, the surgeons had to amputate it after that kind of damage. Like, they thought they were going to see a guillotine action and a leg fall off. No, it was the cops damaged his leg so bad it had to be amputated. And if you see the uncensored video, you can see why. So YouTube makes you censor this stuff. It's, YouTube's decision. So Rumble, though, is an alternative to YouTube that I've not much experience with. When I did the Google search, Rumble came up in the search results, and so I don't know why this happened to me, why I was banned from commenting. But it's probably because I mentioned a competing YouTube site. That's what I wonder about. I knew better than to link it, but I made a comment, guys. All you idiots who are saying boycott this channel and report it for clickbait. It's real footage. It's a real victim. And hundreds of people were saying, yeah, boycott and report this channel, like mindless idiots. And you can ruin somebody's channel that way. It's bad. And when people are doing real journalism, they got to be supported. So Strange Reverend says, yeah, too many people are unfortunately uneducated. COVID did not help that. Unfortunately, this lost generation, Oregon basically just made everyone pass high school who stayed enrolled throughout all of the, standardized testing is what you usually have to do to graduate in Oregon. That's very controversial. I'm against it because it means teachers don't teach anymore. They just teach kids how to pass a test, not how to think. But anyway, at least if you can pass standardized testing, you can prove you can read and write the English language and do basic math and stuff. And they had to scrap it because most of the graduates this year can't read and write English. I have no idea what grammar and punctuation even is, let alone have a vocabulary. It's just sad. There's no excuse for this. It's the 21st century. They should have just had classes as usual, but online. But it kind of exposed how backwards we are, how other countries are pulling ahead in high-speed internet and free internet access for their poor people. That anymore is what determines whether or not somebody's educated, is how much access do you have to high-quality education channels like National Geographic and, internet access in general. The world's knowledge is on the internet. If you could find it, and read about the crap. I remember I got better grades than a lot of my, was, well, a lot more educated than even my own classmates because we had stuff like an entire encyclopedia collection. It's still, a graduation of the richest, unfortunately. A lot of my classmates had to work child labor style after school ended, and I didn't, So I really want that disparity to end, but it's worse. It's so much worse right now. That, like not most can read and write English, like 65% can read and write English proficiently that graduated this year in Oregon. It's most can't. Like 65% can't pass a basic grammar and basic test. So it's gotten worse, Strange Reverend. Okay, what was I talking about? Sorry. I'm getting quite tired. I'm glad to have done a almost 6-hour stream for you guys, though. Who knew there would be a 4-alarm fire? I was going to wrap it a couple hours ago. 4-alarm fires don't happen every day. Pretty unusual circumstances. Like SB Kathy said, it was either I would say most likely a party. Could have been like a cigarette, maybe. Or some sort of reckless arson, fireworks or something like that. Not that that was reported, I'm just speculating. Because very little can get a fire going like that under these conditions. I mean, the wind explains entirely why it got big, but it's damp grass. How did it get established? It's a little bit of a head scratcher. And the caller did not report a party. He just said there's fire in the hillside. We'll figure this out if we can remember to look it up. But it's harder to find the origins of a city fire because I don't think it's going to be called a wildland fire. Anyway, yeah, the channel. Okay, the guy. Sorry, the police channel. Why I got chat banned. Like I've seen this before, and it disturbs me. What happened to me? I'm trying to tell a story of I was banned by YouTube from making comments on any videos for 24 hours as like a stage 2 warning. And I don't know if it's 3 strikes you're out. Like the first time I encountered this was like a week or 2 ago. I was pretty shocked and scared, but I was like, oh, this has got to be a fluke. Here I am just making normal comments on videos. Strange thing was this particular video was a police video too. It was a car chase video. And I think, I don't even know what triggered the response. It's got to be automatic. But it seems like YouTube has got these automatic triggers where if people do something, they get like a warning, like stop what you're doing, otherwise we're going to terminate your account. And that's what it said. Here I am. I started watching an Antiques Roadshow. Like, I kid you not, an Antiques Roadshow clip where somebody finds out they ruined the value of their antique table. It was just, that kind of clip goes viral. And out of the blue, there's this big warning that says, we have found, it's a big pop-up in front of YouTube. I couldn't click anything unless I clicked OK. We have found, let me just read it. I took a screenshot. I can't believe what it was. Let me just read what that message said. My stupid chat ban. Yeah, what is that stupid message? Comment, yeah, okay, the first time they did not block my ability to comment, but they warned me. And I don't know where that screenshot is. He said, we've discovered that comments you've left may violate the community guidelines. And so there's only a couple of community guidelines out there, like a short list of like 6. And it says, it chose mine, spam, deceptive practices, and scam policy. I sort of blinked at it like, I'm sorry, what? So the comment I made was automatically deleted, and to try to figure out what the hell happened, I first thought it was about Antiques Roadshow. It says, do you have feedback? Please let us know. And then there's a button that says, got it, in order to close the window, and then you can interact with YouTube again. So I was seriously confused. I found in Reddit that other people yeah, this is weird, strange Reverend. I've gone back and read it as far back as 2020. People are complaining that they have no idea what they did wrong, but YouTube destroys their account and kicks them off YouTube. And they have no idea why. So they will never explain to you what comment was offensive or supposedly broke community guidelines. And this seems to be a robot that is like a detection system that is doing this. So I wrote, yeah, I've got feedback such as, what the hell's going on? Because it said, if you continue this activity, your account may be terminated. This is some robot talking to me. Like, this is some automatic thing. So I went, what the hell? So I did comment. I hit the feedback button and said, I haven't even made a comment because I assumed it was the video I was watching, the one about Antiques Roadshow. Like, why would clicking on an Antiques Roadshow video suddenly get me a ban warning for spam, scams, and deception? Hey, that's one hell of an accusation. Like, spam is like, I made $50,000 today. I love this new pyramid scheme. Click here. That's the spam, stuff. I'm a single mom and I make $25,000 per minute ever since I discovered envelope stuffing. Like, that's spam. Or remember the spam we used to have in chat, which was the constant porno stuff, trying to get people to go to the chat girls porn thing. Remember that? Remember, guys, when we struggled with that? Well, I fixed that, I'm proud to report, by banning keywords and stuff. Remember how, isn't that nice? We don't experience that anymore. I'm not saying it can never come back, but anyway, like I never done anything like that in my life. And then the deceptive practice is clickbait. Like when you say, "Oh, join my Discord," and it's actually to like a evil website that would give you a virus or something. I mean, or lead you to some other video or something where you just need a whole bunch of watch counters, like a lot of people to watch it. Like you could say, yeah, it shows a lion killing a tiger. And it's nothing of the sort, it's like Rickrolling people, It's like how I make a cupcakes video. As long as you trick people into clicking it, the video gets popular and promoted. So that's what scams, spam, and deceptive practices is. It could be a hardcore evil, like giving people viruses, or it could be minor, like trying to promote a video. Strange Reverend says the sex bots still pop up every now and then on the other channel that I mod. I could go to my banned word list and try to, later, not right now, but try to explain how I managed to stop most of that. We used to have strange comments too that didn't make any sense. And I was able to put a stop with that with the banned word list. I've never figured those out. Those couple word comments that seem to have a link of some sort, but the link went nowhere. I've never figured out what they are. Anyway, so let me drop the screenshot actually of the second one. So like I said, going back to the story now, when people walk in and don't know what I'm talking about, I'm sorry. This is what it looks like. So the first time it happened, I was completely baffled, and I said, "Please tell me what I was supposed to have done wrong. Why I haven't even made a comment on the Antiques Roadshow video." And this is from the third, guys. This is from a couple days ago. This is the second violation, and they banned me for 24 hours. It says you'll be able to post comments again in one more day. Now, the first warning said if I persisted in whatever the hell they thought I was doing, my whole account could just be deleted. Just boom. My livelihood gone. 1 million plus channel views. That took a lot to build that audience. Like, if we started over from scratch, I don't think I'd be able to reach anybody. Like, this is a big deal. It's career ending. Okay. And here I have some stupid, snotty little pop-up that's auto-generated. So I tried to Google it, like, what could have triggered a weird response, an automatic response like that? And one of the first ways you could sort of find out is go to your comment history. So if you go to your YouTube channel, your own YouTube account, onto the side it says history, like watching videos history, but then there's a comment history, and that's pretty new. In the past, it was hard to find out, like a list of your comments you made. So you have to find out which one is missing, because YouTube will automatically delete it. There's no people involved here, I'm convinced, because when it happened the second time, I went and looked at the comment that was missing, and this happened like 10 seconds after I typed it. Can't be a person flagging me manually, like reporting me, and it can't be a YouTube official looking at a report. Not in 10 seconds. So they have some bots, it's obvious, or AI learning, or whatever the hell. It's kind of scary here, trying to detect spammers, scammers, right? So I never got a reply begging them. I said, look, I'm afraid. I don't know what I just triggered, but you need to tell me what the hell triggered this, because you're threatening to terminate my account, my career, my ability to help people. What? Why? What was I supposed to have done wrong? So I look back in the comment history. There was a police chase video where the police got their own patrol car stolen. Like a perpetrator just walked into it. It had the keys in it running, stole it, and there was an AR-15 in the police vehicle. Like, this is gross incompetence. And then this person drove the police vehicle to an intersection, kind of looked like California actually. And then the tires were shot out in a firefight. And as police were calling for backup, civilians were driving by. So this perpetrator tries to carjack a civilian, sticks the gun, flags him down, like, guys, stop, help me. Then sticks a gun in the passenger window and says, get out of the car. So the driver floors the car and takes off and tries to push away the AR-15. And so the dash, there's two shots that get off. One shoots the dash of the car, and the bullet somehow ends up in the leg of the driver. Like, they're injured, and they make it down the road a bit and then stop. And so I was like, holy crap. But I realized the perpetrator, the gunman, is alone completely. So I made a comment like, you know what? I guess the police need grenades these days. Like, how else would you take out this gunman who's hiding behind a police car who has police weapons? Like, the police couldn't do anything about it. It was like war. It resembled war instead of police stuff. There was a comment of dismay, like, I guess the police need grenades now? So it was then that I clicked on the Antiques Roadshow. I was like, why am I looking at police videos? I click on the Antiques Roadshow video, like, oh, let's watch Antiques Roadshow. Boom. It was 10 seconds later, this window pops up, but it threatens account termination for spam. For spam. And so once I Googled it, like I said, I go back and it says find what comment has been deleted. And the only deleted comment was on that police chase video where I said, I guess the police need grenades these days. I meant like the kind of firepower that launches a grenade. There's some military guns that do that. It's just an innocent comment about it looks like the police get outgunned sometimes. So I don't know why that comment was deleted. And I don't know why it says spam and deceptive practices and scams. That has nothing to do with the price of tea in China. So I begged them in the feedback. There's like a feedback section. Can you tell me what the hell's going on? Like, how did I trigger a spam detector? Got no reply. So I was shaken up. But I just thought, man, this will never happen again. That was weird. So it happened again. Not yesterday, because now we're into the 5th, but technically the day before yesterday. This is when I got this message. Now, like I said, this is now sequential, circling around back to what I was talking about. Here I am watching police videos again. I guess since I watched one, I'm being shown a bunch more. And I saw the idiots in the comment area saying this is clickbait. It's not real footage. It's fake. And that they should try to harm the channel, try to get the channel destroyed through a bunch of false reporting. So I said, guys, you idiots, it's real. This is real police brutality. This is a real victim, and they just had to censor it so much that it looks fake. It's gruesome. And if you really want to see the uncensored video, trust me, you don't. It's on Rumble, which is a competing site to YouTube. And it's uncensored. but it'll make you want to throw up. So I'm just defending another content creator. So I have a hurt arm, like I have a arm injury. It's a disability. It's never healed. So repetitive motions, clicking and typing is bad. I like to copy and paste whenever I can. And since that was on a thread that would probably get deleted by the content creator, I wanted to put that on the main comment section. So I copied what I just wrote about it, the uncensored video being on Rumble, and I go to the main comment section, make a brand new comment. I paste it, and I thought, I shouldn't call people idiots. That was jerk of me, actually. So I removed idiots, even those people were being cruel idiots. And I say, guys, it's real, and I alter it a little bit manually. It's real footage. It's on Rumble. And I thought, what, would YouTube ban me for linking to Rumble, actually? Just because it's a competing outlet, like, they might automatically delete the comment, and then why would I bother commenting? So I just say it's on Rumble, and I say, here's a quotation mark, the title of that video. But really, it'll make you throw up. It's gruesome. But no, this channel's not clickbait. It's like citizen journalism. So I make that comment, I do that, and pressed enter. Boom, this message. And all of a sudden I'm banned for making comments for 24 hours. Now I'm really upset and frightened because if you keep triggering this, my account might be automatically deleted. And now I've triggered it somehow, happening twice. So I said, I just typed into Google, is there a way to get a hold of Google customer service? There used to not be a way, like you couldn't find a way to talk. I remember when lightning struck my house during that live stream that went over 12 hours. Extreme driven, it's weird. I desperately tried to find a way to get in touch with Google, YouTube customer service. I mean, Google owns YouTube, but technically YouTube customer service to try to get them to save that live stream because that's a once in a million viral event. I would have gone viral. That was insane. Lightning striking my house while streaming live twice, one successively right after that. I mean, that would be worldwide viral. That would be millions of views. That'll never happen again in my life. Knock on wood. I mean, I hope it does. And back then when I didn't accept donations in 2020, I didn't realize the fire season would be like 2 months long and I'd have to be covering fires for 2 months. I mean, I just started. I thought the Labor Day fires last week. I was very, very naive. So when people try to give me money, I said, please just give it to the fire victims. I can't take money. I thought I was losing just 2 weeks of income. That I could sacrifice that. But 2 months of income was terrible, and I realized, oh God, yeah, my finances ain't doing so good. So I reluctantly began to accept donations in 2021. And I have to. You just can't lose 2 months of income and be okay. You can't do this for free. You just can't do 18-hour streams day after day for 2 months in a row and work that hard and not make any money. And lose the money you used to make on the side. So that's why your donations are so important, friends. And I still feel like crap asking for money when there's wildfires happening to people, but I am doing an important service. And the people that finally convinced me to accept donations, they said, look, damn it, there's people making way more money than you selling makeup. Like the people who help the public should get the money, damn it. Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's absolutely damn right. Every once in a while, though, I still have somebody come in here and say, "How dare you make money off of a wildfire?" And I'm like, "Yeah, how dare our team save lives too, huh? Jesus." Excuse me. Anyway, so back to this story. I did find out you can now actually talk to YouTube customer service, and that lightning video is lost. Like, I go back into the behind the scenes part of YouTube. It still says it is preparing my video. It's been saying that since October 2020. Preparing my video, and it'll be ready for view. The lightning strike video, but it's gone. I did not have enough donations because I didn't have any to afford enough hard drives. I ran out of all hard drive space during 2020, so very little of my 2020, very few of the broadcasts survive. I did not know that YouTube deleted live streams if they go over 12 hours. They never said that. There's just a button that says record live stream. So I would stream for like 5-6 days in a row without breaking the stream. And so there's just 5 and 6 day gaps where there's nothing. The historical record is gone for the 2020 fires that we covered. But spilt milk, I can't do anything about it. So there's a lot of expenses with this stream where I keep buying 10 terabyte hard drives and stuff I'm recording right now, so it never happens again, you know. So I triggered it again with another police video. And I think what triggered it the second time, where I actually got banned from commenting for 24 hours, was the fact that I copied and pasted, and my first message resembled the one before. So that's weird, though. The first time I tripped this system was not a copy and paste. It was just me typing out, "Geez, I guess the police need grenades," you know, in dismay about how they were outgunned. But we'll see. If this happens again, I have no idea what's going to happen. I connected with YouTube chat relatively quickly, within like 10 minutes. I don't know if I was talking to a living person. They didn't have a name. They had 2 initials. And they had some pretty canned responses, some pretty copy and paste canned responses for pretty much everything I said. But it had just enough of the human touch and just enough hesitation before responding. I think it was a real person on the other side. I just really can't be sure anymore. I asked if the person was a man or a woman. Like, I said, "Yes, sir," or "Madam. Are you a sir or madam?" No response, you know. So I said, "First, can you tell me why in the name of God this overzealous detection system of yours is flagging me like I'm a bad person?" I said, "Please know that I'm not a bad person. Like, this is ridiculous. I use YouTube for good." And so he goes, "What is your channel?" So I copy and pasted my channel, and "Oh, I understand that you use YouTube in a very positive way for the community, and we are sorry that your ability to help the community has now been restricted." That's basically what I complained about. But please have patience. And I said, "Okay, yeah, I'm totally patient. Please fix it, though. I need reassurance that my account's not going to be randomly terminated because of whatever's going wrong here." I said, "Either I'm being flagged by somebody who hates my channel, like somebody I banned, or like a bot or something, manually flagging my comments. It just doesn't seem right." I said, "What I think is going on is YouTube has got some sort of a algorithm here to detect spam and whatever, and it's gone nuts. It's gone haywire, and can you please look at my comments, verify that I'm not spamming anybody, and turn this off?" Like, I've been on YouTube with this account since like 2011 or something. I've never run into any problems and never violated a guideline. He goes, please hold. So he or she looks into the situation, comes back and says, looks like you've been banned from commenting for 24 hours because of spam, deceptive practices, or the scam policy. Now here's where he could have been a bot. It's like, no beep, Sherlock. That's what I came here complaining about. Like, what have we been talking about for the last 10 minutes? Hello? It's not right, though. I didn't spam anybody. So here I thought that he was looking at my comments, verifying that I was detected falsely. And I thought he would just be like, oh, apologies. Sorry. Sorry to give you a heart attack about, the deletion of your channel. We undid our mistake. That's all I expected. What I got was more, well, if you don't want to have this happen, then don't spam anybody. Please read through our guidelines. I said, are you kidding me? I didn't spam. I didn't deceive anybody, and I didn't scam anybody. So what are you talking about? I didn't violate your guidelines. I am beep scared now that I am being flagged for something I didn't do. This happens twice now for no rhyme or reason, and I'm getting my account terminated. Like, this is a serious threat. I need assurances that you're going to fix this for me so I don't have to be anxious about, the termination of my livelihood. Oh God, what alert is that? Is that my earthquake app? Okay, no, it's weather. Wind advisory for Portland. Oh, great. We've got more storms rolling in. Wind advisory in effect from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday. South winds gusts up to 45 miles an hour expected in the greater Portland metro area. Great. Great. Okay, so back to this horrible story. I said, look, I'm frightened and kind of, I'm going to be patient. I know you got a big website to run here, so a lot of things have got to be automatic, but can you get your guard dog off me because it's barking up the wrong tree, Can you please verify none of my comments did anything bad and prevent me from, randomly being terminated? This is my livelihood, my job. I need to help people. And he goes with some canned replies like, we understand that you might feel that you are targeted or you are being disrespected, because I did say I don't feel respected, Joe. However, rest assured that no bot is targeting you and they don't exist, with a smiley face. I said, what? I do not believe you are understanding what I'm saying, really. Okay, if somebody hates my channel, which, the people I banned obviously do, of course they could program a bot that would follow me around and flag all my comments, report them. Like, anybody could do that. That's a really, that would be quite an easy thing to do, actually. But that's not what I'm talking about. I don't think that's happening. And in fact, I said I don't think that's happening. I think it's an automatic thing that YouTube is doing. Your spam detector is haywire. I think I copy and pasted a message, and the first was so much like the second, you thought that it was spam, because that's what spam bots do. They copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, but at the speed of light, through many, many different channels. Now, their detector should be smart enough to realize that when a person takes like 2 minutes to make a second response, does copy and paste, but then goes and manually changes a lot of stuff. But that's a person and not a spam bot. Yeah, Stranger Ribbon. Like, I get a canned response again where he goes, I just need to reiterate that you need to read our policies carefully and be cautious. Cautious of what? The hell are you talking about? I didn't do anything wrong. Why do I need to be cautious? I'm having a heart attack. I didn't violate your policy. Can you please show me where I did? Can you please look at my actual comments? I thought you were doing that. Can you verify I'm not a bad person here? And then reassure me this won't happen? That everything's okay? And he goes, you need to have patience with the system. And I said, oh, patience? Like what? I mean, I am being very patient, actually. This has happened twice to me now. He goes, no, with the feedback you provided. I said, okay, what? Okay, I provided feedback, and I'm sure somebody might read that one day. I mean, I've talked to programmers. They get thousands and thousands of feedback messages, and if they're over like 2 sentences long, like they're skimmed. Like nobody sits there and reads feedback about features on websites. It just doesn't happen. You know, maybe 1 out of 1,000 will be read. It's kind of like resumes, 10,000, getting 10,000 resumes for a job. Like, not all of them are going to be read. So I said feedback. He goes, what he basically implied was my feedback, you know, have feedback, let us know right here, this insulting part, was some sort of an appeal. Yeah, this is total BS, Reverend. So he goes, you need to wait patiently for somebody to read it and respond. I said, okay, wait, does this mean that it's going to be read? Cool. Okay, yeah, I can be totally patient with that. I said, but when am I going to get a response? When is somebody going to get back to me and explain what the hell happened? He goes, oh, you probably won't get a response. Oh my God. I said, wait, I'm confused. So is my feedback an appeal ticket? Like an actual customer service ticket? Like, is it numbered like normal, like customer service help and support? Or is it just like, I don't like this part of your website feedback that goes into a pile somewhere? Which one is it? And he goes, you need to have patience with the system. I said, what is the system? I don't know what's going on. I said, can you please explain to me how this works and what is going on? Can you explain to me what comment was bad or what triggered something? Can you explain if a human being looked at my comment on YouTube side and thought it was bad for some reason, or if it was a bot that did this, a detection bot, spam detection bot? Can you tell me if a malicious individual keeps reporting me? Can you tell me why any of this is occurring? Russ has screwed the system. Exactly. At this point, I'm just ready. My volcano was ready to erupt. But you can't bite the hand that feeds you, you know. And I have never been sure at any point in time that I was actually interacting with a real person. I said, look, a lot of people are angry about this. I'm not the only one this has happened to. Some people got their accounts deleted with no explanation, and they have no idea what they ever did wrong, and probably they never did anything wrong. So if this automatic spam detection system has gone awry, you really need to look into it and fix it. And I, as a creator, need reassurances I'm going to stay on this platform, that some random glitch will not destroy my career. I'm implying, like maybe I got to branch out, not put all my eggs in one damn basket at this point. I'm sure they don't give a damn. The guy just replied, well, I hope I have answered all of your questions, like I'm still typing. And I said, no, I have another question for you. So I start typing my question. He goes, oh, really? And I said, just a basic question about, am I going to be able to interact with somebody who will help fix this problem, or at least for my account? Is there a way I can bug report it or work with somebody to fix the problem? So I start typing this. Chat has ended. We thank you for your valuable time. Bye-bye. Yep. Strange Reverend said they had you in an endless answer loop designed to frustrate you into giving up. Yeah, probably. I've heard a lot about that. Or it was to bait me into getting inappropriate, like saying, are you a moron? Have you been listening to anything I said? Because, of course, I'm thinking that. But I could be arguing with a bot. And you never win by losing your cool. It's also not part of me to name call. The dark side of me that wants an instantaneous gratification to my frustration wants to throw out words like moron, but the actual part of me knows that would hurt somebody. So I don't do that. Calling those evil people in their evil campaign a bunch of idiots was about as rough as I get normally. I mean, I'm working on my Zen, but I would never want to take it out on somebody who's just an employee. That's wrong. I'm not Karen. Sorry, Karens. I said I wouldn't use that word, but I'm using it for convenience right now. I'm not a narcissist. I'm not the most important person in the world. I know what it's like to be in customer service and how horrible it is when some angry customer just starts ripping into you like it's your fault. I expressed gratitude many times. Thank you for trying to help me. And the last thing I said was, well, thank you for wanting to help me. Because again and again, this bot or person kept saying, I would like to do more for you, but I can't. And one of my last questions was like, why can't you? Like, can you see my comments? Can I help the situation? Can I help you guys troubleshoot? Yeah, just delete it. So I am now, for the first time, really thinking about what are the alternatives to YouTube. Twitch is a juvenile gaming thing. It's owned by Amazon now. Now I've heard that tornado chasers and stuff. Let's look back at the cam, see if there's any remnant of that fire. In fact, it looks like it's clouds and mist rolled in. Look at it. So sprinkling rain may be putting out that fire as much as the firefighters. Ah, weird. Yeah, those look like rain. Look right here. That's sweeping rain. So the 30% chance of showers really panned out. The rain start letting out at the top right here. Right on top of that fire. So I call that a done deal. Polar Vortex has opened a Kick account as a backup. You can stream to both at the same time. Plus, streamers on Kick make $16 an hour and keep 95% of donations. Ooh, do tell me more. I'm even paranoid talking about it. There's been a lot of talk about how YouTube may be circling the drain by not just complainers. I understand this was a bit, and yeah, bruh, screw the system. I understand this sounds like a little bit of a complaint, but it's actually terrified me in a way. I mean, there's plenty of intimidating things about streaming, public speaking, crazy stalkers trying to harm your family. There's been some major drama where a big YouTuber got in a minor spat with a comedian. And the comedian was imitating her. She apparently was responding to TikTok videos, going out of her way to obscure who created the videos, like not credit the video creators on the content creators on TikTok. I have never seen that person's channel. I'm just telling you what the controversy is, not that I know anything about it. And this person had quite a bit of a following, like millions of subs or something. It's comedy oriented thing. But when the tables were turned on her, and a different YouTube comedian type did a parody of what she does. I called her out for, supposedly she went as far as to cut out the watermarks of like TikTok, and like if somebody says this video is by so and so, she would like cut that, crop it out. Look, I don't know. I've never seen that person's channel before. But this person had a reputation for doing that. And screwed up. So the controversy was when this guy parodied her, she did not take that humorously. She was wrathful. Like somebody doing the same thing she does to others. Of course, not acceptable, right? So instead of like getting in a friendly battle of comedians back and forth, that kind of stuff is gold, by the way. I think a lot of celebrities supposedly that have enemies and like spats with each other, it's all manufactured just for the drama. But anyway, instead of doing the appropriate thing, and that's keeping it in the lighthearted world of comedy and making fun of each other, she doxed him, went to his house, drove physically to his house, and filmed his house live, apparently, and let everybody know where he lived, and said, "This is my enemy," basically. Yeah. Wow. So, if you want to know about this controversy, Metatron, this YouTuber, talks about it and how this endangers all of us creators. This is Metatron. He's a guy obsessed with ancient Rome, and apparently speaks Latin and stuff. I think he's Italian. He's a very controversial figure. He wades into topics like, were Romans racist, and of course, But I found him through ancient Rome and Carthage stuff. I don't agree with everything he says, but he's an honest person who just speaks his mind. And he can be quite funny. So his video about that thing is how I found out about this controversy. And yeah, he'll explain why boobs in breastplate armor don't work as armor, because it takes the sword and glances off the boobs and would put the sword directly into the heart. Like that's his content, Some of it's just kind of funny. You know who you're talking about. She's nuts. Yeah, I don't want to mention her because I don't want to wade in. So if you want to know about that controversy, it's on Metatron's channel. He's got a huge amount of content that'd be hard to find it. It's from 3 weeks ago, I would say. Maybe I can just link it real quick. So what you cannot do is dox people on YouTube. That is illegal now in many states. Oregon has just pretty much banned it, where Oregon made it so that you can sue and almost 9 times out of 10 win anybody who doxes you in Oregon, and thank God I'm an Oregon resident. If somebody were to do that to me, I would take them to the cleaners and be instantly wealthy. Because while it's not a criminal offense per se, it can be. It depends on how somebody uses the info. I don't know what the title of the video was. Again, I could search was the there's got to be a lot of controversy for the videos. No, that was about the, yeah, he had a good video about that movie, The Woman King, supposedly about black female warriors that liberated slaves. Oh, turns out historically they were the slavers. Oops. He's got some good content. So, I can't find it, but here's his channel. I'll just link you his channel. Let's do that. Research this controversy if you want. And yeah, so the lady basically, it goes back to medieval times. This has been taboo since medieval times. Will nobody rid me of this troublesome priest? Okay. Will nobody rid me of this priest is a super famous quote. The King of England, wasn't it? Took a black mark on his, he was the King of England, I guess. Had a priest, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Becket, super famous for how he died, you know, became a saint and everything. Wasn't it the King of England? Yeah, King Henry II. Now, this priest was criticizing his moral behavior or something, and so he couldn't really just arrest and kill the guy. I mean, if he did, he'd be unpopular, right? So he decided to do this thing that is slimy and sleazy. He decided to point at who his enemy was and say, I don't like that person. Will nobody rid me of this troublesome priest? So, of course, if you have fans or supporters, which every YouTuber gets after, but there's always some people who are willing to attack your enemies savagely, thinking they'll get your approval. So some knights went out there and beheaded the priest inside of the church. So he becomes a saint because supposedly he picked up his own head, walked over to the holy water and washed it off. Yeah, I'm sure that happened. Anyway, it's a very interesting story, but he said this on Christmas in 1170, apparently, and immediately some knights went out there and did it because he could get this guy killed without technically ordering his execution, but it didn't fool anybody and it just about ruined him. Huge black mark on his reputation, and it just proved that the public has never can see right through this crap. And it's taboo. You don't do it. Now, yeah, Bruss says that should have gotten her, the YouTuber that doxed him, banned off of YouTube according to their own rules, but instead YouTube slapped her wrist. Yeah. YouTube played favorites and only gave her a temporary ban of making money for like a week, right? Yeah, that was what was shocking. She could get him killed. She's got 1 million followers or so. So here, I'll tell you something that's disturbing about psychology. But everyone who has followers, more than 1,000, maybe more than 500, there's a certain percentage of society that have a terrible mental illness. It's serious. It's psychotic. It's up there with paranoid schizophrenia. It's, oh, I remember Timbuktu. It's serious, deadly. The most famous case of a person with this mental illness was the guy who shot Reagan. Remember, Reagan was almost assassinated. He was shot on the street, and they grabbed his bodyguards, whatever, grabbed him and put him in back in the car and rushed him to a hospital. Wasn't it in California too? I think he was president. I don't think he was just governor of California. Should probably just look this up. Reagan assassination attempt. The most famous case of this is the guy who shot him was apprehended. Was he president yet? Let me see. It was in Washington, D.C., actually. Okay. March 30th, 1981. So one or two guys also got hit at the same time. Yeah, James Brady, who decided he hated guns from then on and decided to make the Brady Bill, which was an assault weapons ban. Very controversial. But I think James Brady was paralyzed. Reagan was hit in the chest, but I think since it already went to somebody else, like the bullet wasn't quite as bad. And then Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy was wounded, and DC police officer Thomas Delahanty was also wounded. All three survived, but Brady had brain damage and was permanently disabled, unless that wasn't why he was in a wheelchair. And his death in 2014 was considered a homicide because it ultimately was caused by his injury. Yeah, I remember about that. So the guy who shot Reagan, Hinckley, was found not guilty by reason of insanity of the charge of attempting to assassinate the president, and he remained confined to St. Elizabeth's Mental Hospital in D.C. And but in 2015, after Brady died, they said they would not charge him with his death, even though the medical examiner said it was a homicide. So he was released from the institution in 2016. No freaking way. Oh dear God. Okay, I didn't know about that. Okay, so erotomania, known as Blair-Baltz syndrome or something, is a relatively uncommon paranoid condition characterized by an individual's delusions of another person being infatuated with them. DSM-5 subtype of delusional disorder. Okay, so what this means is he's a super fan, right? The people with this disorder, I should probably look into later. He wanted to impress Jodie Foster by killing the president. So this disorder, a certain percentage of the population has, and if you get a certain amount of followers, you got to start realizing some of them are mentally ill. If you say that person's my enemy, somebody just might try to harm pretty badly your enemy to impress you. And it's not because you're super awesome or whatever, it's because they're ill. And in the case of Jodie Foster here, I don't think she even kind of knew this guy existed, but these super fans become convinced that who they're a fan of is like super into them, either in love with them or considers them very important. Like, even though usually they don't even know who these people are, they are convinced, like they're best friends with their celebrity they're obsessing on, or famous person or known person. So that's the kind of thing where, like, celebrities get fan mail, and a fan is like, "Oh, come on over and have a beer with me, and then we should go on a date." And then blah blah blah. And it's like, "What? Who the hell are you?" It's all really creepy. And the person starts talking like they've been best friends for life, and they'll start saying stuff like, "I've named my child after you, and if I ever have a kid, blah blah blah." So you know there's something wrong with it. But these type of super fans are frightening because they'll never stop the correspondence. They are convinced that they are best friends from this moment forth, and perhaps sometimes it goes into a romance. So this guy was convinced that Jodie Foster was in love with him. He's a super fan of Jodie Foster. So he started writing things like, "What can I do to prove my love for you?" And that was assassination. "I can kill for you." I don't know if Jodie Foster ever criticized Reagan or something, or if that started it, or if he's just bat beep crazy. But this is a pretty serious mental illness. So everyone on YouTube should assume that you should never ever say the words, "Somebody do something about my enemy." Like, here's where they live. That's the same thing as somebody get rid of this troublesome priest, like sicking your followers on somebody. That is absolutely taboo. Because some of your followers are going to be sick. This is when swatting happens and when people die. Like streamers have died. Sometimes they say it's like a prank, calling the SWAT team on a streamer. Sometimes it is. But sometimes it is an attempt to get the person killed. A guy was gunned down on his porch by a SWAT team. When the call was like, oh yeah, and it got the streamer's address. Yeah, he's got people tied up and stuff and said he was going to kill them and he's taking hostages. And so SWAT team show up at this dude's house and knock on the door and stuff. And he comes to the door and he's like on the porch and he can't see any police because it's dark out, it's nighttime. And police scream at him like, get your hands up. And he's like, what? Sorry, what? What's happening? He has no idea what's happening. And there's snipers and stuff. And they say, get your hands up, shows her hands. And he's like, what? And he had loose pants on, and they start slipping down. So he tries to pull his pants back up, like sweatpants. As soon as he reaches for his pants, the snipers put multiple bullets in him. It's the guy streaming like I'm doing now. And this has happened before on a couple of occasions. Some people have been just injured. Some people have been killed by a SWAT team. And in that case, they think it was an actual attempted murder by the person who called the SWAT team. And the call originated from Canada. Like the person wasn't even American. You never know what kind of sickos out there. So what this YouTuber chick did, who I'm not going to name, I don't want to get into this, got mad at the comedian making fun of her, poking fun at her. It's pretty lighthearted as far as I can tell. Found out where he lived, put his address out there, told her fans, I don't like this guy, and then waited outside of his house and filmed his house. That is some sick, messed up stuff in the age of SWAT team response and all this. And so that's why doxing is so bad. That's why so many states are making it illegal. It's just putting documents out there about the personal information of somebody like a streamer or anybody really to vindictively harm them. It could be their medical records or something. But this guy complains to YouTube, and we're all hoping he goes to police to press charges of stalking and doxing and all that, because that's beyond the pale. It's not acceptable behavior in society. It's the biggest abuse of being famous you could ever have. Try to personally ruin people. So what YouTube did was not ban her account. Here they're threatening to ban me for I don't know actually what. It was an automatic response. Spam comments or something. In fact, that I don't even know what triggered that. When this chick puts somebody's life in danger, the family has gotten death threats because some fans are that toxic. They just love their person they idolize so much that they do want to harm whoever they think is the enemy of the person they're idolizing. They're that mentally ill. He may have to move. His family may have to go into hiding. He's gotten the death threats from her fans. And a similar thing sort of happened to me, but not bad, by that particular guy on my stream during the Dixie Fire. He sicked his fans on me and thought that I was rebroadcasting his content and putting ads on it and stealing his show. And in reality, it was a jerk who was trying to prank him and me. Just cause trouble. So he believed it and told his fans to come into my channel and tell me to stop my evil ways. And so I got a bunch of death threats. Like, this stuff is real. And that was like a totally bizarre incident. But this guy wasn't a YouTuber, so I never took any like actions against him on YouTube. But it's just not done. You should always assume that some of your fans are mentally ill. And if you have a problem with somebody else, you like talk to them. Just tell them, hey, I have a problem. Like, you don't be a little wussy and stick your fans on people. So, YouTube slapped this chick's wrist, though, and said, we'll demonetize your videos for a week. That's it. That's all they did. So, I'm super weirded out. Content creators are now very wary. Like, unless you're big and you can afford a security team, I'm not too worried about my security because, well, I got great security. Stochastic terrorism is what polar vortex is saying. Okay, I gotta look that up. Stochastic terrorism. Let's see. It refers to political or media figures publicly demonizing a person in such a way it inspires supporters of the figures to commit a violent act. Yep. Thank you. That's a good thing. So I bet a lot of this comes from this mental illness called erotomania. But these people, you can't reason with them because they're completely delusional. What delusions are is people being unable to separate reality from fantasy. We've had a couple delusional people show up on the channel who just had to be banned. They could not end disruption. The first time I experienced that in 2020 was a chick who thought she would expose me as a liar. Like, she was nice day after day after day, said that she was an evacuated fire victim, and then one day I look at chat randomly and there's a raging controversy. And I started laughing at it because this chick was rattling on about how she found out the truth about me, and I thought she was joking because she was this nice lady, I thought. And she said I was a 60-year-old or 60, yeah, I was a 60-year-old grandma. And I was pretending to be, a young lady. I did not have a webcam at the time. And I thought that was pretty funny. Later, to my dismay, people said, yeah, you sound like an old lady. I'm like, what? Oh, God. What? People said, yeah, you kind of do at the time. And I just went, oh, I want to quit. I said, guys, I just teased him for a bit. I said, I can't believe it. Yeah, I can't believe it. But this lady was insistent, and it became clear she was not joking. Yeah, I know, bro. Like, we laugh at it now. You have to. Cogito was there. He walked in late. Now, the original gangsters to my program were Bugs Bunny, Morris, who I haven't seen in a long time. He has the nickname for me, Granny. Do you remember that mess? Yeah, strange. You were there, right? Or do you remember me just talking about it? Sherlock Jones may have been there. He may have been out for the evening. I don't know if Josh was on the picture yet, but Cogito walked in late. And I had to tell him, Cogito, stop talking to her. He was trying to comfort the old bat. She got quite cruel in a few minutes. So I kept going on with what I was talking about, and I just thought it was a momentary aside where these then the debate really was going fierce about whether or not I was a 60-year-old, with a lot of people saying I sound like it. You were there at the time. Okay, yeah. God, if I wish that particular stream had been saved. I don't think I was recording at the time. It was the first thing that spooked me out, though. she vehemently and bitterly started accusing me of being this crazy scam artist liar, remember? You weren't a mod yet? Yeah, I should have been. God, I needed the help. Cogito was, so was Bugs Bunny, Morris, Strange Reverend, Josh, Sherlock Jones. Who else am I forgetting? Cogito was the first firefighter, and then later Torin 2. These are the original gangsters of the channel. Oh, and Carney Show. Those are the ones who still stick around. So I don't allow people to ban them. But this is where the jokes of calling me grandmother come from, and the lightning jokes of Zeus trying to assassinate me, because the same night with the lightning, Torin 2 had his neighbor's car was hit by lightning. And so the joke was Zeus trying to assassinate us both. But yeah, so the lady, refresh my memory, Strange. What do you remember about it? I'm trying to laugh it off, but all of a sudden in chat, people are defending me and attacking her because she's gone bat beep crazy off the wall with the accusations. Not only am I pretending to be a young lady, but I have this secret evil identity, and I'm nefarious, you know? Like my goal is to trick people in life. And she did something just a little bit inexcusable. I think she was trying to infer that I was trying to get people killed by wildfires or something. She crossed the line somehow, where I just had to be like, wait, shut up. What? You know, like, settle down. And I finally realized she was totally nuts. She was totally convinced by this. She wasn't a troll. She was not a troublemaker. I actually gave her way too much patience because she supposedly evacuated from the Riverside fire, which is by Estacada, Oregon, not Riverside, California. And I know that can psychologically kind of break people and put people over the edge if they don't know their homes are still standing. That was a big, bad fire. And I didn't realize that. Yeah, Strange, that's what she was dead. Strange says, yeah, she said you were leading people to danger. That was when I just had to say, okay, you've gone too far. Quit that. If you want to be able to still talk, because my channel's like a support group, you know, you can't be saying that now. I have feelings too, and you just can't take a crap on me on my own channel. Like, seriously, I had done a lot for her. I had reassured her. I had read her a bedtime story when she requested it. Like, we were being super sweet to her, and it was like she suddenly acquired rabies. And then she started spouting some nonsense about how she found who I really worked for, and I was part of a big conspiracy or something. And I said, look, if you want to see what I really look like, that I'm not a 60-year-old, the first video I ever uploaded to the channel is me in the OHSU tram in Portland, and that's me, like, behind the camera. So it's an old video, but yeah, I basically look like that. Should have just whipped out the webcam at the time, but my old computer couldn't handle the webcam. I had to spend a couple of grand of donation money buying a new computer to handle Firestream. So we had to shut her down. It was Cogito walks in, kind soul that he is, and she was distressed, right? And he starts trying to comfort her, and I'm like, Cogito, no. She's been very aggressive. She was also starting to attack people defending me in chat, and that just was out of line. These were real fire victims who don't need this crap. And so we just had to hit the ban hammer. It was one of the first people we ever really just... Ugh. But she got threatening. So to the point where I was wondering, should I be... If I have a weird stalker come around, should I have this for the police, you know? But I'm not really worried about that for a variety of reasons. It's a pretty high security. But, you know, she looked normal for a long time, didn't she? Strange, you know, day after day. Showed up for more than a week, you know. And so eventually, you know, polar vortexes, internet revenge is real, and trolls can get super crazy. Yeah, it's a lot of sick people that are on social media. And I do believe in the future it's very Big Brother. I've read some crazy comments just on, you know, random videos and seen some videos that seem to have been produced by people very ill, dangerously ill. And I believe that in the future, it's kind of scary the way Big Brother may operate, but in the age of mass killings and stuff and the pressure on the governments to find people before they act, they'll probably train AI to look at comments and recognize patterns of just total bat beep craziness. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Stream the Reverend. We were all sympathetic towards her and she suddenly snapped. I don't believe she was fake nice in the beginning. We had a couple of fake fire victims eventually show up. There's always fake firefighters and fake fire victims that show up. The fake firefighters are the ones that say, I don't know what I'm talking about fire. Those are easy to spot. And I go, oh, really? Like what? And they don't have a response, you know. The fake fire victims are more insidious because, you know, they get instant sympathy, but I think a lot of them have the disorders where they crave attention. Like, everybody knows about a psychopath, a sociopath, and more people are starting to understand narcissists, which are like psychos that don't usually commit violence, but they're like what people call Karen. Sorry, Karens. Completely 100% selfish, don't give a damn about if somebody lives or dies. Like the chick in Central Park that was a black bird watcher in Central Park, and she called the police and said that he was like threatening to rape her and stuff, trying to get him in trouble when she was the jerk that was the aggressor in their argument. Like, that's a serious accusation. Try to say that he was dangerous and assaulted her and it was just completely crap. That's like what a narcissist is about. They have no moral compass, no morals, just like a psychopath, but they just usually lack the violent tendency of the psychopath. But there's another cluster B personality called histrionics, and they are the most insidious of all of them because you just don't see them coming, where they have to be the object of constant pity and attention. Everybody has to express sympathy and, oh, you poor thing, 100% of the time. And they are totally nuts, just like a psycho. Yeah, it's a good thing. He saved himself by recording her. That's right. I bet he would have been charged just because, you know, how society is great. Yeah, that's right. He saved himself by recording it. Yeah, you have a good memory, Strange. So what these histrionics do, I told a story once of how I encountered one as a teenager at a summer camp, is they are like a psychopath in that they don't care if somebody lives or dies in front of them. Like, they could just watch somebody drown and just not respond, like not care. A narcissist, psycho, sociopath, histrionic, they can all do that. That's what cluster B is about. They just do not have morality, do not have a conscience. They would never lose sleep at night for causing somebody to like fall into a vat of boiling oil. Just don't care. In fact, what they would care about the most, though, is getting sympathy somehow. Such as, I had to watch somebody fall in the oil. Yeah, you may have just watched without trying to help them at all. That's how sick they are. Like, these people are the best liars ever. Like all the cluster B personality disorder types are consummate liars. They would all pass a lie detector test because they're not stressed out by the active line in any way, and that's what shows in the lie detector test. But they ruin people's lives in order to get attention. So when we had the fake fire victims show up, they tell the most horrific of tales. You know, my husband died and I survived with severe burns. We lost everything, but being in your channel is so soothing, and I find comfort here. But everybody, yeah, that's histrionic. So if you find out that they're lying and call them out, like find out that they're not a fire victim or something, they will try to like ruin your life with a lie. These are the type of people that might get married to somebody and then just constantly tell their friends for years, my husband beats me, and he doesn't. Like it's fake bruising, like it's makeup, like he's a harmless, lovely person. And then finally, when he annoys her enough and she decides, I'll discard him and go on to the next husband, I'll take all his money, you know, in this divorce, I'll call the cops. And finally, you know, he's the type of person who will like bash their own head into a mirror and then call the cops. And then they'll have a whole bunch of witnesses, like their friends who had been for years knew that he was violent, you know. This could put guys away for decades. You know, these are serious accusations. They won't lose a night of sleep over. Like, this is histrionic. These people oftentimes are not caught. Oftentimes they're female, but I just think females are caught more often behaving like this. Who knows? So the people who have super sob stories that are just, they change them. This is how you catch them. They change them slightly, and then maybe in a major way. They forget which version of the story they tell to different people. That's how you can, you know, notice them. We've had a couple like that I think may have been histrionic coming here. As some people are just attention seekers in general, but they're scary. They're really scary. So Strange Reverend says, we used to deal with frequent fires at the urgent care center I worked security at. Yeah, they'd be nice until they were told they were being discharged, and then they'd go ape. Yeah, and then oh boy. Yeah, tell me some stories, Strange Reverend. Yeah. I know about psychology. I'm not a trained psychologist. This is stuff you can read about in the DSM, and they've changed the DSM from time to time. But I've had relatives who got their psych degrees. I've gone to classes at a couple of universities, just watched them, sponged up information. I was fortunate enough to see FBI profilers explain a lot of stuff, enough for me to realize I don't want to be one. And see a bunch of their lectures about some of the greatest serial killers. So I'm like psychoeducated about the dark side of that. And as a writer, I found it good to research this stuff. So more than the average person, I can kind of understand what might be going on with somebody, but not on a professional level. But I think everybody should get a little bit more educated about things like this, stochastic terrorism, especially if you're a streamer. These people you will encounter narcissists. They're pretty common. Psychopaths are pretty rare. Narcissists are pretty common. You will sometimes encounter the histrionic. If you don't know what these types are about, you will definitely, some of your fans will be erotomaniacs, willing to kill for you, convinced that you're in love with them, even though you've never really heard about them before. Some, you just get a following big enough, some of them will have these very bad psychological conditions. You've got to know the basics, or you're going to be blindsided and not know how to respond to this shit. So this is why you can never, ever abuse your power and say, followers, I don't like that person. This is where they live. They'll probably end up dead eventually. You do that enough. If they're big enough. Taylor Swift said, I don't like this person. It'd probably be dozens of people that try to compete for her affection and kill that person. Like, this is a serious thing. You don't do this. And so with YouTube, seeing a clear case of this and slapping the hand of that creator and screwing the victim creator, who's not as big as she is in terms of channel, the whole roundabout story coming back full circle is, I don't know if I want to be here if YouTube doesn't change their policy. If I know that I could be targeted like that, I don't know that I want to be here. There are other competing platforms. This is one of the things that may drag down YouTube to it being the next, MySpace. You know what I mean? Failure, complete failure. Their ads are everywhere. They put more ads on videos, and yet it's harder and harder than ever for a creator to make a living. It's harder this year to survive than last year and the year before for me. Like, I'm teetering on the edge of, I gotta get a job and stop and quit. And for us struggling, they're now saying that you should pay to promote your videos. Like, if I wanted anybody to show up my video today, I should have promoted it, paid for it to be promoted to the top. So no longer is YouTube at all interested in showing people what they want to see. It's showing what creators have promoted. So it's going to be the bigger YouTubers get bigger and the smaller ones get smaller. You're going to survive if you have money and pay them or not. This is the trend it's going to. So when people get the YouTube subscription and they get the ads removed, well, YouTube is not sharing that much with creators. So if nobody clicks a lot on your ads and stuff, the ad revenue is down. And even though they just increased the price of the YouTube subscription, which is getting painful, even for me now, they're not really sharing that with the creators enough that it matters. So that's why you see, hello, this video is brought to you by HelloFresh. And the people who don't have YouTube Premium, not only do you have to see the damn YouTube ads, then they have to see the creators' ads. And that's creating a resentment, a natural resentment. That's why I never want to do it. Not during an emergency, for damn sure. I mean, I may take a sponsorship, especially if I actually like something. Like, I actually like private internet access. They're not paying me to say that, but that's my VPN right now. It's been great. I tried NordVPN and they suck. I'm sorry for living in my neighborhood. For Oregon, they really suck. I had problems with them and they wrote me off. And didn't help, So, like, I speak my mind. But I don't mind promoting the little guy, especially if they're better than the big guy. But I'm not going to interrupt this emergency broadcast and bring you some stupid message about a VPN. You would be on the videos that are not live. And not long. I don't want anybody to suffer through this crap. But it's getting harder and harder to make a living here. YouTube doesn't make a difference, doesn't differentiate between public service channels like mine and people explaining how to do makeup and cooking. Not that that's not important, but it's not important like evacuation info. It's not. I don't think you should take a damn dime of anything donated to me, actually, or the tornado guys like Ryan Hawley, all the tornado chasers. They should just sort of be proud to have us. Damn it, we are a kind of a shining example of how you can use technology for good and not frivolous or evil means. I mean, honestly, that's the way I feel. But 30%, more than a quarter of the donation money, that's what YouTube wants for the life-saving channels. They didn't even bother to make a category of public service. So I have to choose news and politics. Facepalm. Facepalm. I'm about as far away from news and politics as you can get. I mean, like, you know, news desk stuff, you know. I don't even allow political conversations for the most part. But here we are. I'm not entertainment, and I'm not home improvement, so here we are. But the point is, I'm starting to really get upset with YouTube if they're not going to protect us. Basic safety. Yeah, this is a precedent-setting thing. If they allow a YouTuber to go to the house and film the house of another one she doesn't like and say, "Hey, followers, I don't like that guy," and he's gotten death threats and now may have to move his family's in danger. Like, if they just say, "Oh, you can't make money for a week," that's not good enough. That has made me afraid. Many content creators are afraid because if she gets away with it, that's the precedent. What is not prohibited is allowed. There's many different spins on that statement, but it's true. What is not forbidden is allowed. What is not punished is allowed. It's just a truth. So if they don't take action soon, this happened a few weeks ago, to actually delete her damn channel, as their own rules say they would do. It's just another sign that YouTube may not survive as well what it used to be. The way they're shooting off their other feet, shooting off their other toes. I hear now that people are getting banned for ad blockers. Have you guys heard this? I haven't looked into this much. But apparently, if you try to watch YouTube with an ad blocker on, it gives you some warnings and, like, you can't watch anymore. I don't know if accounts are being banned, but it's like you can't see YouTube anymore or something. I don't know that that's going to be a good way to go. Like, dang, you know, they've already done some pretty bad things that make people not want to use YouTube as an app. Like, in the past, especially if you're sleeping, you could turn your screen off while watching YouTube on your phone. And now you can't do that unless you're a premium subscriber. Like, what? That's how my mods started butt banning people. They put they weren't premium. So they would have my channel going, put their phone absentmindedly in the back pocket, and YouTube won't allow the screen to go off, otherwise you can't hear YouTube anymore. So they go about their business, washing dishes and watering the lawn. And then a couple of them would sit down, either on a chair or most often on a couch, and not realize their phone's in their back pocket, and so their butt started banning people. That was the butt banning saga. I always call it a scandal, right? And we had a couple of cat bans where a cat got on somebody's laptop. A couple of child bans where children got a hold of mods' accounts and started randomly typing stuff. We had a hacking. But the butt bans are the most hilarious. I mean, look back at Strange Reverend's comments. We used to deal with frequent flyers, which means people that go to the ER all the time. At the urgent care center I worked security at, and they'd be nice until they were told they were being discharged, and then they'd, oh boy, like, go ape shit, right? There was always some version of nobody cares, everybody wants me to die with a wild temper tantrum. Oh god, yeah. Strange Reverend says, no, I haven't heard of that yet, but I've got an ad blocker. I haven't been warned yet. It doesn't block the ads on streams though. Yeah, I don't know that I want to walk anybody through that or I'll get banned. Yeah. Just making a YouTube video about how to block ads on YouTube, that just might be detrimental to my own livelihood. I mean, there's a couple of cough extensions, that's all I'm going to say, cough extensions, that do certain things. Like there's even an extension now where people can flag, you know, the ads within the channel, like the ones that are not pop-ups, when they say, today's video sponsor is, and in the public timestamps how long that video sponsor spiel goes on, and it's automatically skipped by that unnamed extension. But all that does is distress me a little bit. I mean, yeah, I would be frustrated. I mean, especially if you shell out the money for YouTube Premium, so you're not supposed to have ads, and then you see them anyway. Well, we're struggling to make a living. This is why it's happening. It's not our fault. Strange Reverend goes, shh. Yeah, bunch of emoticons like don't talk yet. Right. So the point is, okay, I'm going to look into Kick, Pullard, if you're still around, like as a competitor. I might just have to start multi-streaming to multiple platforms. But here's the big issue with that: the moderation of multiple platforms. Like I'd have to have Twitch mods. I could broadcast simultaneously to several outlets. I'm pretty sure I've got the beefy enough computer, at least to do it from home. Mobile and walking around, that's another can of worms. But the problem is, like, there's a lot of people who are juvenile on Twitch and think Twitch is just for fun and getting drunk, and they constantly emote spam. I mean, that's the culture on Twitch. It's very juvenile. The thing that is absolutely true right now is cannot uh, I cannot leave YouTube because of the audience demographics. YouTube, probably there'll be a antitrust lawsuit in the future about this. It comes pre-installed on cell phones. Now, over a certain age, like 60 in the United States, maybe it's 55, the statistics are pretty sad, where most boomers, I don't want to say most, but many boomers and most of the older generations have never installed another app in their life. Like, they have no idea that their cell phone can be everything from a bubble leveler to a gyroscope to a topo map viewer to a ebook reader to learn Morse code to a translator to everything that a phone can do when you download apps to a compass and a barometer and a weather station and a radio. You can listen to every radio station in the world. Now, that's actually appealing, especially to the radio generation of older than boomers, but they're too intimidated by technology. They don't know what the Play Store is or what the app stores are and what to do. And as soon as I say words to my aunt, who is kind of enthusiastic about playing solitaire and stuff on her phone, I say, oh, well, you can't just download any solitaire. Some of them are like basically spyware. She goes, and doesn't want to touch it. So I look at the demographics of who's watching Firestream, and it's mostly males. The interesting thing. No comment. But it's mostly people over the age of 55 in the mountain communities, because that's the age demographics of the people who can afford to live in the mountains and the foothills. That's not where employment really is. That's, oh, I'm living off retirement, and back in the days when pensions existed, or I have a ranch or whatever, or I retired to the mountains or the fire prone areas. So Tahoe, Caldor Fire was the only time we had videos that had a lot of youth. So there's no boomer or anybody over the age 55 that's gonna download Twitch, or probably these other alternatives to YouTube. And Strange Reverence is a private news channel I watch on YouTube. Is on Twitch also, and Twitch temporarily blocked him twice because he covered mass shootings. Yeah, there's that's something that's also, I think we don't really need to explain that it's just getting nuts. You can't say the R word on YouTube or you like instantly get censored, even if your channel is about crime. Just think about the 4-letter R word. That is a crime, right? And you can't mention, even if your channel is about mental health, you can't mention the S word, which is self-harm, right? Strange Reverence says Big Dog, and Cheryl Simpson saw that too. I'm afraid we lost Big Dog. I miss him, but he's gone. I don't know why. I haven't seen Cheryl in a bit. I miss her too, but I don't know that the Big Dog's going to come back. I stay in personal correspondence. I'll try to figure it out, but yeah, I'm a sad loss there. He was a super good teammate. So, like on Twitch, you can do drugs. YouTube, you can't do much of that. You'll just be demonetized. Now, YouTube kind of gave up on. They used to have a gaming channel. I think they just sort of handed that to Twitch. But what you can do on YouTube, you can't do on Twitch, and vice versa, and some things. Now, I wish Vimeo had taken off. Vimeo was kind of like the Wild West, where you could watch a lot of free television. They used to have every episode of Mayday or Air Crash Investigation on Vimeo on pretty high quality. Should have downloaded it at the time, and then they took it down. They've been following the war. I've seen them on the news channel. Yeah. The day I was going to come back from winning, that was a grueling lawsuit where I had to leave late September to try to win that for my dad. It lasted longer than I thought. The day I was going to come back was like October 8th or something. Well, I was going to stream an anniversary of the Cascade Fire, which killed my friend, but I was too emotional. So the 10th, I think it was, I decided to wipe my tears and pick myself up on the floor and, yeah, guys, I'm back. And that, I think, was when I sat down at the computer with my coffee, ready to go live, and it was like, oh, Israel's been targeted. I went, oh my God, and just watched that unfold. So you can't report the news very well on YouTube unless you're the news and you get away with everything. Larry Green says, I got a warning. Oh, about what? Because what we're talking about right now is I would like feedback from you guys. Like Polar's feedback was to get on Kick. I like the whole keeping 95% of everything. I wonder how long that would last. Because I don't know what kind of management YouTube's under or what's going on, or but I can't put all my eggs in one basket. Plus, I want to reach more audiences. I didn't even know that channels like mine existed for Twitch. I'm gonna make this page alternatives to YouTube. Alternatives to YouTube, and I'll do simulcasting, right? So, Polar Vortex says, try it. Now, I'm sure there's a bunch of these that won't survive. Like there were a bunch of Twitch competitors that did not survive. You know, it's a gigantic investment in servers and bandwidth to stream video. That's why YouTube is not free, really. It has to have ads, it has to have subscribers, either or, because video is huge. To store the videos and then to serve them up to people that want to watch them without kind of crashing, you've got to have a major investment, huge amounts, monumental amounts of storage space. Like that's why Netflix kind of was alone for a long time. Well, until Peacock and MGM and Amazon Prime Video and all those, copied it, but it was alone for a long time. Like nobody could. I'll put it this way: it's like deciding you're going to start a cell phone company to compete with Verizon right now. How much capital would that take? Yeah, Larry, what was the nature of the warning? I wonder if you're back in time. Are you live, Larry? Um, Larry, make sure you are at the present moment with the live button. This can happen. People can accidentally knock their phone and it rewinds the channel, and then people in chat start talking about what we were talking about earlier. SB Kathy says, I've seen several people in the upper age demographics going live on Instagram. Now that's owned by Facebook, right? I thought that was, well, last time I used it, it was just photo filter fun and lighthearted stuff. I guess it's a lot more video on there. There's, of course, going live on Facebook, but I detest Facebook. A lot of my viewers are here because they refuse to use Facebook. So, no idea if people make money on Instagram. I really think they do, but that's how a lot of photographers made their bread and butter. There was a couple that got mega wealthy. There was, but I'm still thinking of the age of still photos. One of the most popular Instagrams that ever went kind of like mega viral was a guy photographing his girl, and they never made it clear if it was his girlfriend, his wife, or whatever, but she was always in a bikini walking forward, and he was behind her, and she was holding his hand, like behind herself. And she was leading him towards a cool tropical paradise or a Eiffel Tower or Leaning Tower of Pisa, something recognizable or something intriguing. And they were traveling the world together, and there was that element of mystery because you never saw her face. And then eventually, after they got millions of followers, like they explained who they were. Like that was the one I'm most familiar with. That went mega. I'd sure love to do that. If you guys want to like insert a couple of $1,000 right now, I'll totally take you by the hand and show you the world, man. I want my walking tours and driving tours to be more personal like that. Like, come on, guys, come with me. Let's go see this place. I know a lot of special places. I could take you to Pompeii and talk about it for 7 hours with my encyclopedic knowledge. In fact, I've been live for 7 hours and 33 minutes. It's 3:03, auspicious number. Now, I need simulcasting the live stream. That's to Instagram, excuse me, is probably very doable. I think there's a lot of plugins for that. That's a good idea. Discord is sort of becoming a place that's kind of like YouTube in a way. It's still like Skype, but with an even worse interface that's more confusing. I use Discord every single day of my life and have for like 10 years, and I still can't give people competent instructions on what button to push to make sure they see me when I go live and share my screen. You know, they are so set in their ways that they don't want to change their interface. They could have conquered the world because they're 10 times better than Zoom in every single way. But their interface was so stupid that they lost the entire Zoom market. Let's just cater to gamers. I'm sure smart youth gamers are smart enough to figure out our interface. Like, oh, you idiots. So this is why I haven't gotten a Discord. We should invest into some way, to share, so like anybody could kind of share their own images and maps and talk about their fires in their own private rooms. So that could be Slack, Microsoft Teams, Discord. That's coming. You just trying to figure out which one is the easiest for the average person to use. And I'm sure I can simulcast to that platform as well. But I'm looking to kick. I haven't looked much into Rumble, although Broke Fishin has mentioned it. It looked like chaos there, and it looked like a place that had a lot of blood and gore. The police brutality video about the guy losing his leg. Oh my God. That was a lot of blood. You got an ad blocker warning, Larry? Yeah. Yeah. So it's real. So it's real then. I just don't know how more annoying YouTube can make the experience for the user and survive. Like, they've got their monopolistic complacency syndrome going. Yes, I just made that up. And this is where I smile and there's like a ding sound and my teeth gleam. Monopolistic complacency syndrome. I'm so proud of myself for making that word up. Monopolistic complacency syndrome. Dude. Genius level stuff I just made up there. Yeah, Instagram is also pre-installed, Kathy, on a lot of people's phones. So instructing boomers how to turn it off. It's also got a bit of familiarity, and it wouldn't be too hard to set up, so that's what we're going for. Twitch is chaos. It would be so hard to try to tell the kiddos to stop chat spamming, for example. And the elderly would, and boomers would go, this is for kids, and be turned off, Can't miss it, yeah. What you like about Instagram, Kathy says, anybody can follow you if they go live. Their profile image flashes live and stays at the top of the feed. Yeah, that's what I'm frustrated with YouTube. I am this close to making a video saying, YouTube, this is how you don't work for me. Like, hey, I have to cut off my stream at 12 hours, otherwise you don't save it. But instead of just pressing a button where my audience isn't lost, it should just be a button such as store the last 12 hours, please. Without kicking people out of my room, well, I actually have to start a new stream, and most of the people don't come back because they don't know how. There's people who are watching my old videos on my channel and don't know that I'm live because YouTube hasn't gotten the clue that perhaps my icon should show live when I'm live. Perhaps the icon should be dynamic. The K, when I'm actually live, there should be the word live. Have you ever been frustrated because you see a logo? It says like Action 10 News and it says live. And you click on their channel and they're not live. It's just the word live is in their logo. Like my purple K, maybe do that, YouTube, so people actually understand and have a second stream. Like, there's just so many frustrations. Maybe keep a log so that if I go to bed and I come back and some people are banned, I can see why and when and who did it. So if one of my mods gets hacked, I can know what went wrong while I was sleeping. Maybe there should be a log YouTube, like if somebody deletes a comment of mine, that I know that that happened. Hey, New England Lighthouse Relaxing Music, what's up? Yeah, there's just so many little things, but you know what? My number one thing I'm baffled at is my number one peeve with YouTube. Yeah, or a small red dot. Everybody knows what that means. Recording, yeah. This is what astonishes me. Now, everyone on earth is annoyed by one thing when they watch television, traditional television. And especially if it's nighttime and you're relaxing and maybe people are asleep in the other room. You got a low volume, right? As soon as the commercial comes on, it's 10 times louder. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Come and buy your used cars. And you're going, oh crap! And somebody's waking up, you know, in the other rooms, and you're scrambling for the remote, and you're trying to mute it and turn it down. As soon as your program comes back up, you adjust the volume back up. Okay, that's called normalization of the volume levels. It's really basic, and the good TV channels figured it out that their program volume should equal the same volume as the advertisements, and for the most part, that's the way it is on television now. But have you noticed on YouTube, from channel to channel, even short to short, the volume is different? So here you are in bed, and you're hoping not to wake up people in the room next door. The partner's sleeping to you next to you, who's snoring away. And autoplay happens, and the next video is super freaking loud. And they wake up and stuff. It means you just have to stop. Why does YouTube not normalize the volume so every single video volume is the same? Why do I, as a creator, have to just fiddle with all of the damn behind the scenes stuff forever to try to get that to work? Because that's pretty hard, actually. I can switch a microphone or even put this one up or down a little bit more than usual, and that affects the volume. So YouTube, though, as they process your video, could make all videos the same volume. It's super easy. They don't. How long has YouTube been around? If I was in charge of YouTube, that would have been done on day 2 of the acquisition, because YouTube was a startup, and then, of course, Google bought it. It's been decades. And I'm still, like say, I was at New England's Lighthouse and Relaxing Music Channel. Sounds awesome, by the way. I'd be like enjoying it, fall asleep to it. I get woken up in the middle of the night because that will end. Something else will start playing, and it'll be super freaking loud. That's my number one peeve. I am astonished YouTube has never fixed that. Have you guys ever experienced that peeve? Because by God, I have. So we're doing pretty good. We had a 4-alarm fire in New England, a surprise 4-alarm fire. And if I do the rewind, we're now in the wind down mode, which happens after fires kind of wrap up. We do even now, the 3-hour, we have to go to the 6-hour time lapse. This is over by Fairfield and the Vallejo area of California, the Bay Area. It was a surprise fire in high winds. It was on a grassy hill, and it's got to be human caused. There's just no natural reason for it. And it threatened the neighborhood, and they called 4 alarms. That's a huge response. Like, cities can go 10 years without a 4-alarm fire. Like, I don't think Portland's had a 4-alarm fire in years. It's the kind of thing where, like, the dump is on fire and giant stacks of tires that burn for a week, you know. A massive response. Now, this is not the exciting cam. This one is. Look, this is before the fire. This is misty, cloudy, Bay Area stuff. Boom! Racing grass fire up over the hill towards a neighborhood, from one neighborhood over the hill towards another. They had to call in mutual aid from Vallejo. And it was 61 degrees, 88% humidity, like downright dewy. But the grass, because of the wind, took off running that grass fire. Now, this is the current conditions. It began to rain on it. Oh, but from 11:18 p.m. to, well, it went on for about 3 hours. They had quite a show of a surprise midnight fire. That just goes to show California's fire season is very far from over. And we just have to make it. It's the wind and the fact that it's autumn and the big soaking rains haven't happened yet. The big snows haven't happened yet. When they do, that's usually late November, we'll be in the clear. The Santa Ana wind season and Diablo winds, almost the same thing, just north-south part of the state. Santa Ana's fueled the Highland Fire. That was so devastating. 2 firefighters burned bad. And let's see, how many structures were lost? So sad to hear about it. Yeah, this is the start of that one. I clicked on the wrong thing. That was the start of the Highland Fire on the 30th. These are mild Santa Ana winds. They're not out of the woods until the rains, heavy snows in November. This is a threat every day, north and south part of the state. South right now because they still haven't gotten any damn rain. So the Santa Ana is just baked and hair dried. It's like a big hair dryer. The southern part of the state. But we just saw a surprise 4-alarm fire in the Bay Area, which is downright moist right now. That's the power of wind. So the vigilance. This is California's worst fire season. These are the worst 2 months, October and November. This is when Oakland burned down, Paradise burned down, Santa Rosa burned down. October and November. I don't remember when Pasadena was so affected, but you get the drift. Yeah, where's my report? They lost 13 structures so far in the report of the Highland Fire, with 7 damaged, 85 threatened. They did, I think, way more than that were threatened ultimately, but they did an awesome job. So 2 firefighter injuries, they seem pretty severe. 837 people had to work, still at work, trying to put out every single hotspot. This won't just be, oh, we contained it, we can walk away. This will be no hotspots, not even one coal burning down there in the Highland Fire, because any day the Santa Ana winds can come back and take any little thing and make it gigantic. So we are in California's worst fire season. We just gotta make it a few more weeks until the rains come. Santa Ana's and Diablos can still blow until January technically, but they're not that big of a deal at that point. You know, they're not that big of a deal because things are wet, snow on the ground, etc. But I was surprised when I first saw that there was a 4-acre fire at the Bay Area. I was like, no way. That'll struggle. I even said that. You can quote me. I said that'll struggle in the 88% humidity. It was the winds. The winds can make crazy nutcase stuff happen. So since then, we've been talking about everything from ghost towns to California history. Strange Reverend has a sweet channel. Go ahead and link it again, where he walks around. Are you going to do more of that, Strange Reverend? You going to film more? If you just get a DJI Osmo cell phone steadier, then you've got awesome narration and camera presence. I'm a director, I would know. You know, here's the funny thing. I never was meant to be in front of a camera. I can act a little bit, but it's just marginal talent. I can do a couple of things really, really well, like a couple types of comedy routines. I can also play a lunatic very well and shut up, don't comment about that. Mostly in a comedy routine. But no, that's not my talent. It's writing. And then I figured out that like directing, I was pretty good at. So I can recognize talented people. The coaching part of directing, that's still something I would have to hone. But I am better behind the scenes in a video production than in front. I'm just here talking to you because I can't pay somebody else to do it. And you know, this whole fire stream is kind of an accidental thing. What was I originally saying? Like, I'm getting to the point where I'm kind of tired. I have to breathe sugarify. See how tired I am? I have to get some more blood sugar. I have to restock the blood sugar. But New England lighthouses and relaxing music. Let's check out your channel. Let's check yours out. Yeah. Lighthouses. You wouldn't know, by the way, how to set up that thing in chat so that you can visit people's YouTube channels by clicking on their name. I love these types of channels. This is it, right? Ah. Now this is cool. There's a drone shot here. I make it big. We've got some cool lighthouses on the Oregon coast and terrible Tilly. Okay, yeah, I'm going to promote you. I was going to say drop your own link in the chat, but you can't. You're not allowed. There you go. After fire trauma, we relax stuff like this. So in Oregon, we've got the terrible Tilly, famous lighthouse. It's abandoned on Tillamook Rock, which is misleading. It's not in Tillamook. Kind of far away from Tillamook. And this brave guy went viral because he flew his drone out to terrible Tilly. Man, it got lost there. There's no retrieving it. There's no way to get onto terrible Tilly. It was abandoned for a reason. Like half of the supply ships that landed there kind of wrecked on the rocks. It's messed up. So the ruins are out there, and it's almost never visited by man because, like I said, try to land there, you're gonna wreck yourself. The link to channels works for us, mod. What? Why does it work for me? Am I not the ultimate mod of my own channel? I don't have that option. Like I click on SB Kathy. Here are my options. It says replace the pinned message. Report at SB Kathy, you're done for. I'm reporting you. Remove. Like the comment. Put user in a timeout, hide user in this channel, and add as a moderator. If I go to the three dots on the side, that's it. Same thing. I click on her cat face. Those are all my options. There is no go to channel. You saying it works strange, Reverend? Because if it does, whoa. Yeah. Look at Kathy. Sorry, I don't mean to freak you out. one day we got silly after a stream, and I was like joking around with Alan. He's a good sport. Where's he been? He moved, but the firefighter was there like every day, ready to go. Man, Alan's a great teammate. Hope he comes back more often. I was joking around with Alan, and I said, "Is it possible to ban a moderator?" And I did, and it deleted all of his comments for the entire stream. Felt like a jerk. Strange Reverend says, "That's odd. Go to channels, the very top of the list." I don't have it on my own channel, but I have it on other people's. What is going on? What? Did I nerf myself somehow? Now I feel like one of those silly animals on a funny video where I walk into a blanket and I'm young and blind and I'm like, who turned out the lights? Okay. Well, anyway, terrible Tilly, the lighthouse. Guy flew his drone out. I would have never thought they had that range. Offshore to the lighthouse and got 4K footage. It's like a big island now where the fact's probably out there. I think other people since have copied him, but I do not have the balls to do this. I do not have the manpower. I'm not man enough to do this. Yeah, other people have bought and rehashed his footage to the point where the original is probably not the top view anymore. Is somebody? No, that's not terrible, Tilly. Yeah, it looks like the Columbia River Maritime Museum in Astoria even bought his footage because that's his, all right. I don't think it was Geist View. Oh God, that's awful. So yeah, oh God, what does YouTube think I want to watch? Maybe it was because this one has 43,000 views. That's sad when people bought his footage and it has more views than his original. So I'm just gonna link it. You guys could see the whole treat. Yeah, why can't I go to people's channels? That's weird. I want to a lot of the time to make sure people are legitimate, you know. Because sometimes I get fake versions of you guys in here where people pretend to be you, my friends, but they've just made an account and they're trolls, right? So, yeah, since January 2017, he didn't go into building, and the Fresnel lens was removed and such. This was a kerosene-powered affair, I think. Now, it's also, I don't want to say haunted, but haunted, not in a serious way, because I don't believe in ghosts, but, you know, there's something quite spooky about this place. Not just the fact that it's spooky. And he goes, this is how far he is out to sea. Like, that's where he is. He goes all the way back to land like this, far. This is a rugged part of Oregon. This is why they need a lighthouse, you know. Here he is back at the park. I've been there once, but it's not at Tillamook. I think it's further south, so it's hard to get to. This whole thing was purchased by a private entity, and they had a failed business experiment of the most bizarre kind. I should have gone over this on Halloween. He tried to turn it into a mausoleum for cremated ashes. I think it was called the Neptune Society or something. So there's human remains in there, as far as I know, unless they removed them. But it's no longer. I don't know who owns the affair now. But if you wanted to try to land here, good luck. Those bashing waves, your small craft is not going to make it. I heard of a daredevil or two that made it, but good luck. The lighthouse tender boats are pretty large, and there was a crane over here. And mostly the crane is how they got people and goods to and from. And this was exceptionally dangerous and extremely expensive to run, so I guess that's why they sold it. And I heard some people be like, "Oh yeah, I want to buy that and turn it into a bed and breakfast." Yeah, yeah, sure. Where do you get water, for one thing? It's just straight up a rock. But I've seen some videos where sea lions and seals are climbing the staircases and chilling and sunbathing up there. So it's now kind of a place for seals. But yeah, I should have subbed. I thought I was subbed. But yeah, I love lighthouses. Cape Mears is pretty cool. Okay, I have too many tabs. Way too many tabs. Take some of them down. Yeah, Lost Mission. Yeah, we went a lot of places. We're sort of waiting for fires to be reported, and I really don't believe that any more are going to be reported tonight. I gotta go look down at my phone. I haven't heard Watch Duty go off in a bit. I don't expect more. But it looks like thunderstorms are really headed my way in Portland. We've got our wind advisory for in effect from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday. Up to 50-mile-an-hour winds. That could knock me offline. Technically, I don't usually go offline due to storms and high winds. Maybe it'll just kind of force me indoors with nothing to do. And we can hang out more, guys. I've got to, since there's not that much warm weather, wet weather forecast for California. Let's go back to New England channel area. That is soothing and peaceful. So you only have 298 subscribers. We'll fix that. Yeah, this looks pro quality stuff. The point is, it's going to be dry still in Southern California. And looking at the weather for the area where the Highlands was. Oh, we can watch predictive services. 6-minute video though. Probably should because I need to use the bathroom. But look, that's Fairfield. Let's go back down to Ahwahnga, California. Southern California. Look, there's no moisture in sight. I mean, it's the middle of the night. Humidity's 29%. That's crap. Below 50 is kind of nuts. So this means there's still high fire danger, even if it's going to be a bit cooler. Because what did we just see? A 4-alarm fire rip across grasslands in 88% humidity and in 61-degree weather. So while low temperatures help fire danger, they're not the whole piece of the puzzle here. And there's going to be at least 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts the next couple of days. So we're still in high fire danger, according to me. You can quote me, Southern California. Now, I'm going to go use the bathroom, so we'll watch the predictive services video. At least you'll be watching it. I'll be in the bathroom. This is like the Pope for fire weather. And if you guys want the link, it's so hard to find. But this should be any good fire trackers speed dial. This is something we should start every day out with, but I totally forget it's there. It doesn't run all year round. This is for Northern California. I don't know if they make videos for Southern, but sometimes they mention the whole state. So let's watch it.
Welcome to the North Ops Fire Weather Webcast for Saturday, November 4th, 2023. 24-hour precipitation totals show amounts ranging from around 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch along the far north coast and spottier amounts less than 1/10 of an inch in other far western and northern areas. This morning's water vapor loop shows an upper-level low tracking northeast into British Columbia with troughing in a frontal system just offshore of the North Ops coast. Additional troughs can be seen further offshore to the west and will impact the area over the next several days. Visible satellite imagery shows cloud cover pushing over northern portions of the area ahead of the frontal system, with thunderstorm activity along the southern Oregon coast. 500 millibar forecast maps show upper-level troughing continuing to gradually deepen along the coast today, with the next shortwave trough moving onshore this evening. Strong west-southwest flow aloft will continue tonight through Sunday, with a deeper and more organized trough moving onshore Sunday night and Monday. Precipitation forecast graphics show off and on light rain continuing across the northwest corner of the area today, then increasing along the north coast this afternoon and evening, with moderate to locally heavy rain mixed with embedded wet thunderstorms shifting onshore as the next shortwave trough arrives. While the system will also weaken as it pushes inland tonight, wetting rain chances will extend further inland to include the northwest third or so of North Ops before tapering off to isolated to scattered showers Sunday morning. Steadier rain from the next frontal system will spread onshore across northwest portions of North Ops Sunday afternoon, then continue inland over broader portions of the area and become mixed with embedded wet thunderstorms Sunday night through Monday, with snow levels initially 8,000 to 9,000 feet, dropping to 6,000 to 7,000 feet Monday afternoon through Monday night. Precipitation totals through Monday night will range from 3 to 5 inches along the north coast, 1 to 2 inches in the northwest mountains and along the Cascade Sierra West slopes, 1/4 to 1/2 of an inch in northeast California and the northern Sacramento Valley, to 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch in the greater Bay Area and far east side, with just a few portions of the central and southern Sacramento Valley seeing 1/10 of an inch or less. Wind and relative humidity forecast graphics show that good to excellent relative humidity recoveries occurred across most of the area last night, with a few areas of moderate recoveries lingering along the northern Sierra slopes and ridges, as well as in portions of the far east side. South to southeast winds, which began developing along northern ridges last night, will continue strengthening through the day, with south to southwest winds of 25 to 40 miles an hour developing across the north and east this afternoon, and locally stronger gusts possible through the Shasta Valley and along the exposed Cascade Sierra peaks and ridges. For the most part, relative humidities will remain well above critical levels, though pockets of minimum relative humidities in the 20s and 30s will linger in portions of the Sacramento Valley, northeast California, and far east side into the afternoon before increasing tonight. Gusty south to southwest winds will continue along ridges tonight and become more widespread again on Sunday, with southwest winds increasing to 40 to 50 miles an hour and locally higher along northern Sierra ridges. Widespread gusty south to southwest winds will continue across much of the area Sunday night, with good to excellent relative humidity recoveries area-wide. Winds will become more westerly on Monday, remaining locally strong along ridges, especially from the Cascade Sierra crest eastward. 500 millibar forecast graphics for Tuesday through Friday show upper-level troughing shifting east across the area Tuesday, with a small ridge moving onshore around Wednesday, followed by another potentially deeper and colder trough Thursday or Friday. Precipitation graphics show scattered mountain showers tapering off on Tuesday, with a brief drier break on Wednesday, before precipitation chances return to western portions of the area Thursday. Depending on its track, a colder upper-level trough on Friday has the potential to bring additional precipitation chances to the area, with snow levels dropping into the 4,000 to 5,000 foot range. Wind graphics show a general decreasing trend in wind speeds through midweek, with a shift to afternoon northwest winds and locally breezy overnight through morning north to northeast winds favoring channel terrain areas. South to southwest flow will return around Thursday or Friday, though its strength will depend on the track of the late week trough. The North Ops Significant Fire Potential Outlook shows areas of low risk today in portions of the Sacramento Valley, northeast California, and far east side predictive service areas due to increasing winds combined with moderately low relative humidities. Little to no risk conditions are expected area-wide for Sunday through Tuesday. The South Op significant fire potential out.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, I'm back looking at the screen. Since we just had a 4-alarm fire in the Bay Area, let's rewind that for a second. Did they just say low risk? That's what I would assume too, but we just had a
Outlook.
4-alarm fire in the Bay Area. What's this little chart here? Let's see. I probably should have full screened this. This is smaller than I realized it would be. Thought it would be. They're not zoning here. So which zone is where the fire just was at Fairview? Would that be the Santa Cruz Mountains? It's not really the Santa Cruz Mountains, right? Is it Bay Marine? Little to no risk of significant fire potential, little to no risk of significant fires. But at the Diablo Santa Cruz Mountains on Sunday, nope, everything is green. Sunday. Wait, Sunday is right now. Saturday, excuse me, was what technically it broke out Saturday at 11 o'clock at night. So low risk for Northeast California, is the Far East side. Actually, it's under low. This is all Bay Area stuff. It's all under little to no risk. See, even the experts can be taken by surprise. I'm still baffled a little bit about what we saw, but you know, let me go back. Oh, Larry, thanks so much for your kind donation. You're wonderful. So wonderful. You're keeping us going. All right. I got to remember to remind people that to stay on free, we got to have donations coming in. The average watch time, it says, is 21 minutes. I mean, some people watch for a very long period of time. Some people go, what did I just click on? But that means like at least every 20 minutes is usually like a new set of 15 people. And they don't know that, you know, we need donations. So I should get one of those reminder things. Or say subscription goal. I'm working on it. But thank you, Larry. In the meantime, you're keeping us going. Yeah, look at this. It says everything in the Bay Area, little to no risk for a significant fire. I am very much interested in following this one and seeing just what the hell happened tonight. Have they just not gotten rain for weeks? Why was the grass quite this flammable? Is it it looks like straight up dry grass from our satellite views, but was it actually like a fire promoting weed, like gorse, like oily weeds, which are a hell of a lot more flammable than just straight up grass? Or is it like an invasive grass? Something odd happened there tonight. Something like Scotch broom, gorse, oily plant taken over, blackberries. That would explain it. That would explain it. They kept saying high fire load, and I'm like, how is grass a high fire load? Oh, right. There's bushes in it now. We don't know how old our satellite data is. Okay, I'm going to let it play.
The South Op significant fire potential outlook shows a few areas of low risk continuing in western areas with little to no risk conditions elsewhere. And now to sum up the North Op's fire weather highlights. Light rain will continue in the northwest corner of the area today, then increase in intensity along the north coast this evening as the next shortwave trough moves onshore, with scattered wetting rain chances extending into the northwest third of the area tonight. Southerly winds will continue increasing at ridge level this morning, with gusty south-southeast to southwest winds mixing down over the north and east portions of the area this afternoon and evening. Gusty south to southwest winds will continue Sunday and Monday, though with increasing relative humidities. Scattered showers will continue Sunday, with a more organized trough bringing steady widespread wetting rain to the northwest Sunday afternoon and broader portions of North Op Sunday night and Monday. Well below normal temperatures will continue with showers tapering off Tuesday and the next frontal system possible around Thursday or Friday.
Okay, I'm glad you didn't hear that sneezing. I disagree with them. Officially, I'm putting parts of Southern California at moderate risk. Dang it. Why? Because 8% humidity. Santa Ana winds just blew over it, and there's no moisture coming in sight. It's still less than 40% humidity, even right now, that's pretty bad. These hot, dry Santa Ana winds just totally acted like a hot hairdryer on the vegetation and dried it out, and we haven't had anything come to wet it. And there's still some winds in the forecast, even though they're not Santa Ana winds in the forecast. We just saw what wet oceanic winds could do to a hill in Fairview in the Bay Area, which is also in the green. So I think just the vegetation dryness and the humidity being way lower than what we just saw, that we just saw 4-alarm fire march around quickly in like 80 to 88% humidity. It's at 33 right now down south. I'm just going to call moderate risk. I don't care what they're saying. We are not out of the woods. If the Santa Ana winds do blow again, we're in serious trouble, like very high risk. So, Stranger Evan says, stream has 65 likes so far tonight. Yeah, guys, we had 529 views though. We totally forgot to tell people hit the like button. We could have had, now there's about 10% of viewers are the ones who ever hit the like or dislike button. 20% if you're lucky. So what's 20% of 530? Say 529 because I'm one of them. So 530 times 0.2 is, we could have had 106 if we had just kind of reminded people to do that. And that's why everybody does that. I hate it. I hate that that's a bit annoying. Like and subscribe. But when I first started saying it, I realized most people actually just kind of forget. And then they go, oh, okay. They do it the moment you say it. You can just watch it. It goes. But I'm going to try to get the less annoying stuff going, like the little pop-ups that are not terribly in the way that hit the like button. Because we're a slave to this algorithm, like all those creators are. That's why we freaking say it. I don't want to say it. You know, I had these bold predictions, like if I had a YouTube channel, I would not annoy my people by saying, please like and subscribe. I'm sure I'll be super successful by not annoying people like that. No, I wasn't. Nobody liked and nobody subscribed because everybody forgot. And here's the thing I have to do. God, I don't want to be getting sick again. Please no. I'm just praying that's allergies. Now, here's something horrifying that I realized. My own dad brought it to my attention. And now I realize, oh my God, I need to tell people from time to time this subbing is free. Because YouTube, I realize they have a terrible choice of words. Subscribe to the older generation means you pay. You subscribe to a magazine because you pay. A subscription means you pay. Why YouTube decided to call basically just following somebody's channel a subscription, that has wrecked their own battleship, like that sank their own battleship, because their whole business model, showing videos that are relevant to people, what they want to see, kind of hinges on people actually making an account, logging in, and actually hitting that button, like and subscribe. Otherwise, I've watched boomers and elderly people interact with YouTube not having an account. The weirdest stuff is suggested to them, and they just turn it off right away. They go, YouTube sucks. And I'm like, oh God, actually search for something. And they go, search for what? And I'm like, I don't know, something you'd like. And they're like, I don't know what to search for still. This is when I go, oh my God, Aunt Mabel, you like dogs, right? And she goes, uh-huh. So I grabbed the keyboard away from her and I go, funny dog videos. And she goes, oh, these are great. I said, great. So hit the like button now. And she goes, hi. I'm like, so it knows you like it and gives you more of this. And she goes, oh. And so she and my dad brought this up. He goes, oh, I see you're doing something on YouTube. How neat is that? And I'm like, wait, Dad, I've been doing this a long time. He showed up like a month ago in my chat randomly. Exactly, Strange Revan. They should call it follow. Like on Twitch, it's follow, and then if you subscribe, you're paying. And so that is majority of what the older generation thinks, is that they have been afraid to hit the subscribe button. My own dad was not a subscriber. I said, Dad, what do you mean you've just seen my channel for the first time? I've covered fires near Marysville where you live. Like, you didn't know that? And he's like, no. Looks like you're doing a nice thing, honey. I'm like, he goes, yeah, I thought I had to pay something. Wow. So even my own dad didn't sub me because he thought sub was pay. And you can't like or dislike without logging in. That's another problem with YouTube. There's plenty of other sites that'll just use cookies and you can hit thumbs up or thumbs down and you don't have to be logged in. My God. So we have to every once in a while say, please subscribe, it's free. So take a note, mods, Strange Reverend. That's our new, that is our new thing we have to say is please subscribe, it's free. But please donate so we remain free, so we don't have ads. Excuse me. Strange Reverend says that was cute when he showed up. Well, he left immediately. You know how you guys said your daughter is awesome and all the stuff that made me blush? He didn't see any of that. He showed up for about a minute and a half. So I was like, people were saying you were cool. I introduced you as, my dad who programmed the SR-71 flight simulator, and everybody was asking you about it, Dad. You're like mini celebrity of the hour, and you left. You could tell SR-71 stories. I'm trying to get him to sit down to an interview with a webcam. He knows how to use the webcam. And to talk about the SR and do a live stream with that. And since he's been hit by the car, I'm really upset about that. Somebody hit him in a hit and run in Yuba City when he went in there for he was going to the VA office. I guess it's over there. I think it's a clinic. I don't know. And they still haven't been caught, even though there were several witnesses. And so he's got some injury now. I thought it was just bumps and bruises, but he's part of his leg is now on fire. He says, like it's been in boiling water, Yeah, and Stranger Evans says he's here and gone in a flash. Yeah, he was also busy that day, and I think his phone jingled. I think I set up his phone to do YouTube notifications. So he's probably in the yard. I was like, why is my phone making a noise? And probably just went back doing the yard work, But that will be cool if I can get him. I mean, assuming it's comfortable for him to be in a chair anymore. Currently to be live, yeah. I want to put a bounty for information because It's not a small town, it's not a big one though. Somebody's got to know. And we're not there to sue anybody. Dad doesn't need anybody's money. But he needs to know that person's sorry. He's been shaken up that he's walking in a parking lot. Car runs him practically over, knocks him to the ground. He practically goes under the front bumper. They back up, and he thought they were going to run him over like bump. He's scrambling for his life to get out of the car's way. And he's elderly. He's in his 80s now. And yeah, thank you for the thoughts and prayers, strange Reverend. It's I mentioned a couple times. This is part of why I was gone so long. He was hit by the car a couple of like a week before the trial, where he was supposed to testify, and I had to do it alone without him in our little lawsuit that's unrelated to any of this. So I was just super shocked. You know, that was it was a grueling, stressful, and bitter trial. You know, we won in the end, not as much as we deserved. Somebody ripped him off royally, but we won. Got a modest compensation. But Dad, being there to testify, we would have completely won. I'm convinced. You know, when an old man with a cane walks in and says, "These people took advantage of me and my daughter," like that says it all. So I had to try to get the judge in his shoes, and I don't know that I did a good job. I was just really shaken up. At first we just thought it was bruising and road rash and all that. And this car backed up, revved its engine, and he thought it was going to run over him twice. So here he is crawling on hands and knees in the parking lot away from a vehicle. And his health already wasn't that great. He's got a right leg that it's really like a bum right leg, you know. So the it was a blow to his psychology. You know, not only did this people we had to sue take advantage of him, but then he gets hit by a car. The people know it. Somebody in the car leans out the window and says, "Get the beep out of the way, old man," and slandered him like you should have gotten out of our way. I don't think that was the driver; it was a passenger. Yeah, it could have been a newbie driver to a strange reverend. It could have been somebody who accidentally put it in neutral, and then the engine revved when they were trying to leave the scene of the crime like fast. Like I think the driver was more in a panic, but I don't know. I wasn't there. He said a passenger and or others in the car were heckling and sneering and definitely having a good time watching his distress. But he didn't get that good look at the driver, and neither did the witnesses. So I'm going to pull the police report, see if I can contact the witness myself, get some details, and then put out a $1,000 reward for information leading to an arrest. Because there were people that know. There were people in the vehicle, and this can't happen. But I'm hoping this person will just come forward. Because, like I said, we're not out to get money from anybody. My dad doesn't need anybody's money. He's insured, but he needs to know somebody cares. It was this person's hesitation. Should I get out and help or not? I think was evident. I would like to believe they put it in neutral and revved the engine that way. It wasn't like a warning or like, you know, but it actually triggered a panic response in him where he thought he was about to be killed. It would be, it would mean the world to him to think that the person just panicked and made a mistake. May have been a youth. I don't know. But they care. They're remorseful, you know, and that also will be much better for the person if they're caught anyway, because it seems like somebody in the back may have filmed it. I'm unclear about that, but there are witnesses. There's a vehicle description, and there's not that many people who would have been in a VA parking lot and had business there. The police are combing through records and stuff. There's security cam tapes and such. So, you know, the police take their sweet time, but justice catches up with people. So that kept me from coming back immediately. I was just sort of in a, like, I knew my dad was alive, but I realized how easily he could have gone either way. Could have struck his head. What if the vehicle completely went over him? I think it was probably an accident, unintentional. But boy, the heckling passengers and stuff, that's unbelievable. Unbelievable. So emotionally, I've been through the ringer lately. I mean, we lost my brother to cancer 2 days before Christmas last year. Extremely long battle of cancer, and I was okay with it. I'm proud of my brother before I learned months later that he basically died from a medical mistake. Like, I had this, and plus I was struggling for my life with whatever attacked my kidneys last winter. October through January, I was really not like in the hospital critical condition with life support, not like that, but like finding it difficult to make it through the day physically. Excuse me. Unable to like walk and breathe with my blood loss so severe and my kidneys so infected that like standing up I couldn't do on my own, and for weeks. And I couldn't take care of myself, couldn't empty the dishwasher, couldn't cross the room without being exhausted, couldn't feed myself. All this crap happened, and we lost my brother to cancer, and he had fought it for more than a decade, different kinds. He first had tongue cancer, later he had prostate cancer. And Dad survived prostate cancer, so it's a family thing, I guess. Now, my brother had access to some of the best cancer doctors in California. He offered himself up as a guinea pig and basically survived his extremely aggressive tongue cancer, which grew by the day visually, like on his side of his neck, like 15 years ago. And had like a 5% chance of survival, and UC Davis saved him with some experimental things. And so we were incredibly fortunate, and then we thought he beat it. And then he gets PSA blood count things that were bad. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to go to total depression land here. But this is what affects my dad psychologically and myself too. Then he gets prostate cancer, it's surgically removed, and we think he's beaten it. And so years go by, we think he's fine again. And then it comes back. So here I thought that he, against the odds, beat cancer. I found out when I was in California filming the Wildfire Fire last summer, documentary I was trying to make. I have to go back and complete it because I found out while I was there that cancer spread to my brother's bones, both of his femurs. And then we kind of knew he just might not make it, right? I still couldn't see him. I hung around talking on the phone and stuff, but with his immune system being in such a fragile state, I couldn't go hug him, you know. And we thought he'd have a good shot at beating this, or at least, you know, fighting it for a bit. But then I got the call, you know, 2 days before Christmas, and I never sent him his Christmas present, which was one of those Alexa things with the screen so that we could talk, you know, video call. And I feel like a complete moron because I sat on it for like a month. Should have just sent it as an early Christmas present. I don't know why I waited for Christmas. Anyway, so here we are, the family mourning my brother, and we go into, I don't know, it must stress my dad out thinking he could have lost me. And I hid my illness, the extent of it, from my family. I mean, I confided in my dad, but I didn't freak out my brother with it. Didn't want him to worry about me, so I didn't put it on Facebook. I didn't get support like I needed when I didn't know if I was dying or not, you know. Knock on wood, thank God I'm here. You know, it's time flies, but it was early October when the symptoms started last year, and it's kind of that's part of why I was gone in early October. I just had all this stuff come back. Early October, I had my own illness, mystery kidney illness happen last year, and then we lost our friend to wildfire October 10th or 8th, 2017, so that anniversary is bad. And so I just took my time coming back, you know, took a couple weeks off. And my dad had just been hit by a car. So it's been an extremely emotional October. I'm hoping things will get better from here on out. But it would just mean the world to my dad after my family's gone through all this trauma to think that the driver cared, wanted to get out and help my dad, but just panicked and left. And that's why I hope that person would come forward. And that's what I'm basically going to say if I make a little video about that. Nevertheless, I still will offer a reward for information because I'm upset. And somebody, in fact, several people do know exactly what the hell happened. So that'll be what goes down. But I need to carefully, carefully make that video, keep it short. Hopefully it'll be shared because it won't matter if it isn't shared. You know? And I think that'll be $1,000 well spent if there's credible information. Maybe match it with another 1,000 or whatever we got to do for information leading to an arrest. Like a serious one, serious good suspect. So it's been emotional, but I really was not functional part of October with this emotional state. And the moment I was like, okay, I'm feeling better. I got my zen back. I'm picking myself off the floor. The exact moment I wanted to go live, Israel was invaded. I just kind of sat back down going, oh God, if that isn't the most depressing thing. Okay, let's see, do we have any camps? Watch duty. I think everything's fine in watch duty, and I'll have to sign out. We're at 8 hours, 38 minutes. I don't want to destroy my voice. It's kind of getting there, strained. But my dad as a guest would be awesome if I could get him to do it. And we'll make it fun. It can't be sad channel all the time. I don't want it to be. I never had this idea where I'd make a completely sad content all the time. It would be a nice, healthy mix. In fact, my disaster show channel would be, very different than, say, Fun with Animals channel, I like what I'm seeing. All these prescribed burns and fires that are mostly out. These kind of icons. The trout fire at Hat Creek is something I was trying to figure out. Hat Creek is by the volcano that I grew up next to, Mount Lassen. It's north of it. But the last update we had was 7 hours ago at 4 acres. I'm sure they just went psh, and they took care of it. It's raining over that area right now. So I don't think we have anything else to cover. Knock on wood. That's always like the worst thing to say, right? So to recap, like what should we do? We're gonna get torrential rain here and some thunderstorms and some high wind Monday. Today's Sunday is 4 in the morning. Boy, I should sleep. So it's a possibility I could lose power. Now I'll go to my cell phone to let people know about that, Twitter and YouTube. Then I really can't do much with stream. I only have the battery backup. Really is about half an hour to 40 minutes. It's mostly there so you can safely shut down a computer rather than like lose data because your computer turns off in the middle of a power outage. But I tend not to lose power, so knock on wood for that. But this is a serious wind and thunderstorm that's coming. And our Oregon forecasters, Portland, they tend to underestimate the strength of a lot of Pacific storms, like the gales. They rarely forecast gales accurately. And we'll see how bad that gets. But I'm very concerned for Southern California, much more so than the North. It was a wake-up call. We just had a 4-alarm fire in the Bay Area at midnight. Wow. But Southern California is not getting rain in the foreseeable future. They're saying low to little. In predictive services, the Pope of fire weather is saying little to no fire risk for large fires developing. I'm going to call BS on that and just say moderate at the very least. No significant rain and this dry Santa Ana winds drying out the vegetation and blowing on it for the last couple of weeks, basically. Hold on to your butts, Southern California. You're not out of the woods. Really, you're not. Very good news for Northern California. There's more rain coming. But we've got to, I've got to be at my post here, not traveling, not going anywhere, ready in a moment's notice to cover some of these fires. They usually happen during the daytime, so I've got to get my rest now. Not wear out my voice. But this is my assessment. I think the authorities are unaware that the risk is greater than it is. Just my humble opinion. So, hold on to your butts. We just gotta wait a couple more weeks till the traditional start of the rainy season. Now, El Nino probably means a wetter and colder than normal Southern California, but that's, when the wet season begins. Gotta wait. So, we could transition directly from fire danger season to flood season. That's probably going to happen. For the Northern California and the Sierras, I sense it really might be a bad flood year. It's got a great potential, but it's like a coin toss of 50-50 almost. Because the center of the state is right in the gray area of our illustration of what El Nino does, where it's the big wild card of does El Nino make it more dry than usual or more wet? So there's even talk of that being a super El Nino. Don't even know what that means, but it sounds bad. So Northern California and in the central, Bay Area to Tahoe, that portion is where there's the least amount of certainty about what El Nino does for the winter. But it's going to be one of three things. Unusually dry all throughout the winter and hotter. And we might have some really, really bad Santa Ana/Diablo wind fire risk. And the fact that there's rain and moisture right there right now, maybe not. Fingers crossed. Or it'll just be a straight up way wetter winter than average. Heavy snowpack, heavy rains, and a flood year. Could be that. Or it could be a mix of both, which is hell on earth. Where you have a late Indian summer, late summer, and hotter and drier autumn, and severe wildfires, and then boom, flooding and torrential rain and heavy snowpack and a potential flood year. Take your pick. It's going to be one of the three. I think the best thing we could hope for is option 3, where it's just kind of wet the whole. Well, I don't know which option it was anymore. I'm tired. A wetter year than normal, but pray that the snowpack isn't too heavy and we don't have it all melt at once in the spring. That's the best outcome. Now, flooding is mild, but really prepare for floods. That's the message I have for California in general. And fire season is not over. So here we go. Now, I will assess the situation tomorrow afternoon because I'm still awake now and it's 4. Thank you, Weird Midnight Fire, that kind of jolted me awake. Don't expect me before probably 4 in the afternoon tomorrow. So we'll do a check-in. Don't know if I'll be able to talk much. Continuing to assess my voice. I'm still not completely not sick. But I'm delighted with the way I've kept down food today. This has been great. I've been delighted to have a good turnout here, and I really thought that maybe 100 people would show up. We had 546 views. Sweet. A lot of familiar faces here. I've missed you guys. You guys always make me feel better every time I see you. So, have a good night. We'll make it through this. And I would like to have gone driving around, showing you guys the last of the autumn leaves, but this storm is probably going to rip them off all the trees. Darn it. And we're just going to have wet time near Portland here. Yeah, thank you, Stranger, for being here. All you guys mod, all of the people patting me on the head. We had one person get entirely out of line today, uncharacteristically, but it was somewhat mild, not too bad. Thanks everybody for wishing me well, and I'm glad that I am getting better. It's great. So I hope you guys are all well. There's some nasty bugs going around. I was hoping the Australia people would show up. That's a little bit why I wanted to linger. Australia's having bushfires. I probably should have checked on them. I'm just out of it. But the Australia friends, Tasmania friends, I was hoping they'd show up and give me the lowdown about what's going on over there and how they're doing. I'm a little worried that they haven't checked in. Australia's summer. But maybe they'll check in tomorrow. And thank you everybody who's donated. If you see this later, super chat, super thanks. The PayPal link, which is always on the About page of the channel, that is super appreciated right now. If you want to help for free, spread the word and share the link of my channel. Text it to people, especially boomers and the elderly tend to find the YouTube app easier to figure out than computer. You can text them the link. Anybody you think could benefit from this information, just tell them Subscribe, hit the ring bell, and you'll know whenever we go live. It's usually an emergency in fire season. Yeah, good night, Larry. Thank you, everybody who's been here. Good shout out to the lurkers, those who are watching but don't say nothing. Yeah, it's sleepy time. It's 4:20 in the morning. Good night, guys, and good luck. These next 2 weeks, we just gotta get through them. And then, that should be pretty much the conclusion of the fire danger season for California.